Chapter 1261 Single-handedly suppressing a team. All the martial warriors in the field looked at the approaching figure. They were curious about what their new regiment commander looked like. Many rumors had been passed around over the past few days, most of them regarding Wang Ting and Huaqia's battle. Huaqia was defeated by a landslide. They heard that their new regiment commander was ruthless, so they were all extremely careful. No one wanted to offend him on the first day. They finally saw the person in the flesh. Young. Insanely young. He looked like a freshly enrolled newbie in the military, not the famous regiment commander of the Tiger Strike Force. They couldn't link Wang Ting's image and the commander role. The latter walked in and glanced around. Sun Juanda quickly ran forward and said to Wei Tong and the others, "Deputy regimental commanders, this is our new commander." Wang Ting and the others had already noticed the official attire, so they stepped forward and saluted. "Commander." Only Marley seemed a little unwilling. There was doubt in his gaze, but he still went through the motions. "You're too polite. I'm new here and will need a lot of guidance from you in the future." Wang Ting saluted back and smiled. They heaved relieved sighs when realizing that their leader was easygoing. "You're too kind," said the only female martial warrior among the deputy regimental commanders with a smile. "You must be Commander Jira." Wang Ting looked at her and smiled back. "You recognize me?" Jira exclaimed with delight. "I've read through your information," Wang Ting explained. "That means we don't have to introduce ourselves," a middle-aged man chimed in. "Deputy Feng Gang." Wang Ting recognized him immediately. He looked at the others and called their respective names. Once he reached the last person, he paused for a second and said, "Deputy Huaqiao, how's your injury?" The other deputy regimental commanders gloated as they looked at the fellow. "Thank you for your concern." "I'm fine," Huaqia said sternly. Wang Ting smiled and said, "You're very powerful. I went a little hard on you that day because I forgot to hold back. I hope you don't mind." The corners of Huaqia's mouth twitched. "A little hard? Aren't you aware of how heavy-handed you were that day?" He didn't seem to be complimenting Huaqia. It was more like self-praise. The other deputy regimental commanders chuckled silently in their hearts when they noticed Huaqia's frustration. Huaqia took a deep breath and replied, "I admit my defeat. I won't take it to heart." "That's good. We're comrades from now on, so I hope no grudges come between us." Wang Ting gave him a meaningful look before turning to the others. His gaze paused on Marley. There were no expressions on the latter's face, as he merely stared at the ground. "Commander, do you want to say a few words since the entire force is here?" Wei Tong asked. "All right, let me say a few simple words." Wang Ting nodded. He walked onto the platform with Wei Tong and the others in tow. He looked down and saw the 5,000 celestial stage martial warriors properly lined up at ground level. They gave off a thick and ferocious aura, just like a prone wild tiger. Their presence was oppressive. As Wang Ting sized them up, the martial warriors suddenly tapped their feet in unison and greeted him loudly. The ground shook and their voices resounded in the sky. "Commander!" Their aura exploded in full, mixing to blast toward their new leader. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, the combined aura of 5,000 martial warriors was terrifying. A normal martial warrior could pale in front of such pressure, not even daring to speak. Wei Tong and the others stared at Wang Ting. They weren't waiting for him to flounder, but they wanted to see how strong their new commander was. All of them would stay unconvinced if he couldn't resist their collective aura. An opening gambit. That was the welcoming gift the Tiger Strike Force had prepared. It was a common act in any powerful troop. This was a means to display their strength to their superiors, as well as to test the new commander's ability and courage. Peggy and the others were appalled, their faces turning slightly pale as they were shocked by the aura. They looked at Wang Ting in worry. Should the fellow make a fool of himself, he would have a difficult time managing those fierce tigers in the future. He would probably be forced to leave a couple of days later. Such a thing had occurred before. Renowned, powerful troops weren't easy to handle. Wang Ting remained calm under everyone's gazes. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! There was an intense killing intent hidden within the aura, gushing out of his body and charging at the martial warriors below. The 5,000 martial warriors turned pale and their auras collapsed. They were flabbergasted, words getting stuck in their mouth. What a strong aura! Even the deputy regimental commanders couldn't help but take an involuntary step back. They stared at Wang Ting's back in bewilderment. They stood extremely close to their new leader, so they had to withstand a much greater pressure than the martial warriors below. Marley squinted, all his confidence shattering at that moment. He clenched his fists for a long time, but then released them dejectedly. Peggy and the others stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. Although they weren't experiencing the aura blast, they noticed the change in expressions on everyone's faces. He managed to suppress 5,000 celestial stage martial warriors on his own. What kind of concept was that? They felt that what they knew of Wang Ting wasn't deep enough. It barely scratched the surface. That wasn't an aura that a normal martial warrior could have. It was likely that not even a Cosmos stage martial warrior would have that capability. What did he go through? Wang Ting would be rendered speechless if he knew what was going through their minds. They were thinking too much. He didn't go through any special experiences. He had just collected more bubbles. The new leader kept on releasing his aura for some time. There was no sign of it dispersing anytime soon. Everyone realized that the tides had turned. At first, they were the ones testing Wang Ting, but now, he was the one testing them. Wei Tong and the others looked at one another with forced smiles. Wang Ting then gave the group a smile of approval and said, "Not bad." Once he said that, the pressure above everyone's heads disappeared as if it never existed. Everyone heaved sighs of relief. Then, they felt a little helpless. They were only not bad in the eyes of their new commander? Wei Tong and the others felt troubled as well. Their new commander was too powerful, so much so that they couldn't raise their heads. Hua Qiao was entirely convinced, finally understanding the power gap between them. It wasn't just his ability. He would never be able to create such pressure. Everyone looked at Wang Ting with admiration and respect. Chapter 1262 Out for Battle, Tiger Strike Force. Wang Ting knew he had achieved his objective when he saw the change in everyone's gazes. They had tried to ruffle his feathers. The Tiger Strike Force had never experienced a beating. Wang Ting flashed a mental smirk while still showing a calm expression. He looked at everyone and said, "I'm very glad to be able to command the Tiger Strike Force. Am satisfied to experience your spirit today. You didn't disappoint me." Hua Qiao and the others were speechless. They felt that the Tiger Strike Force was being looked down upon. Their leader had just said that he was satisfied. His expression was too calm, making it look like he was complimenting an ordinary squad, not the renowned Tiger Strike Force. None of them refute him, though. Wang Ting had the capital to act in such a manner. Their pride was shattered in the face of absolute strength. Wang Ting said slowly, "I'm an easygoing person. I will reward those who are worthy while giving due punishment to those who deserve it. I won't be stingy either. If the credit is yours, it's yours. I won't take any of it away from you, and I would never bother to do so. But, if anyone does something wrong, don't blame me for being unkind. So, everyone, please don't cross my bottom line." The last sentence sent chills to the crowd. They looked at his calm face and compared him to the rumors. It wasn't easy to deal with someone who had the power to be ruthless to Deputy Regimental Commander Hua Qiao. At this moment, they truly saw their new commander as a strong person. None of them dared to underestimate him. "That is all. From now on, we will be comrades. We will drink, eat, and bleed together." Wang Ting smiled. The atmosphere on the field relaxed a little. Wang Ting waved his hand and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, disperse. There will be a mission later. Go back and prepare." "Mission?" Huichia and the others were surprised. However, none of them attempted to probe further since Wang Ting didn't say much. "Commander, let us show you around the place." Deputy Regimental Commander Jira smiled. "Let's leave that for later. The higher-ups have given me orders to recover the fallen 13th front line once I take over as commander," Wang Ting said in a deep voice. The 13th front line. Huichia and the others were stunned. No wonder. I saw Raging Bear and Red Scorpion squads setting off 2 days ago. Almost all of the main forces have gone to the front lines, Fenggang said. I heard we lost 3 of our front lines. It matches the number, Jira commented. Great, it's time for the Tiger Strike Force to shine again. Wei Tong rubbed his palms excitedly. Commander, please give us your orders quickly. We're already 2 days behind. Huichia, Marley, and the others looked over. Their eyes were filled with battle thirst, clearly ready for action. Let's get ready then. Wang Ting smiled. Yes, well, gather the teams immediately. Wei Tong was agitated. Damn, we must give the dark apparitions a good beating this time. How long will it take? Wang Ting asked. About half a day, Fenggang replied. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. Oh right, include my subordinates as well. They will be participating in this mission. Huichia and the others had already noticed Peggy's group and guessed his commander's intent. They only hesitated for a bit before agreeing to it. The newly arrived martial warriors weren't weak, and would be considered good fighters amongst the celestial stage martial warriors present. Furthermore, they had experienced many battles under Wang Ting, and probably had been acknowledged by the latter. On top of that, Wang Ting had just assumed the commander role, and it was but a small request. They were willing to do him a favor. And so, the matter of Peggy and the others joining the Tiger Strike Force was settled with just one sentence. The deputy regimental commanders left in a hurry. The entire Tiger Strike Force began to gather quickly. Peggy and the others were also incorporated into the Tiger Strike Force, forming a small team of their own with Arwen as captain. Peggy still acted as Wang Ting's adjutant. Time passed quickly. Half a day went by just as Fenggang estimated. In fact, not even half a day had passed for everyone to be prepared and ready to go, assembling on the field once again. Red Scorpion, Raging Bear, and Tiger Strike Force were well-known and intensely competitive military squad. Since all of them had been deployed, they had to compete for superiority. How would they compare? It depended on who fought the most beautiful battle with the least number of casualties, and the fastest to complete their missions. Red Scorpion and Raging Bear had departed 2 days earlier, and virtually the whole Tiger Strike Force was anxious. All they wanted was to head to the 13th front line. Wang Ting was wearing the commander's special battle armor. The majestic tiger on his chest seemed to be roaring to the skies. He took to the air and floated in front of all the martial warriors of the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone, this is my first battle acting as the Tiger Strike Force's commander. There is no room for failure, and we must fight splendidly. Wang Ting's calm voice wasn't loud, but it echoed in the sky and reached everyone's ears clearly. Tiger Strike, victory! Tiger Strike, victory! Tiger Strike, victory! Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. 5,000 martial warriors shouted in unison. Their voices echoed in the sky, and their morale was sky-high. It was the first time for Arwen and the others. Their blood boiled with enthusiasm when they felt such camaraderie. They joined in the shouting. Wang Ting looked at the members of the Tiger Strike Force and understood the origin of their name. One of the corners of his mouth rose a bit, making a smile. May martial arts flourish. Let's go. Everyone boarded the Tiger Strike Force's dedicated battlecraft that was docked at the side according to their teams. Tiger Strike 8. There were a total of 50 vessels, and each could fit 100 people. Those ships were considered small, more suitable for internal operations on the planet. Tiger Strike 8's body was dark red, and was equipped with a large amount of heavy weaponry. You could see a cannon in every direction. It had a ferocious appearance, like a terrifying war monster. Wang Ting and the deputy regimental commanders set sail on the main battlecraft, which was escorted by a squadron as they headed toward the 13th front line. The 50 ships turned into streaks of red light and disappeared into the horizon. It was a scene that drew the attention of a large number of martial warriors as they looked up. Look at the logo. It's the Tiger Strike Force. There's more than 50 of them. Were their entire forces dispatched? They're heading toward the fallen 13th front line. Are they going to recover it? The Tiger Strike Force should be under the command of that new fellow, Major Wang Ting. I don't know if they'll succeed. I hope everything goes well. Many people already knew about the change in the Tiger Strike Force. Everyone was worried and hopeful when they saw them mobilize. Many knew about Wang Ting's achievements, especially when he returned from the third front line. His reputation was definitely on the rise, yet he still was a newcomer and had no experience in leading a squad. It was natural for people to worry. Di Qi was standing in front of his team. He had almost recovered and was about to go on a new mission. The previous deployment had a great impact on him, especially when he saw that Wang Ting had already started to take command of the Tiger Strike Force. It was impossible for him not to envy him. Di Qi was feeling troubled at the moment. He entered the military much earlier than Wang Ting and made a lot of contributions. Still, Wang Ting overtook him in the end. The latter's status in the military was much higher than his now. It was embarrassing. He had rejected Wang Ting's invitation to join the Tiger Strike Force. There was his own pride, and he wanted to rely on his own strength to gain more power, to later catch up with Wang Ting again. He looked up to the sky and watched the Tiger Strike Force setting off. He seemed to make out Wang Ting's figure as well. After taking a deep breath, he murmured in his heart, "Wang Ting, you have to fight splendidly in this battle. Don't let others take you lightly." "Captain, should we set off?" a martial warrior asked. "Yes, let's go." Di Qi retracted his gaze and boarded the battlecraft before soaring into the sky. At the top of the buildings where Veblen's laboratory was located, Moira stood at the edge of their building and looked at the sky. "If you're worried, why don't you send him off?" said an approaching voice behind her. "Master." Moira saw Veblen walking over and smiled. "I'm not worried, I just came out to get some air." "Lies." Veblen shook his head and looked into the sky. "There's nothing to be worried about, though. That kid is cunning as a fox and as strong as a demon. The battle won't stop him." "Master, you think highly of him." "So. Veblen pouted. "I just haven't seen anyone as interesting as him in a long time." "Is it okay to let him go to the Light Velvet Planet?" Moira asked. "Actually, I hope he can help the Light Velvet race." "I was right all along." Moira smiled. "You clever little devil." Veblen laughed. Back in the Central Command building, a smile appeared on General Cameron's serious face as he looked up. "This brat, he's finally willing to go." He gave Wang Ting 3 days to prepare. At first he thought that the boy wouldn't be able to sit still on the first day, ending up rushing to the 13th front line. He didn't expect him to really hold out till the last day. Wang Ting was really calm. The man just didn't know if the young fellow would give him a surprise. Adjutant Song stood next to General Cameron and was surprised when he noticed his leader's expression. "It looks like General Cameron thinks highly of Major Wang Ting. How's the situation with Red Scorpion and Raging Bear?" General Cameron asked. "Both squads have reached the 9th and 17th front line respectively, and had their first wave of attack. However, they failed to break through the Dark Apparition's defenses," Adjutant Song replied hurriedly. "Keep paying attention to this. Report as soon as possible if there's any news." General Cameron nodded and went back to his office with a blank expression. Chapter 1263 Lightning Ground. The 13th Front Line. The place was located in the northwest region of the number 29 defense planet, right on top of a canyon. It was a strategic location to stop the invasion of dark apparitions. The location was easy to defend but hard to invade. However, the 13th front line fell after holding on for half a day during the previous war. Many reinforcements were sent but to no avail. Many martial warriors died there, staining the canyon with their blood. Most of the forces managed to retreat in time, but the losses were heavy. The canyon was formerly known as the Ongoro Grand Canyon before the number 29 defense planet was invaded by dark apparitions. It was a beautiful and majestic holiday destination. However, it was currently drenched in blood. The soil and rocks turned a black-brown color, giving off a thick stench. Once the dark apparitions overran that defense line, a large number of their low-ranking specters started wandering around the canyon, expanding their territory. 6,000 meters away, 50 battlecrafts stopped and observed the 13th defense line from afar. Wang Ting and his deputy regimental commander stood in front of the control panel. The defense line status was being displayed there. Images kept changing, showing everyone present a clear picture of the current condition. The atmosphere in the battlecraft tensed up. There are at least 70,000 low-rank dark apparitions, Huichia said grimly. Those are just low-ranked apparitions. The powerful ones are hiding inside the base, Deputy Wei Tong added. Based on the available information, the high-rank members roaming this defense line are of the vampire type, of low-tier Devil Emperor stage. No mid-tier Devil Emperors have been detected, Deputy Jira explained. Low-tier Devil Emperor. Wang Ting was surprised. Are you sure this defense base was overtaken by low-tier Devil Emperors? What stage was the commander in charge of this base? Yes, they're just low-tier Devil Emperors. This is the video feed of the battle. It was sent back to the base just in time. You can take a look. Deputy Jira tapped on the screen and a video started playing. An intense battle appeared before Wang Ting. The latter watched it carefully. His gaze landed on a vampire being with a powerful aura. Just from the video reference, he could tell it was low-tiered. Furthermore, the previous commander of the 13th front line, Lu Gaoga, had verbally expressed his opponent's ability. However, its battle ability was terrifying, managing to hold the commander back during the final explosive stage. It had to be noted that Lu Gaoga was a Heaven Stage martial warrior, only at the beginner level but Heaven Stage no less. Even so, the low-tier Devil Emperor managed to force him to retreat. This showed how powerful the dark apparition was. Huichia and the others became more serious after seeing the video. Major General Lu Gaoga was powerful, but he had no advantages when facing the dark apparition. It was likely that neither of them would be a match if they encountered the being. Well, they would probably have a chance to hold him back if the 5 deputies acted at the same time. However, that wasn't the only one of them. It would be unrealistic to have the 5 deputies handle a single low-tier Devil Emperor. Suddenly, they remembered that they had a monster on their side too. Their ally was even more astonishing than the other in comparison. That low-tier vampire dark apparition had fought a Heaven Stage martial warrior, yet Wang Ting killed a mid-tier Devil Emperor, while being a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Huichia and the others looked at Wang Ting. They went to study his battle at the 3rd front line, only to conclude he was indeed powerful. It wasn't a battle won by luck. Why are y'all looking at me? Wang Ting was analyzing the battle video when he noticed his deputies staring at him. Cough. Wei Tong coughed awkwardly and asked, "Commander, can you tackle that dark apparition? Are y'all planning to make me handle him on my own?" Wang Ting felt speechless. "Commander, you're very powerful. A low-tier Devil Emperor will be a piece of cake for you," Huichia said. "I highly suspect that you're taking revenge." Wang Ting glanced at him from the corner of his eye. "No, am not that kind of person," Huichia replied with a poker face. "I don't believe you." Wang Ting rolled his eyes. He didn't know that the stern-looking fellow could lie with a straight face. He had the wrong impression of him. You can't judge a book by its cover. "Commander, I think you can deal with that apparition with the ultimate move you used in the third front line, Phone Gang said. Phone Gang, do you think our commander can't handle that vampire dark apparition? Deputy Jira laughed. Huh? What do you mean? Phone Gang was confused. Our commander is just being humble, the tall and muscular Wei Tong said with a chuckle. There was a smart glimmer in his eyes. Phone Gang was speechless. Am I the only one who believed it? Stupid, Marley said indifferently. Phone Gang didn't mind. He glanced at Wang Ting bitterly. All right, I'll take care of that vampire apparition. Wang Ting hurriedly shifted his eyes away. He couldn't handle the deadly glare of a middle-aged man. That being the case, we'll have time to tackle the rest of the low-tier devil emperors, Wei Tong said. Before taking action, we need to come up with a plan. Charging straight to clash with the deputy regimental commanders isn't a smart decision, Deputy Jira said. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. He turned and spoke to Peggy, who had been quiet thus far. Peggy, come and join our discussion. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks me? Peggy had barely entered the Tiger Strike Force, and her contribution slate was clean. She was indeed Wang Ting's adjutant, but she was still a newbie. That is why she had not attempted to butt in the conversation. She was equally shocked and touched when she heard Wang Ting calling her over. He was clearly giving her a chance to perform. Jira, Huaqiao, and the others realized his intention. Hence, they gave her a knowing look when they saw Peggy's approach. Wei Tong and Phone Gang even gave Wang Ting an ambiguous smile. They were stunned by her beauty at their first meeting. She was like a snow flower blooming in winter, elegant, refined, and beautiful. Her cold aura prevented people from getting close, but their desire to conquer this ice queen was aroused. Any man would love such a lady. She was a rare breed in the military. No wonder Wang Ting kept her close. Wei Tong and the other men were envious, feeling that they had squandered their time in the military. How could they not know of such a beauty? What's with that gaze? Wang Ting glared at his subordinates. Peggy also noticed their expressions. A tinge of red appeared on her white ears. Cough, let's get back to business. Jira coughed and saved Peggy from the embarrassment. Right, let's get back to business, Wei Tong agreed readily. Everyone retracted their gazes, not daring to look at her anymore. If Wang Ting got angry, he could deliberately make things hard for them. Peggy turned serious. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. Then, she tapped on the screen and an image appeared. Everyone looked at her curiously, wondering what she was thinking. I did some research on the Ongoro Grand Canyon prior to this meeting. The local weather has changed for some reason, turning the entire canyon into a lightning ground every 3 months. Lightning strikes gather in this area, Peggy explained. Everyone seemed to understand what she meant. So? Jira asked with interest. This adjutant isn't a brainless beauty. Wang Ting smiled. He sat down on the host seat and gave Peggy a look of encouragement. Good job. As expected of my person. The dark apparitions fear lightning. We can make use of the lightning to catch the dark apparitions off guard. This way we can be victorious with less effort, Peggy said firmly. Her confidence grew after seeing Wang Ting's gaze. This is a good idea. Deputy Jira looked at Wang Ting and smiled. We'll need to build a large-scale lightning array if we want to attract more lightning. The array must be powerful or it will explode with the pressure from all that lightning. How strong is the lightning there? Wang Ting asked. Based on past records, we'll need a 5th-rank Grandmaster level lightning array, Peggy replied instantly. She had made ample preparations. Wang Ting nodded and asked, Good. Does anyone have any questions? 5th-rank Grandmaster level? I wonder if the Rune Master in our force can handle this. Jira hesitated. Let them try. If they can't, I'll do it, Wang Ting replied indifferently. You! Huaqiao and the others stared at him in surprise. I forgot to tell you that I have some understanding of runes and managed to become a Grandmaster, Wang Ting replied casually. Some understanding? Everyone was astounded. It's the Grandmaster level. Not everyone could become one. His attitude was a little too light-hearted. Peggy looked at Wang Ting speechlessly. She came up with the plan, but she didn't know that Wang Ting was a Rune Grandmaster. This was too hard to believe. She wondered what other surprises Wang Ting had for her. "Commander, are you kidding?" Wei Tong asked with uncertainty. "Look at my face. Don't I look serious?" Wang Ting asked. Not really," Wei Tong replied honestly. "Go away." Wang Ting kicked him angrily. "Is he blind? Can't he see how serious I am?" Wei Tong felt wronged. He was being honest and he got kicked. What's more, he couldn't dodge. How pitiful. Everyone burst out laughing. "All right, go and make preparations." Wang Ting waved his hands. "Yes." Everyone was quick to reply. Setting up the array wasn't an issue, since Wang Ting was a Rune Grandmaster. That piece of news gave them much confidence. Chapter 1264 Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array. Every 3 months, the Ongoro Grand Canyon would become a land of lightning. Bolts would fall from the sky and gather in the canyon, making the entire area an electrical forbidden zone. However, the lightning wouldn't exist forever. It would gradually dissipate after 4 or 5 days. What Wang Ting wanted to do was seize that window of opportunity. 2 months and 27 days had passed since the previous lightning storm. This meant that he only had 3 to 4 days to set up the array. It was precisely because of the timing that Peggy made the suggestion. However, 3 days was a bit short. Setting up a Grandmaster-level rune array in 3 days was too hasty. Still, there was no other way. They could only try their best to complete it. Suppressing the dark apparitions with the help of rune arrays was definitely a huge advantage. They couldn't just give up like that. Being an elite squad, the Tiger Strike Force was well equipped and staffed. There were at least 10 rune masters in their rank. The 10 rune masters gathered in front of Wang Ting at the moment. They already knew the reason why they were summoned. They would be tasked with setting up a 5th-rank Grandmaster-level rune array to suppress the dark apparitions. In all honesty, they found it hard to believe when they heard the decision. Asking a group of rune masters to complete a 5th-rank Grandmaster-level rune array was a bit too much for them. Even a 1st-rank Grandmaster-level array would be extremely difficult for them. Their success rate would be less than 10%. Gorling and the others endured headaches the time Wang Ting and Gorlin set up the 1000 Thunder Annihilation Array, and it wasn't even a Grandmaster work. Back then, Gorlin was about to reach the Grandmaster level and was an accomplished individual overall. In the end, it was barely completed by gathering the power of all the rune masters from the Xingwu continent. Of course, Wang Ting helped out a lot. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been that simple. Sending 10 rune masters to complete a 5th-rank Grandmaster level array was a joke. It didn't even matter if they had grown up in the universe and had great accomplishments in their fields, being better than Gorlin and the others. A master and a Grandmaster were worlds apart. Jira and the others didn't know the difference between those ranks. They even thought that tasking those 10 rune masters to complete a 5th-rank Grandmaster level rune array was valid. However, those experts were well aware of their capabilities. They really couldn't do something like that. The rune masters were silenced by exasperation. They were still a bit timid when facing their new commander. Moreover, it was their first mission with him. If they said no, it was equivalent to slapping his face. Wang Ting wouldn't beat them to their deaths, would he? Wang Ting looked around and said, "The purpose of bringing everyone here is to set up the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array." Such an array was one of the few of the lighting kind he had just found in the Secondary Career Alliance. The array was able to condense the power of lightning and turn into thousands of lightning swords before raining down on their enemies. That kind of power was simply terrifying. In terms of attack power, the array was placed first amongst the 5th-rank Grandmaster level rankings. When Wang Ting did things, he would always do his best. Otherwise, he wouldn't even act. That was why he chose the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array without any hesitation. What? Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array. The Rune Masters were astonished when they heard the name. Although they hadn't seen it before, they had heard that it was one of the most difficult among arrays of 5th-ranked Grandmaster level. They mainly knew about it because of its reputation. Wang Ting actually wanted to set up such a complicated rune array. They suddenly wanted to cry. Too difficult. It's too difficult. Those who were clueless were the terrifying ones. They really wanted to complain, but they didn't dare to when they saw Wang Ting's calm face. This new commander was quite fierce. Only one of the rune masters showed a different expression. He was a little anxious. He took a step back and hid behind the group, as if trying to avoid Wang Ting's sight. The latter glanced over and saw him, then frowned. That rune master over there, have we met somewhere before? The eluded trembled all over and stood up awkwardly with a bitter face. Grandmaster Wang Ting. Grandmaster Wang Ting? The other rune masters looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. They then looked at the rune master who spoke. Isn't he the commander? Why is he now a grandmaster? Everyone was confused. They hadn't realized what was going on. Is Master too nervous that he spoke wrongly? He's so young. How's it possible that he's a grandmaster? So it was you, Wang Ting said. That was the rune master he had met when he first went to the Great Qian planet to participate in the Grandmaster level assessment of the Secondary Career Alliance. Moreover, he had a little feud with Master Fan Taining and wanted to give him some trouble when he learned that Wang Ting was brought over by his rival. Turns out he targeted the wrong person. Later, he immediately packed his things and ran when he heard that Wang Ting had passed 3 Grandmaster assessments, fearing that Wang Ting would make life difficult for him. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, as reality would have it, Wang Ting had already forgotten about him. He wouldn't bother about a mere rune master. Meanwhile, Master Pittman arrived at the number 29 defense planet after leaving the Great Qian planet and even joined the Tiger Strike Force as a rune master. Although the region was dangerous, he was treated better when compared to other places. Pittman was also ambitious. He was hoping to gain some accomplishments so he could reach the Grandmaster level sooner. If he attained his goal, Wang Ting would be unable to move against him, even if he returned to the Great Qian planet. If both were Grandmasters, the Secondary Career Alliance would also provide him with enough protection, and he would have the confidence to stand in front of Wang Ting. Who would have thought that he would still bump into the fellow after going to such a remote place? He wasn't a Grandmaster yet. It wasn't enough. His heart sank the moment Wang Ting recognized him. He was finished. Wang Ting still had the upper hand on the defense planet number 29. Being the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, Wang Ting had ways to deal with him. Master Pittman seems to be afraid of me? Wang Ting smiled lightly. No, no. Cold sweat broke out on Pittman's forehead. All right. I won't give you any trouble for such a trivial matter. Wang Ting shook his head and didn't bother about him. If anyone has any suggestions or ideas, please speak freely. Pittman heaved a sigh of relief, although he still felt a little bitter. He was thinking too much. He was the clown. Grandmaster Wang Ting didn't even care about him. Everyone exchanged glances when they heard Wang Ting's words. Commander, are you really a Grandmaster? A rune master asked. That's right. I'll be the main person setting up the array. All of you will be supporting me. Wang Ting nodded. Gasp! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Good, good. They would just be there for support. Although Wang Ting's identity shocked them, it was still a good thing to have a Grandmaster present. Otherwise, they would really be embarrassed later. Huaqia and the others realized they had the wrong impression when overhearing the conversation between Wang Ting and the Rune Masters. A 5th-rank Grandmaster level array wasn't that easy to complete. Even if 10 Rune Masters joined forces, it would be useless. They were very fortunate since Wang Ting was a Grandmaster. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know where to start to set it up. There was only one Grandmaster on defense planet number 29. He was stationed at the main base, and it was impossible for him to offer help. Peggy was also a little surprised. Although she checked the information in advance and knew that the 5th-rank Grandmaster level rune array could accommodate the lightning storm's power, she didn't know how difficult it was to prepare. Her idea would have been just empty talk without Wang Ting present. "All right, that is all. Everyone will follow me to scout the terrain and prepare to set up the rune array," Wang Ting ordered. "Roger," the 10 rune masters quickly responded. Regardless of whether Wang Ting was the Tiger Strike Force's commander or a Grandmaster, none of the rune masters dared to show the slightest neglect. "Commander, do you need us to tag along?" Deputy Jira asked worriedly. To reach the canyon, Wang Ting's group would have to pass by the 13th front line. They would be surrounded by dark apparitions if discovered. "No. It's easier for me to tackle them on my own. Movement will be affected if there's too many people," Wang Ting said, "and I need all of you here to take charge. There cannot be any problems." "Understood." Huachia and the others nodded. Wang Ting stopped there and led the rune masters quietly as they lurked towards the Ongoro Grand Canyon. In the eyes of Huachia and the others, Wang Ting seemed to have disappeared completely. Even his aura was concealed. They couldn't detect his position at all. They looked at each other with eyes full of shock. They were worried about Wang Ting's safety for nothing. Given his capabilities, he could freely come and go as he wished. Wang Ting, on the other hand, didn't know what they were thinking. He was already in the middle of the Ongoro Grand Canyon with the Rune Masters. He completely concealed the group's collective aura to avoid being detected by the dark apparitions. There were many low-rank dark apparitions in the canyon, but they weren't a threat to them. Wang Ting didn't kill them, merely ordering the Rune Masters to avoid them and complete their respective tasks, letting sleeping dogs lie. After some observation, everyone chose a suitable place and immediately began setting up the array. Wang Ting was responsible for the array's core, while the rest were in charge of the inscriptions on the edge. It wasn't a difficult thing for them. On top of that, their leader would take some time to check on their progress and sometimes point out their mistakes, which greatly reduced the difficulty. The Rune Masters felt greatly benefited by the experience. It was rare for them to receive pointers from a Grandmaster. Most of them were just ordinary Rune Masters without any background, never encountering Grandmasters in their daily lives. It was all thanks to the Tiger Strike Force that they were able to receive guidance from an expert. Pittman felt bitter when he finally ascertained the gap between himself and Wang Ting. When it came to runes, the best would take the lead. Wang Ting was young, but his level of attainment was beyond reach. The bitter Rune Master felt that even if he could rise and become a Grandmaster himself, he could never be up to par. Pittman finally believed that Wang Ting wouldn't give him any trouble. He might not even have entered Wang Ting's mind. How could the fellow even think of making trouble for him? 3 days passed in the midst of such intensive preparations. Chapter 1265 Wait. 3 days passed quickly. Without any ruckus, the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword array was completed. The time it took was shorter than expected. Pittman and the other Rune Masters were flabbergasted, finding the situation unbelievable. They had the honor of partaking in the construction of the 5th-rank Grandmaster level array, and experienced how hard it was firsthand. However, the whole process was extremely smooth. So smooth, in fact, that the job was completed before they knew it. The 10 Rune Masters started to view Wang Ting in a different light. Not many Rune Grandmasters had such a level of mastery. Most importantly, he was young. Wang Ting took the Rune Masters back to the battlecraft. Huachia and the others were already waiting for him and quickly approached to greet him. "Commander, how did it go?" Fenggang asked, feeling agitated. The others looked at their leader with anticipation. "It's done. All we have to do is to wait for the lightning to come." Wang Ting stared at the sky and smiled. Everyone felt elated and astounded at the same time. They succeeded. The Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array was an extremely difficult 5th-rank endeavor, with a high failure rate, which had them worrying for the past few days. They only had one chance. If they failed, they would need to fight the dark apparitions face-on. They couldn't wait another 3 months. If that happened, the number of casualties would go beyond their expectations. Fortunately, Wang Ting succeeded. He gained more of their favor this time. That's great. We can give the dark apparitions a huge surprise with this array. Wei Tong sniggered. Prepare yourselves. The lightning will come at any moment, Wang Ting said. Don't worry. Our martial warriors are always ready, Deputy Jira replied. Don't be so tense. The real battle hasn't started, Wang Ting said with a smile. Yes, everyone responded with smiles. The atmosphere became more relaxed. Knowing the array was there gave them much confidence. How's Red Scorpion and Raging Bear? Wang Ting asked. They launched their second wave of attacks over the past few days and destroyed more than 30,000 dark apparitions. The results are striking, Huochia said with shining eyes. Looks like they can't wait anymore. Wang Ting smiled. 3 forces were dispatched together, so competition is inevitable. Marley snorted. They paid a great price too, though. Many of their elite martial warriors were sacrificed. We have better odds of winning, Jira added. Wang Ting nodded. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. It was up to heaven to decide if they could win the battle beautifully. Meanwhile, General Cameron received news of the 3 troops. He knew their progress clearly. I expected Red Scorpion and Raging Bear to act. As for Tiger Strike, General Cameron shook his head. They haven't moved in 3 days. What are they waiting for? The general would not meddle in the 3 forces' battle plans. Hence, he wouldn't ask too much. He only wanted result. But, he was starting to become curious about Wang Ting's plans. Why did he stay put? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Is he afraid? Or does he have other plans? Continue watching them, General Cameron ordered. The latter wasn't the only one. The few generals with real power, including General Yukari, General Chi Yuanju, and General Kimberly, all of them were keeping a close eye on their battles. They were being especially attentive towards the Tiger Strike Force. The new commander, Wang Ting, had great potential. He caught their attention during the fight for commander, so they naturally placed more emphasis on his first mission. They were shocked and puzzled upon learning that the guy had yet to make a move. This made them even more curious and interested. Another day passed. Wang Ting and his subordinates stood on top of their battlecraft, which was parked on the outskirts of the 13th front line. They observed the skies of the Ongoro Grand Canyon. Everything was normal. There were no changes. Lightning had yet to appear. The 5 deputy regimental commanders looked at the sky with a frown. However, they weren't the most nervous of the group. It was Peggy. She was the one who came up with the plan. She would no longer have the face to remain in the Tiger Strike Force if a mistake were to occur. Wang Ting placed a hand on Peggy's shoulder and said calmly, "Don't panic. The lightning's arrival can fluctuate. 3 months is just an estimate. It's normal to have a difference of a few days." "Yes." Peggy took a deep breath and nodded. "Either way, let's get ready to battle and keep our defenses strong. We've been here for a few days. I believe the dark apparitions already know we're here. They're probably waiting for us to let our guard down," Wang Ting added. Huochia and the others were stunned. All their attention was on the array, so they forgot about this matter altogether. This was the best time for the dark apparitions to attack. Everyone waited for lightning to arrive, but the sky remained calm. They could only head back, disappointed. On the 5th day, still no signs of lightning. The atmosphere inside the battlecraft gradually became depressing. Huochia and the others grew restless. News came from Red Scorpion and Raging Bear. Victory! That same morning, the 2 forces broke through the dark apparition ranks and reclaimed the 9th and the 17th front lines. The Red Scorpion force killed more than 80,000 dark apparitions, including 7 low-tier Devil Emperors. They also managed to heavily injure a mid-tier Devil Emperor under the combined effort of their commander and the deputies, forcing the creature to beat a retreat. The Raging Bear force achieved better result. They killed more than 90,000 dark apparitions, including 8 low-tier Devil Emperors, and inflicted heavy injuries on a mid-tier Devil Emperor. Everyone was invigorated when they heard the news. General Cameron was also overjoyed. He gave much praise to the commanders of both forces. After excitement died down, he shifted his gaze to the Tiger Strike Force again. The third force had not moved, not even for a single battle. It was hardly justifiable. Everyone wondered if Wang Ting was afraid, not daring to attack. All kinds of voices rose in an instant. Many generals with real power sent messages to ask about the Tiger Strike situation. Huachia and the others were stressed. They had never been met with such a case since the Tiger Strike Force was formed. They didn't know what to do. "Commander, I've sent our plan to headquarters," Deputy Jira walked over and reported. "Okay." Wang Ting nodded. "Commander, why don't we force our way in?" Wei Tong asked after some deliberation. The others also looked over at their leader. Most of them wanted to barge their way in. Only Huachia and Jira hesitated. They didn't want to give up after waiting for so many days. Chapter 1266. A special breed of dark apparition. Wang Ting didn't launch an attack in the end, and only asked his men to wait patiently. He had a feeling that the lightning would land soon. He specially asked Round Ball to look up the days when lightning fell in the past. The time difference was no more than 5 days. This was in relation to both the before and after timing. It had been 2 days, so the lightning would either show up that day or the following. Wang Ting could afford to wait. It was almost impossible for the lightning not to appear. That is, unless the local weather had a complete change. But weather conditions weren't formed easily. Abrupt changes wouldn't take place. How unlucky would they be if this were to happen? Wang Ting didn't believe he was an unlucky person. "You're really composed." Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It clearly understood what was happening outside, and respected Wang Ting's current calmness for this. Being impatient is pointless. I'm in charge of the lives of all these martial warriors. I can't promise to save all their lives, but I can lower the number of casualties, Wang Ting said indifferently. "What about the criticism from the main base?" Round Ball asked. The little fellow knew that Wang Ting really wanted to fight the battle properly. The assessment from the people monitoring from the main base would affect the likelihood of promotions in the future, and whether he would be able to be seen by the real bosses of the military. It was just a normal battle in the eyes of Red Scorpion and Raging Bear. To Wang Ting, it had a special significance. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't playing along. Wang Ting was at a disadvantage from the start. Not taking the victories from those two groups into account, they could take their time and wait 2 more days as long as they won in the end. But, having those 2 victories pressing down on them, the Tiger Strike Force was under more pressure. Being the commander, Wang Ting received the most pressure. To hell with their criticism. "I'm not afraid of anyone, even if I don't have the backing of the military," said Wang Ting with a snort. Round Ball was stunned. Then it laughed. It felt that Wang Ting was indeed an interesting fellow. The 5th day passed slowly. No lightning appeared even as dusk arrived. The entire Tiger Strike Force was on tenterhooks. There was a growing feeling of insecurity. Concurrently, within the 13th front line, in what was once the commander's office, an exceptionally handsome young man was sitting on the chair. His face was white, so much so that capillaries could be seen underneath. His lips were as red as blood, and 2 fangs were faintly visible on the corners of his lips. It was a high-ranked vampire dark apparition. He twirled the transparent wine glass he was holding, which contained an unknown crimson liquid. The crimson liquid formed a small whirlpool as he moved the glass. The dashing fellow stared at the liquid in his cup. A faint purple-red glow shimmered in his eyes as he lifted the cup to enjoy the succulent drink. Knock, knock, knock. Knocks were heard on the door. The young man frowned. His interest in the liquid was gone, and he said in a cold voice, "Come in." A vampire dark apparition walked in. The latter was also good-looking, but he couldn't be compared to the one in the room. Especially his aura. The vampire dark apparition in the room had an outstanding and noble momentum. He would stand out even if he was thrown into a bunch of his kin. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The new arrival was frightened. He could hear the unhappiness in the other party's tone and knew he had disturbed the latter. Sir Torb, I'm really sorry, said the vampire dark apparition with care and bowing. I will send you to meet our ancestors if you can't give me a satisfactory reason, Torb replied calmly. Cold sweat appeared on the vampire's back. He trembled in fear as he replied, Sir, the humans have been here for 6 days. Shall we splat? Before he finished speaking, a crimson beam of light shot out from Torb's mouth and landed on the other vampire, who instantly melted into a pile of black blood before he could even scream. Idiot! The purple-red glow flickered in Torb's eyes as he mumbled to himself, They're just humans. What's there to be afraid of? Huntington and Joseph have already left. I hope they can hurry up. He got up from his seat and walked to the window. Then, he looked in the direction of the 9th and the 17th front line. On the 6th day, the 5 deputy regimental commanders ran to the top of the battlecraft early in the morning to look at the sky. Hopefully the heavens will send us some lightning soon so we can go home. I mean, so we can fight with the dark apparitions. Only Wang Ting stayed put in his room inside the battlecraft. He only came out slowly at around 9 a.m. Commander, you're really patient. We can't sit still, Wei Tong said bitterly. I would also be impatient if it did any good. Wang Ting chuckled. Everyone was speechless. They didn't know that their new commander would be so composed. Is he a happy-go-lucky person, or does he have plans up his sleeve? Wang Ting didn't care about their expressions. He looked at the sky and closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. He smiled. It's here. The lightning is coming. He could sense lightning power congregating in the sky before him using his lightning talent. Everyone, get in position. I did some calculations and just found that there will be lightning in the afternoon, Wang Ting said. Did some calculations? Huichia and the others exchanged silent looks. They had a terrible urge to curse. Do you think you're a fortune-teller? Can't you be more reliable at a time like this? Commander, don't joke around, said Deputy Jiro with a bitter smile. I'm not joking, Wang Ting replied calmly. Everyone was stunned. They looked into the sky but they couldn't sense anything, because their skills weren't lightning-based. Commander, can you sense the lightning force in your surroundings? Wei Tong exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ting knew they wouldn't believe him unless he gave them some assurance, so he nodded and readily admitted. You can sense it. Wei Tong was flabbergasted. He could not believe it. It was just a casual remark, but Wang Ting had actually admitted it. What did that mean? Wang Ting was a rare lightning element martial warrior. How else would he have the means to sense lightning force? Huichia suddenly remembered that their new leader used a weapon that could harness lightning to defeat him. At first he thought that Wang Ting just had the advantage of having a good weapon, but now it seemed that he did have the ability. Let's inform our men and ask them to make preparations. Everyone was motivated, so they hurried to prepare. Chapter 1267 Activation of the Array, Lightning Sword Congregation. The order cascaded down the ranks. All the martial warriors in the Tiger Strike Force were excited. The battle would finally start. They had waited 6 days for that moment. No one was more agitated than them during those 6 days. The dark apparitions were right in front of them, but they couldn't beat them. It felt as if they were next to a naked beauty, but they couldn't move. There was exasperation, especially after hearing the news of Red Scorpion and Raging Bear's victories. They couldn't sit still anymore. An elite group like the Tiger Strike Force had their own sense of honor. It was an honor forged after years of progression under the lead of numerous commanders. Every member had etched that honor deep into their hearts. That was why they placed such huge importance on this. They wouldn't allow themselves to lose to other forces. Finally, Wang Ting released the order for them to attack after 6 days had passed. Everyone was excited, so they hurried to make the necessary preparations. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, dark clouds started gathering above the skies of the Angoro Grand Canyon. The clouds moved in a strange manner, only gathering above the canyon. The other areas were clear. It's here. It's really here. Huichia and the others looked up excitedly. Wang Ting didn't lie to them. The lightning did arrive in the afternoon. Wang Ting stood on top of the battlecraft and looked at the dark clouds, too. They felt magical. It was said that such a periodic amassing of lightning phenomenon started after a Heaven Stage lightning element martial warrior fought in the area. Back then, the expert released an ultimate attack and forced all the energy to consolidate there. After the battle, the scene would continue to appear every 3 months. What kind of battle technique was able to change nature? Wang Ting couldn't imagine it. He had yet to see a battle technique of the like. He only knew that the ultimate technique was extraordinary and unique. Looks like I can't underestimate any martial warrior. Wang Ting might have the means to sneak an attack against a Heaven Stage martial warrior, but that didn't mean he was unbeatable. He would still be in trouble if he met a truly powerful martial warrior. Wang Ting gave himself a silent warning. The dark clouds continued to gather for half an hour. The entire sky was black, as if the clouds were hanging right above their heads, creating a gloomy atmosphere. Boom! Suddenly, thunder roared, echoing in the sky. Thunder came without a warning. Huichia and the others were shocked by it. Everything was still calm a second prior. The dark clouds were gathering, but there were no signs of lightning. The ominous rumble came out of the blue. It was a scary sound. The thunder itself seemed to be venting a long-repressed anger. However, everyone looked over and there were still no signs of lightning. Wang Ting frowned as the clouds were strange. Fortunately, he could feel the lightning force gathering within them. On the other side, within the 13th front line, Torb walked out of his room and looked up at the sky with a frown. Why did these dark clouds and thunder suddenly appear? Everyone knew that dark apparitions were afraid of lightning. He was a high-ranked being, so he wasn't fearful of lightning. Still, it could suppress his ability to a certain extent. He had an ominous feeling for some reason. "Come in, sir," greeted a vampire apparition respectfully as he ran in. Torb looked at the sky and asked, "Is there anything special about this?" "Sir, this is a special phenomenon that happens once every 3 months. Lightning will gather above the canyon in front of us." "It's not a threat," replied the lesser vampire. "Looks like it's a natural occurrence, given the 3-month period." Torb heaved a sigh of relief. "Be careful with our defense. Pay close attention to those humans. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, yes. Commander, when are we going to take action?" Wei Tong asked excitedly. "Wait." Wang Ting smiled. "We're still waiting?" Wang Ting muttered. Still, he didn't dare to disobey. Huichia and the others smiled. They were no longer restless. Lightning clouds arrived just as their leader predicted, so the battle would start soon. They didn't mind waiting a few more minutes. Boom! Thunder resounded in the sky again. This time, they finally saw the lightning. Silver-white bolts spiraled down the sky like silver pythons. Boom! Boom! Soon, thunder and lightning filled up the entire space before them. Thick bolts of lightning crashed down, striking the Angoro Grand Canyon. The discharges were furious and wild. There were only a few at first, but then a few hundred bolts of lightning struck at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Huichia and the others gasped as they witnessed the scene. Frightening. Extremely terrifying. Hundreds of lightning bolts rained down at once, sending chills down their spines. It was a majestic and terrifying scene. All of them felt that escaping would have been impossible if they were to stand near the dark cloud. Is this the true power of nature? The same question popped up in everyone's hearts. Wang Ting was also shocked. The lightning power was outrageously strong. He remembered the rumor. A heaven stage martial warrior executed some special battle technique and created such a unique sight. Still, it was a good thing. That lightning would have the power to release the mystic heaven lightning sword array's true potential, and he could happily collect some attribute bubbles. There would be many lightning element attributes for him to collect this time. Lightning was reflected in Wang Ting's pupils as he smiled in secret. The dark clouds in the sky covered at least a few thousand meters in radius, forming a majestic and grand scene when the bolts of lightning crashed down. Lightning gathered within the Ongoro Grand Canyon, accumulating and forming a terrifying lightning land. None of the lightning power could be dispersed. Wang Ting felt that the time was ripe, so he flew into the sky and shouted, "Everyone, it's time to witness the miracle." Everyone was excited. They looked at Wang Ting simultaneously. Then, they witnessed how their leader dashed into the lightning storm. Human. Torb noticed Wang Ting's presence in the 13th front line. He stood up and furrowed his brow. He didn't know what the human wanted to do, but he definitely wasn't seeking death by charging into the lightning. "Sir, shall we strike him down?" A vampire approached and asked. "I'll personally go there," Torb said in a cold voice. Boom. The instant he finished speaking, he tapped the ground with his feet and leaped into the sky, cracking the ground with the exerted strength. Wang Ting noticed the dark apparition flying towards him. His gaze turned sharp and he sneered. "You're looking for death. Die." Torb bent his fingers. A blood-red glow was condensed around his hand, forming a sharp claw, then tried clawing at Wang Ting. The latter stopped abruptly, then stared at the sharp claw with a smirk. A calm voice emerged from his throat. "Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array, activate." Boom. Light blossomed around him, a gigantic purple array appearing out of nowhere amid the lightning strikes. Countless lightning bolts turned into sword glows and hovered around Wang Ting. An invisible killing intent was sweeping through the air. The blood-red claw was destroyed by a lightning sword before it could get any closer to Wang Ting. "Oh my God!" Torb squinted. He experienced a sense of danger and his expression changed tremendously and was overcome by bewilderment. Chapter 1268 Blood Crow Ghastly Scale Shield. Dark clouds enveloped the earth. Lightning flashed violently and thunder roared. A round purple array gradually revealed itself amid the lightning. It was humongous. The area covered exceeded the dark clouds in the sky. A terrifying constellation lightning force swarmed over and circled within the array, flowing through all its corners and spinning furiously, forming a tornado in the process. Ring. The ringing of a metal was heard. Lightning gathered into long swords of different sizes, giving off purple sparks and a chilling sword aura. Killing intent filled up the whole array. Torb was appalled. He found this unbelievable. He only knew that the humans wanted to do something, so he went there personally to prevent them from doing anything threatening. The vampire knew that the human leader was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Killing him would be a simple task. However, reality slapped him hard. Who would have thought that his opponent would covertly make such a powerful array? He even trembled when he saw the array working. It was a deadly threat. It felt just like when he faced a superior apparition. The invisible chill made his blood run cold. Bastard! When did he make the array? Why didn't they notice it? Are my people blind? Their opponent created that powerful array right at their doorstep, but no one noticed a thing. Torb's face turned black. He felt like murdering his men. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. The array was the pressing matter. Some distance away, Huichia and the others finally saw the array's true appearance, and were awestruck. No words could express their current emotions. It was so powerful. So this is what a 5th-rank Grandmaster level array looks like. Everyone finally understood the magnitude of such high-tiered arrays. Honestly, those powerful arrays were rare, and it was normal for them to not have seen one before. No wonder Grandmasters have such a high status. One array was enough to affect the result of a battle. Unfortunately, there were very few of them. Not all troops had one. The Tiger Strike Force was extremely lucky to have one in their team. All the martial warriors in the Tiger Strike Force were flabbergasted. They gasped in shock as they stared at the array hovering in the sky. Terrifying. No wonder they held fast for lightning to get there. There was no need to be afraid of the dark apparitions with the leverage of the array. Prior to this, many thought that Wang Ting was afraid, and wouldn't dare to attack. They felt ashamed now, finally understanding their leader's plan. They wished they could bury themselves in a hole. Wang Ting was many levels above them. Pitman and the other rune masters were also looking at the mystic Heaven Lightning Sword array in the sky. Their gazes were intense, with hearts filled with excitement. That was the 5th-rank Grandmaster level array they had created together. Their contributions were minimal, but they still had a strong feeling of accomplishment. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, this would probably be the sole opportunity for many of them to partake in the creation of an array at the Grandmaster level. Most of them would stagnate eventually, never reaching that level, no matter how hard they tried. That was the brutal truth. However, Wang Ting had given them the chance to be part of the making. It would be something worth boasting for the rest of their lives. The sense of achievement felt stronger after witnessing the array's frightening power firsthand. They weren't the only ones who felt astounded. Even the dark apparitions who overtook the 13th front line were stunned. Then, a huge commotion ensued. Fear was spreading. All the dark apparitions were afraid. They stared in shock at the frightening array above them. Could anyone tell us why there's a terrifying array above us? Should we run? No. If we run away now, Sir Torb would kill us first. The cowering apparitions remembered how brutal their superior was. They forcefully suppressed their urge to escape. Torb was glaring at Wang Ting right then. The constellation dark force within him surged out frantically to resist the lightning power outside. Thousands of lightning swords were continuously radiating a sharp sword aura. The leading vampire felt that he was sitting on a bed of needles. Torb asked, "Human, who are you?" From Defense Planet Number 29, Commander of the Tiger Strike Force. Wang Ting. Wang Ting floated amongst the lightning and replied calmly to the vampire apparition before him. He recognized the creature. It was the one who had defeated the previous commander of the 13 front line, conquering their base. That vampire dark apparition gave him a different feeling, with an aura exceeding any of the normal vampire kind. His nobility was innate, just like nobles in human society. They were superior and looked down on everything and everyone. He also gave off an extremely pure dark aura. Other vampire auras seemed murky in comparison. They seemed to be entirely different forces. You want to recapture the 13th front line? Torb scoffed. Do you have a problem with that? Wang Ting asked calmly. Torb glanced at Wang Ting contemptuously and replied, You won't be able to get it back while I'm around. He wanted to stall for time so he could observe the array and find a weakness. But Wang Ting didn't give him the chance. Are you done? Asked Wang Ting, tilting his head. Torb frowned. The human's indifference sparked his anger for some reason. He felt humiliated. He was a celebrated noble among vampires, an owner of the purest blood with high status. How could this human offend me? If you're done, you can go back to your Darkland. Wang Ting remained composed and raised his hand forcefully. Then, he pointed at Torb. Ring. A crisp sound was heard all of a sudden, accompanied by thunderous roars. The gathered constellation lightning force started to become restless, tossing and turning violently within the array. Sharp blade marks cut through the air, forming clear lines in the sky. Boom! Thousands of lightning swords flew in Torb's direction, lightning sparks crackling around them and leaving a trail of light as they plummeted toward the dark apparition below like torrential rain. Damn it! Torb's pupils turned into pinpoints. He acted with determination, immediately raising his arms as if holding up the sky. Blood Crow ghastly scale shield. Crow's calls were heard after his angry howl. A dark red light shone around the noble, turning into a murder of blood crows. They gathered around his hand, forming a hideous and savage-looking red shield. Chapter 1269 Blood Crow Clone, Lightning Purgatory. 1 Boom. Lightning swords came crashing down the moment Torb was condensing a blood-colored shield, engulfing it. The lightning swords weren't only rushing towards the vampire leader, it was also aimed at the dark apparitions below. The dark apparitions had no idea that Wang Ting could attack them while facing Torb. The lightning sword was extremely fast, immediately flashing in front of their heads in just a short period of time. It was already too late when they realized what was happening, and could only watch as the lightning swords grew in size. No! Countless creatures roared unwillingly and channeled their dark force out of their bodies in a bid to resist the falling lightning swords. However, most of them were unable to withstand the incoming rush of power. Their defenses were broken by the lightning swords directly, nailing their bodies to the ground. Endless screams could be heard. Sword aura erupted from the lightning swords and tore apart their bodies, destroying all the dark constellation force within. Arm-wide cracks appeared on the ground, formed by the falling swords. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed continuously in the sky. It was a magnificent scene. Over in the distance, all the Tiger Strike Force members kept their eyes peeled, astonished by the sight. Too powerful. The dark apparitions had no power to resist the array. There was a lapse of joy in everyone's hearts. If this went on, the majority of their enemies would be wiped out without having to take action. Victory was basically a cinch. At this moment, a roar came from the sky. Roar. Torb's blood-colored shield was already up, but the lightning sword bombardment had pushed it back 100 meters. The noble was in a difficult position. Meanwhile, Wang Ting was staring at the shield in amazement. That shield is good. It was actually able to block attacks from the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword array. Human, you are courting death. Rage swelled up in Torb, feeling utter humiliation. He glared at the human leader with eyes full of killing intent. Wang Ting hooked his fingers at him and shouted loudly, "Come and kill me!" Boom. Torb's handsome face became ferocious and twisted in an instant. A pair of massive wings grew on his back. He suddenly disappeared from where he stood with a single wing flap. This is a little interesting. Surprise flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. He moved towards the void and shot a sword flow with condensed lightning. Clang! Torb reappeared and looked grim, holding a dark red sword to block Wang Ting's attack. His movements were predicted. Die! A bright sword glow erupted from Torb's sword and an evil sword aura flew out, smashing the lightning sword into pieces. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he controlled the array, continuously forming lightning swords to bombard the vampire. There were too many lightning swords. Torb was too tired to deal with them, and he was completely unable to approach the human. Swoosh! Suddenly, he couldn't dodge in time, and a lightning sword left a gash on one of his arms, blood splattering. Torb's expression was getting worse as he looked at the wound. There was lightning force around it, which tried to infiltrate his body. Lightning force had a strong restraining effect on dark apparitions. He deeply felt the impact. Come again. Wang Ting didn't give him time to breathe as he kept swarming the vampire with lightning swords. Swoosh! 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 Streaks of purple sword glow continued to flash across Torb's body, leaving their mark. The damaged places were scorched black. It was the unique effect caused by being exposed to lightning. Over in the distance, Huichia and the others were in disbelief as they paid attention to the battle. Feng Gang swallowed his saliva and asked, "Is that really the dark apparition that defeated General Lu Gaoga?" "I think so." Wei Tong was uncertain. The contrast was so stark that they couldn't believe it. General Lu Gaoga was a heaven-stage martial warrior. Him being defeated was an indication of the vampire's frightening power. But now, he was helpless against Wang Ting's attacks. The latter was indeed relying on the array's power, but that was also one of his moves. They could see how mighty their leader was. "I don't know if the commander can defeat this dark apparition," Deputy Jira said. "It's hard to say. The vampire is in a tough spot right now, but it's not gravely injured. Those are just shallow wounds. The guy is looking for a chance to counterattack." Huichia shook his head. Everyone's expression became solemn upon realizing the fact. "When do we make a move?" Marley asked after a while. "Wait for the commander's orders." "It's not time yet," Huichia replied. Boom. Thunder resounded in the sky, but it couldn't drown out a louder sound. A figure was blasted back again by the lightning, Torb. He was panting heavily and wanted to vomit blood. He kept scanning the enemy, wanting to find Wang Ting's flaws. "Come on, try harder. Maybe you can get close to me." Wang Ting beckoned with hand again. Torb trembled with rage, clearly infuriated. "This human is too despicable. I really want to hack him to death." Boom. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he took a deep breath. A powerful aura then surged from his body. He couldn't wait a moment longer. Chapter 12 70 Blood Crow Clone, Lightning Purgatory. 2. I have to kill this loathsome human. Endless dark red light appeared out of nowhere and swarmed towards the long sword in his hand, forming a blade-like glow a few hundred meters in length. The giant image of a blood crow appeared behind the sword glow. It stared intently at Wang Ting with its crimson eyes, then spread its wings and gave an agonizing and shrill cry. Wang Ting started to feel dizzy because of the bird call. His spirit seemed to be stimulated by it. "Humph!" Wang Ting snorted. The 9 treasures pagoda in his mind space shone brightly and repelled the evil spiritual fluctuations. Then, he raised a finger. Numerous lightning swords flew towards him and formed a humongous sword glow behind him. The sword glow was enormous. Its tip pointed straight at the sky, to stab the thick dark clouds. Lightning flashed around it like dragons circling the sword. Torb squinted when he saw this. However, there was no turning back. There was nowhere he could hide since he was within the array. The only choice was to take the attack head-on. He gritted his teeth. Red light shot out from his body and rushed towards his long sword. The dark red light around the sword turned even more terrifying. Roar! He bellowed in anger once he couldn't take the pressure anymore, and swung the sword down violently to attack the human. "Have a taste of my giant sword." Wang Ting didn't look down on the attack. He lifted his finger and the purple sword glow behind him was shot. There were 100 lightning swords condensed in the attack, making it a few hundred times more powerful. Boom! The 2 sword glows collided in midair. Frightening force fluctuations swept through the sky. Explosions rang and all noises were drowned out. Everyone had a temporary hearing loss. The earth seemed to have turned silent. The red and purple sword glows crashed and corroded the other. Frightening sword auras erupted continuously. They were at a standstill. Everyone stared at the scene in a daze with mouths agape, having forgotten to close them. Huichia and the other deputy regimental commander stared at the center of the collision intently. They were equally astounded and worried. Can our commander defeat the dark apparition? After some time passed, crack! The clear sound of something breaking was heard. Everyone stared at the point of collision with wide eyes. Cracks appeared on both sword glows and they were spreading at an extremely fast speed. Lines covered both weapons instantly. Boom! The next moment, the two sword glows shattered, turning into droplets of light that rained down. An oppressive residual force was gushed out. A bottomless sword mark was carved on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, blocking all view. Everyone stared into the dust, wanting to ascertain the situation. The dark apparitions below were also trying to peer into the dust. Those creatures were afraid of death. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, especially the high-ranked kind. If Torb won, they would have a chance to survive. If he lost, based on the array's power, they would be unable to escape. The dust had yet to scatter. Suddenly, someone dashed out. "It's the vampire apparition!" many exclaimed. Wakia's face turned pale. "Did our commander lose?" "Trying to run?" said a stern voice from somewhere inside the dust cloud. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Multiple lightning swords soared from within the dust simultaneously and chased after Torb. "Sir Torb!" the dark apparitions below shouted anxiously, being worried for their leader. The latter detected motion behind him, so he turned to look. His expression changed to show astonishment. "Let's see if you can block this attack." Wang Ting was half hidden by the dust. He pointed at Torb and the lightning swords increased their speed. Boom! They traveled the final distance, appearing a few meters behind the vampire. Roar! Torb gave an unwilling and angry roar. A thick blood-red glow burst out from his body. Boom! The next instant, the lightning swords pierced through his body. Numerous sword lights shot over from all directions, tearing the blood-red glow with their sharp blades and drilling numerous holes in him. Huachia and the others were bewildered by the scene. "He's dead." They couldn't believe their eyes. The powerful dark apparition is dead already? The death was too sudden. It felt unreal. However, Wang Ting didn't smile. Instead, he frowned and fixed his gaze on the blood-red glow. The blood-like luminescence had been cut, but it didn't disappear. Instead, it flew away into the distance, as if it was alive. Caw, caw. Crow calls sounded and the blood-red light transformed into a murder of blood crows. Torb's body appeared again. His face was pale as usual, and there were no wounds on his body. The sword injuries had disappeared. No one could tell if he was seriously injured. "He's not dead." Huachia and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. Wang Ting was equally startled. F***K. What kind of strange battle technique is that? His entire body had just burst from an explosion, but he actually turned into a bunch of blood crows and reconstructed himself again. Report. This dark apparition is a bug. Chapter 12 71 Blood Crow Clone, Lightning Purgatory. 3. Human, you forced me to use my blood crow clone. Damn it. Torb squeezed the words through clenched teeth. His tone was malicious, but he seemed to have weakened considerably. The blood crow clone required much of his energy and spirit. Once exhausted, he would need to consume countless living souls and cultivate for who knows how long to recover completely. Blood crow clone. Wang Ting mumbled. His gaze turned sharp. Seems to be an amazing battle technique. But it feels strange somehow. Wait, aren't you a vampire? Why is that a blood crow and not a bat? Wang Ting couldn't keep his curiosity in. Torb. F***K. Who are you calling a bat? He was a noble of the blood tribe, and had nothing to do with bats. Huachia and the others were equally gobsmacked. Their commander's focus was a little slanted. Can you stop asking such strange questions at crucial moments? Wang Ting touched his chin and wondered aloud. Are you a mix of blood crow and bat? Huachia and the others felt their lips twitch. Mixed blood? Can two different species be mixed? What kind of idea is that? Crack. Torb almost cracked his teeth due to anger. His face turned black and veins popped out on his forehead. He glared at Wang Ting as if he wanted to etch his face deep in his heart, but remained quiet. Then, he suddenly flew in another direction. F***K, are you trying to run? Wang Ting cursed involuntarily. You looked ferocious just now. Why are you running away? Why are you being such a coward? Wang Ting did some operations and moved the lightning swords in the array to force the vampire back. However, Torb executed his Blood Crow clone when he had already left the center of the array and was by the boundary. Thus, he managed to quickly dash out of the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword array and escape from the Dark Apparition's territory. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. He abandoned the 13th front line. Wang Ting didn't know what to say. The guy escaped faster than a rabbit. His words had been vicious, but he didn't hesitate to run away. His actions were a complete mismatch to the Dark Apparition's image. Huochia and the others were stunned too. Their opponent quickly ran off without turning back. No one managed to react in time. Something felt off. Stop him! Wang Ting shouted right after. He couldn't leave the array, so he had to ask his subordinates to act. The 5 deputy regimental commanders regained their senses and attacked at the same time. 5 force attacks were shot to hit Torb from 5 different directions. Go away! Torb was furious. He slashed down with his long sword. The deputies weren't weak. They managed to stop the vampire with their joint effort. A fight ensued. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. Letting the Dark Apparition escape would have been a great loss. He turned and looked down, eyes becoming sharp. The lightning power had yet to disperse. It would be useful to deal with the remaining apparitions below. The creatures were stranded in the 13th front line because of his lightning sword. They would have run otherwise. It was time to deal with them once and for all. Boom! The array movements sped up as Wang Ting activated all the lightning force power. The constellation lightning force turned into a massive and violent tornado. The dark clouds in the sky started spinning. Lightning power struck down. The array gathered the power and formed lightning swords filling up the sky. It was a terrifying sight. That was the final attack. The move would gather all the lightning power. Wang Ting bathed in flashes of lightning like the god of lightning himself. A thick purple glow shimmered in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand down and the countless lightning swords plummeted down. The entire 13th front line turned into a lightning sword hell. Chapter 1272 The bitterness of poverty. Lightning descended and turned into thousands of lightning swords rushing down. All the lightning force seemed to have been completely drained, turning into the sword in Wang Ting's hand. Tens of thousands of dark apparitions were slaughtered with this weapon. Countless dark apparitions wailed in fear. They were either nailed to the ground or split in two. Their heads and hearts were shattered, leaving no chance to survive. Torb saw everything happen from a distance and paled even more. What a terrifying blow! Had he been a bit slower to escape just then, he would have been hit by that. What in the world is this human? An ordinary martial warrior would have never had the means to harness such horrifying power. Such a genius couldn't be left alive. He had to be eradicated as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would definitely become a serious problem for the dark apparitions. Torb's eyes kept flickering. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he stared at the 5 people stalling him while the sword he held glowed brightly. He had to get away from them as soon as possible and leave that place. Ordinary apparitions dying there would be inconsequential. But not for him. Boom! A murderous aura gushed out of Torb's body, seemingly using some secret technique to forcibly raise his strength. He became extremely fierce as he rushed to break the encirclement kept by Huochia and the others. Be careful! Huochia and the others' expressions changed. None of them dared to be negligent. They executed their strongest battle techniques. Huochia used his savage elephant form and stomped in the air. Wei Tong also used a physical battle technique. His body was like steel, even making metallic sounds when hit. Jira was a wood element martial warrior. Her constellation wood force turned into vines and caged Torb as she tried to wrap his body. Foam Gang's blade sent out a fierce golden blade glow, and a powerful blade ultima erupted, which filled the sky with blade luminescence. Marlus' movements were strange and fast as he circled around Torb, stabbing him with a short sword from time to time. It was impossible to guard against this. The strength of the 5 deputy commanders wasn't for show. Everyone had their unique techniques and were powerful in their own right. Underestimating them would mean death. Wang Ting stood within the rune array and breathed a sigh of relief. The dark clouds in the sky were already on the verge of collapse, and the lightning force was about to be depleted. The last blow he dealt had drained all of the lightning, otherwise he would have lasted longer. It was no longer necessary, though. Wang Ting's aim was to deal a decisive blow. He didn't have time to whittle them down. After a while, the dark clouds finally collapsed and dissipated. The Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array was finally unable to hold it in anymore and collapsed, turning into countless light spots before it vanished. It had fulfilled its purpose. Many powerful dark apparitions had survived, some even wept with joy, thankful that they were still alive. But they couldn't stay happy for long. "Soldiers, kill them!" said a cold voice coming from the sky. The Tiger Strike Force's martial warriors had already been waiting for a long time. All of them felt invigorated as they charged into the 13th front line. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Frightening battle cries shook heaven and earth, as if wanting to overturn the sky. The dark apparitions at the front line looked flustered. They had suffered heavy injuries due to the lightning sword bombardment and were barely alive. How could they withstand the attacks of so many martial warriors? The dark apparitions had already lost their will to fight and moved to flee. "Don't let them escape, kill them!" Every captain issued orders to their teams to attack in formations, surrounding and killing the dark creatures. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Wang Ting didn't pay attention to the battle below. He merely looked at the sky in the distance. A trace of battle intent appeared in his eyes. Boom! In an instant, he vanished from his spot. Torb, who was battling Huichia and the others, suddenly changed his expression. He threw a punch to his right, before he even had the time to think about it. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Torb's face looked horrified. He was thrown back for more than 10 meters. 100 meters was considered a short distance during battles between Cosmos Stage martial warriors, let alone a mere dozen meters. However, Torb couldn't stay calm. He was fully aware of his own strength. Not even Huichia and the others could knock him back. Still, the sudden attack was able to do it. The opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Torb stared at a point in space and saw a figure slowly stepping out. It was Wang Ting. "It's you." Torb was taken aback. His face looked dreadful. He initially thought that the human would only have a chance to force him into a corner using the array. For him to be so powerful without it was completely unexpected. This is not a celestial stage martial warrior. Even if he were a cosmos stage martial warrior, he wouldn't believe it. "Commander! Commander!" Huichia and the others felt elated by Wang Ting's arrival. Wang Ting nodded and said without looking back, "Go and deal with the remaining dark apparitions. Leave this to me." "Yes." Huichia and the others understood how powerful their leader was. They nodded and left without any hesitation. Kings fight kings, while generals fight generals. The remaining dark apparitions were powerful. There were even some low-tier devil emperors. If they didn't offer a hand, the celestial stage martial warriors would definitely be incapable of stopping them. "Humph!" Torb scoffed when he saw the deputy commanders leaving. "You're very confident, to actually dare face me alone when you're just a celestial stage martial warrior. It's not bad. I think I'm a little confident in dealing with a Crobat hybrid like you," Wang Ting replied calmly. "Bastard!" Torb was extremely infuriated. This human's tongue is too sharp. He was from a noble vampire race. He wasn't a blood crow, a bat, or a hybrid. Damn it. Seems like I got it right. I'm so smart. Wang Ting rubbed his chin as he sized up his opponent with great interest. He was intrigued about that vampire foe. The previous ones he had met only turned into bats, while that one could turn into a blood crow. It had to be from a different breed. Wang Ting used the eyes of essence. His pupils became dark, but they suddenly froze. His eyes of essence failed. He could only see a blurred dark red shadow, with some trace of purple. There wasn't a proper view, as if pixelated. Eyes of essence had failed for the first time. He was unable to see what his opponent really was. This came as a true surprise for Wang Ting. Looks like it's time to improve the eyes of essence, Wang Ting thought. Despair overcame him when he looked at the blank spaces in his attributes board. There was nothing. Wang Ting suddenly remembered. He used up his blank attributes to improve his alchemy attributes when he was making the Xianyang soul restoring pills. Damn it! He looked up to the sky while his face was filled with the bitterness of poverty. Chapter 1273 Ancestor, Save Me. 1. Torb felt that the human foe's eyes looked weird for some reason. He felt extremely uncomfortable, as if stark naked. Wang Ting couldn't see Torb's bloodline essence with his eyes of essence, but he could see through his clothes. He wouldn't look at a vampire's body. He didn't have such a strange fetish. A pity he couldn't tell if the vampire was a blood crow or a bat. Wang Ting shook his head dejectedly. Torb's face turned black when he saw Wang Ting's expression. He couldn't control the anger burning in his heart. Roar! With an angry bellow, he disappeared on the spot and reappeared in front of the human. The long sword drew a crescent in the air as it slashed down to deal with him. Blood crow cawing was heard, aimed to affect Wang Ting's spirit. The sword glow followed. Unfortunately, the attack was ineffective to deal with Wang Ting. His 9 treasures pagoda shimmered and blocked the spiritual attack. A battle sword appeared in his hand. He instilled fire ultima onto the battle sword, and a flaming glow was shot into the sky. Boom! Sword glows collided. The flaming sword glow couldn't withstand its opponent's attack and shattered. Wang Ting had used a 10th level ultima for his attack, but his opponent also had it. In comparison, Wang Ting's force was weaker, so he lost in that exchange. Is that all you have? Torb's expression became hideous, and instantly dashed towards the human. As expected, I can't defeat a stronger opponent with ultima. Wang Ting shook his head and wondered. In that case, I can only. Meteorite shower domain, activate. Boom. While retreating, a strange fluctuation was swept out from Wang Ting's body, turning into a unique domain. The sky disappeared and everything turned yellow. Large rocks floated in the air. Torb stopped himself abruptly, his expression changing. Domain. Welcome to my domain. Wang Ting appeared on top of a huge rock and looked at his opponent. No wonder you have the confidence to face me. Torb stared at Wang Ting with a calm expression. But you're deluding yourself if you think you can defeat me with one domain. I also have a domain. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. Boom. A strange fluctuation emerged from his body, turning into a blood-red domain of his own, pushing Wang Ting's meteorite shower domain back and taking up half the area. He faced the human as an equal. The thick blood stench pervaded within the blood-red domain. An obvious evil aura was trying to invade the other's domain. I knew you had a domain. If not, you wouldn't be able to fight with a heaven stage martial warrior, Wang Ting replied calmly. You surprise me. You're at the celestial stage, but you managed to take your domain to the 3rd rank. Mine reached the 4th rank, but the difference in our force is vast. This is a fatal flaw. A blood crow gradually appeared below Torb. The avian creature stared at Wang Ting with cold and crimson pupils. Try me, Wang Ting replied calmly. He was right. There was a huge difference between their forces. Wang Ting possessed many forces, but he couldn't compare to a cosmos stage martial warrior. One's force would be several-fold mightier with every rise in rank. Furthermore, the difference between them wasn't small. His numerous forces only allowed him to shorten the gap. The only trump card at hand was his domain and his secret ultimate skills. Torb frowned. Where does this human get his confidence from? How can he remain calm when there's such a vast difference in strength? Let's see how much longer you can remain confident. Torb snorted. He was angered by Wang Ting's attitude. Having spoken enough, the vampire started releasing a red glow from his eyes. His domain became redder, empowered by the glow. Caw, caw. Countless blood crows called without warning. Numerous pairs of crimson eyes opened behind Torb. All of them were blood crows, filling the domain's area behind the vampire. No one would have noticed them if they hadn't opened their eyes. Wang Ting was reminded of the wicked eye domain. His head became numb due to seeing all those eyes. However, it wasn't a moment for distractions. The blood crows were part of his opponent's attacking method. Torb suddenly shouted, 3,000 blood crows! The blood crows shot out, turning into red beams as they charged towards Wang Ting. The smell of blood filling the air. Concurrently, Wang Ting felt an evil spiritual fluctuation swarming towards him. His expression changed a bit. That spiritual fluctuation was more powerful than the previous one. It was in a different league. Smash it! Wang Ting shouted in his heart. The 9 Treasures Pagoda shone brightly as it forcefully suppressed the evil spiritual fluctuations. Huh! Torb's expression changed, feeling that his spiritual attack had been blocked by some force and couldn't push further. Caw, caw. Wang Ting blocked the evil spiritual attack, but the sky full of crows kept on rushing towards him. Chapter 12 74 Ancestor, Save Me. 2. Wang Ting's gaze sharpened as he quickly lifted a finger. The rocks around him boomed loudly and were hurled towards the blood crows. Boom! The next instant both sides collided, causing a loud explosion. Force fluctuations swept through the surroundings. They couldn't spread outside the domains, so they went back and forth within those regions before they disappeared. Suddenly, Wang Ting squinted. The blood crow attack was exceptionally powerful. It shattered the giant rocks, flew past the fragments, and shot forth towards him. Human, you're dead now. Torb gave the other a mocking look. He sneered and said, You can't kill me. You overestimated yourself. Wang Ting looked at the fast-approaching blood crows while unmoving. Given up already? Let me have a taste of a human genius blood. It must be delicious. A red light flashed past Torb's eyes, while licking his lips involuntarily. He couldn't wait to see as the human was consumed by the sky of blood crows. You want to drink my blood? Wang Ting's gaze turned cold. Caw, caw. The blood crows were 100 meters away from Wang Ting, almost about to drown him. Torb started to get excited. Humph! Wang Ting snorted. The blood crows stopped in midair as if a powerful force were pressing down on them. They couldn't move. Magnetic domain activate. The two domains merged, releasing a terrifying force. Boom! The next instant, all the blood crows cawed in agony and exploded without warning, turning into blood mist. How's this possible? Torb was flabbergasted, unable to believe what he saw. What happened just now? This human had no power to resist. Where did that last burst of energy come from? Was he hiding his true power? Numerous thoughts went through his mind. Try my planetary devastation. Wang Ting didn't care how surprised the enemy was. That vampire wanted to drink his blood. It was unforgivable. Boom! A myriad of giant rocks were gathered, quickly forming a giant ball. Torb immediately pointed at the sky when he saw this. Blood crow! He screamed in anger. Red light was congregated, turning into a giant blood crow. It was impossible to see the edges of the creature's wings as they spread. It raised its head and gave a shrill caw. Wang Ting wouldn't let down his guard upon seeing such a powerful attack. He controlled his meteorite shower domain and the magnetic domain to gather all the giant rocks and make an enormous ball. The pressure given by the vampire was more powerful than that of any other Cosmos stage martial warrior. It was on par with the expected output of Heaven stage martial warriors. The gigantic blood crow was quickly formed. It flapped its wings and dashed towards Wang Ting, seemingly at the speed of light. Wang Ting reciprocated with a furious shout of his own, "Go!" The enormous rock formation plummeted down at an astonishing speed, leaving a yellow light trail like a meteorite. The surrounding space produced loud cracks from the pressure, sounding as if about to split. Fortunately, they were in Wang Ting's domain. The outside space would probably give out with that pressure. Boom! The two attacks collided in an instant, sweeping the domain's inner space with a terrifying force. One side was filled with blood aura while the other was full of yellow airwave. Both were destructive, seemingly capable of destroying everything in their path. The other blood crows and giant rocks couldn't withstand the impact and shattered. Wang Ting allowed the rock to break. His hair danced wildly in the wind, but his expression didn't change. He stared intently at the center of the collision. Torb did the same thing. The blood crow had already turned into blood mist, but he kept a poker face while staring at the point of impact. The gigantic blood crow and the enormous rock were at a standstill. No one had gained the upper hand. Torb's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect a celestial stage martial warrior to be his equal. Wasn't his domain at the 3rd rank? How could it resist my 4th rank domain? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, this doesn't make any sense. Destroy it. Torb didn't want to wait anymore. He made a decision and controlled the blood crow to explode. Boom. A loud blast was heard. The blood crow turned into a ball of glaring red light and swallowed the giant round ball. A frightening shockwave swept over again. This time, the thick blood aura gushed towards Wang Ting directly, engulfing him. Ha ha ha! Torb burst out laughing when he saw this happen. You'll definitely die within my blood mist. Really? A calm voice floated out from mist, echoing close to the vampire's ears. Boom! Suddenly, a black golden glow exploded within the blood mist, pushing and scattering the latter. What? Torb widened his eyes in disbelief. Swoosh! At that moment, sharp black golden sword glows shot towards him. Domain! Another domain! Said Torb with a shrill voice. He didn't expect the human to have yet another domain, one at the 4th rank, even. It was stronger than the previous one. What a sly human. He didn't use his stronger domain before. The guy only brought it out when I let my guard down. Never had I seen such a sly human. Boom. Torb didn't have the time to evade. He was pierced by the numerous black golden beams. Is he dead? Before Wang Ting could feel happy, he saw his opponent turn into a ball of red light and explode. The ball turned into a bunch of blood crows and flew away before reconstructing his body. This time, his face was paler and he looked weaker. He seemed drained. The vampire glared at Wang Ting with hatred and bitterness, as if wanting to skin him alive. That was the 2nd time. This human forced me to use my blood crow clone a 2nd time. Damn it. He had wasted too much of his energy and spirit. It would greatly affect his future cultivation. Wang Ting widened his eyes and exclaimed helplessly, F***K, are you a cockroach? Why can't you die? Is this vampire able to turn into blood crows multiple times so it can't be killed? Idiot! You can't kill me! Torb replied with scorn and a flickering gaze. Humph, I don't believe you can use this method to stay alive all the time, said Wang Ting as he expanded his domain in an attempt to lock his opponent within. Torb's expression changed. He rushed to retreat, but his speed couldn't catch up with the speed of the domain expanding. Soon, he fell into Wang Ting's black metal domain. Let's see how many times you can use it. Wang Ting waved a hand and multiple black golden sword glows were shot towards the enemy. Torb was appalled. He slapped his chest and a drop of blood came out, which turned into a blood crow. "Ancestor, save me!" he shouted while trying to escape. The blood crow's eyes shimmered, then opened its beak and a blood-red beam emerged, destroying the black golden sword glows. Wang Ting's expression changed. That blood crow seemed to be extraordinary. What did Torb call it? Ancestor? WTF. That blood crow is his ancestor. Seriously, how shameless can you be? You can't win, so you bring out your ancestor? The blood crow started speaking. Torb, you used the blood essence I left for you. It can talk. Wang Ting widened his eyes in surprise. Ancestor, I was left without a choice. I would have died if I didn't use the blood essence. Torb heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his ancestor helping him. His tone was bitter. Humph, useless. The blood crow snorted. Yes, yes. Torb remained humble in front of the blood crow, just as a grandson would. Wait, he was the grandson of that blood crow. F***K, this isn't right. Wang Ting couldn't see through the blood crow, so he started to get serious. He wondered if running away would be the best option. Chapter 12 75 TSK, You're old but stubborn. Wang Ting wondered if escaping was the better option. Meanwhile, the blood crow ancestor turned to look at him. The former immediately stopped moving, showing an unfazed expression. If the enemy didn't move, he wouldn't move. He couldn't falter at the moment. Once he showed any signs of weakness, the enemy would grab the chance and give him a knock in the head. The blood crow ancestor was manifested with a drop of blood essence. It might not have much power, so there shouldn't be much reason to be afraid. Death is not scary. Just do it. Many thoughts went through Wang Ting's mind. The blood crow ancestor sized up the human with interest. A shrill voice came out of its mouth. A genius of the human race? It won't be a waste of my blood essence if I manage to kill you. Old man, who are you to kill me with just a drop of blood essence? What are you thinking? Wang Ting snapped back with a black face. Torb looked at him in shock. This fellow is quite bold. How dare he scold the ancestor? He's doomed. He's definitely a dead man now. He had said that many times in his heart, but it was fine. He was sure that the human would have no chance to escape from his ancestor's attack. A smirk appeared on his face. Humph, it's been a while since someone spoke to me like this. The blood crow ancestor wasn't angered by the response. Instead, he laughed in a sarcastic and high-pitched tone. It felt uncomfortable just listening to it. I can say it a few more times if you want, Wang Ting replied. The blood crow ancestor. Torb. This human's mind isn't working properly. Anyway, old man, are you truly a crow? Wang Ting asked curiously. Impudent. Torb roared in anger. I've already said that I'm not a crow. Why does he have to bring it up again? He even asked in front of the ancestor. Is he tired of living? He wished the human could die faster. What if his ancestor thought he didn't explain properly and vented his frustration on him later? He would suffer a terrible death. Ha ha! The blood crow ancestor suddenly laughed in a sinister manner. I admire your courage. I've decided that I will personally have a taste of your blood later. Wang Ting touched his chin and tried to fan the flames. What kind of fetish is that? That vampire wanted to taste my blood and now, you want to have some too. Am I the longevity monk? But, there's only one me. It's not enough for the two of you. Why don't y'all have a fight first? Is there something wrong with these vampire apparitions? Why are human talents being graded by how delicious they are? Torb. F***K, this human is making trouble for me. The blood crow ancestor was also rendered speechless. The situation made him feel he was being a bad elder, snatching things from his descendant. The other elders in the family would laugh at him if they learned of this. What a sharp tongue. The blood crow ancestor sneered. No other words were said as he turned into a beam of red light and disappeared. Fast! Wang Ting was shocked. He showed a stern look. Swoosh! A red beam appeared before him just then, stabbing his body before he could react. Torb's expression contorted with exhilaration. This human is finally dead. The guy had tormented him terribly, but he finally had his revenge. It was worth the drop of blood essence his ancestor had given him. Huh! Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The ancestor reappeared behind Wang Ting's after his attack, then frowned all of a sudden. He turned back to flash an astonished look at the human's body. No blood had splashed out from the giant hole made. Instead, the figure was disintegrating. This is just a shadow. When, a few hundred meters away, space became slightly distorted and a figure stepped out. Oh my God, that was dangerous. I almost died. Wang Ting patted his chest and appeared relieved. What? Torb widened his eyes in disbelief. This human managed to evade the attack of my ancestor. Just now. The elder blood crow stared at Wang Ting and said two words, space talent. Torb was appalled. It was just a guess at the start, but his forefather ascertained it personally. This human possesses the rare space talent. But he didn't use this talent when we fought. Was he looking down on me? Torb felt offended. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged in his heart. He wished he could rush over and fight it out with the human. He was the talent of the vampire race, yet the human looked down on him. What space talent? I don't know what you're saying. Wang Ting denied it. His face was giving them a "you must have seen wrong" expression. The blood crow ancestor. Does he think I'm blind? Why would a crow, I mean, a formidable vampire like me, not notice the obvious space fluctuation? Even Torb felt his face muscles twitching. He forgot the humiliation he felt and just wanted to complain. Humph, even if you have space talent, you can't escape from my grasp. The blood crow ancestor glared at Wang Ting with a sharp gaze and disappeared once again. Swoosh! The elder turned into a beam of red light and pierced Wang Ting's body again. Once again, the latter appeared in the distance. Only his shadow remained. You can't catch me! You can't catch me! Wang Ting's mind spun furiously as he tried to come up with a plan. However, he kept on putting an irritating act on the surface. This human is getting on my nerves. Torb was then rendered speechless. His ancestor remained silent. A cold glint flashed past his eyes while turning his body around and forming a crescent in the sky, then flying towards the human again. Wang Ting's space physique was at the third rank, and he had the space flash technique specially made for dodging. That is why he could even handle the blood crow ancestor's extreme speed with ease. Well, the opponent emerged from a drop of blood essence, so he wasn't able to release much of his original power. Finally, the blood crow had the last straw, only catching a lingering shadow every time he was about to catch the truant. The elder felt as if he were trying to snatch a slippery eel. This made him feel frustrated and unhappy. It was also a bit embarrassing. After all, he did say to his descendant that he could easily kill Wang Ting. And yet, a long time passed and he had yet to succeed. He started feeling that Torb's gaze was becoming a little strange. Seriously, why don't we just end it here? No one's getting the upper hand. There's no need to waste time over this, said Wang Ting to the elder after evading another attack and appearing somewhere in the distance. I must kill you. No one can humiliate me, the blood crow ancestor said angrily. Humph, you're a stubborn old man. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. He turned to look at Torb and said, Aren't you going to persuade your ancestor? An old man shouldn't strain himself. Old man? Torb was confused. His neck turned with a rigid motion to look at his ancestor. You're looking for death. The blood crow ancestor had a mental breakdown even after many years of self-cultivation. Chapter 12 76 Blood Crow Ancestor. Bastard. 1. He was the ancestor of the Blood Crow race, but the human dared to call him an old man. How could he not be angry? Red light exploded from the ancestor's body. A terrifying bloody aura was spread out. This is bad. Torb's expression changed. He retreated quickly, looking astonished. This human managed to anger the ancestor to this degree. He's dead. Definitely dead. Wang Ting's expression changed a bit as he felt a scary aura coming from the red glow. This old fellow is risking it all to kill me. He felt helpless. Wang Ting had said those things to divert their attention so he could stall for time. Executing his space flash required a lot of energy, so he couldn't use it indefinitely. Who knew that the ancestor would be so narrow-minded? He was a senior, yet he couldn't stomach the teasing. I have no choice. I have to receive the attack head-on. Wang Ting didn't know what else to do. He could tell it was going to be a large-scale attack, so he wasn't sure he could evade it. Boom! The blood crow disappeared, then turned into a patch of red light exuding a bloody stench. Explosions were heard from within. A terrifying energy seemed to be gathering. Wang Ting immediately stretched his arms and activated his space power. Puff! An invisible wind blew in the emptiness, circling around him and soon becoming a tornado. Boom! Pitch-black dimensional rifts started appearing around him as the nearby space trembled. Both domains started collapsing, as they were unable to withstand the frightening space power. Crack! Something broke. The domain started to break down. Everyone could see the outer skies again. What a powerful space fluctuation! Torb gritted his teeth, as he could only admit it. This human talent was more powerful than I thought. For the first time, he felt inferior. But, so what if he's powerful? He would be killed by his ancestor in the end. Torb's expression became contorted. He looked forward to witnessing how the human died by the hands of his ancestor. The battle taking place in the front line below had reached an end. Huichia and the others looked up and were astounded by the situation above. What's happening? Why is there such a terrifying fluctuation? Is it from the vampire? The 5 human subleaders were worried, not expecting the battle to reach that stage. Terrifying energies were being spread by both parties in the sky. One was blood-red, filled with the stench of blood. They could even smell it at ground level. That was the vampire's attack. However, based on their briefing, it was only a low-tier Devil Emperor. How could he launch that scary attack? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, the other side was giving off a strong space fluctuation. An invisible force was swept out, which couldn't be underestimated. That was Wang Ting's attack. A space battle technique. Many had seen him use the same attack at the third front line when he killed the mid-tier Devil Emperor. Huichia and the others had seen it in a video recording, so they recognized it. They could only pray for their boss' success in defeating his opponent. Boom! The space tornado surrounding Wang Ting began to spin with increasing violence, forming a sizable vortex. Our hero disappeared into the center of the tornado. The phenomenon continued to expand, mincing up the space around it. A powerful suction force came from within. Dust, rocks, and trees below were sucked up and flew to the sky, drawn by the pull. All of it was sliced into bits and pieces instantly. Even clouds were affected. They were also sucked in. Just then, the confronting red light shot into the sky and formed a sickle-shaped blood glow. "Die!" cried a shrill voice from within. Boom! The glowing sickle blade slashed down. Wang Ting acted immediately, pushing his space tornado when he saw the other move. The massive vortex rushed to collide with the blood glow. An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the air. Airwaves were swept out in all directions. Everything was hurled away by the impact. Even Torb was thrown back by the powerful clash. His surprised face became slightly paler. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There were bloody wounds on his face and other parts of his body. Red blood seeped out. There was a tinge of space power within the force. It was extremely sharp, enough to cut through his tough body. However, it was only a light injury. It didn't hurt his foundation. Torb frowned, and quickly retreated to a safer distance. He stared intently at the point of collision. That was the moment to decide the winner. Boom! The blood sickle chopped through the tornado, attempting to cut it in half. Wang Ting looked grim. He used all his energy to control his space power and accelerate the spinning of his space tornado to resist the powerful blood sickle. Too powerful. The blood glow was more powerful than expected. No one had ever used brute force to cut through his space tornado since he created that move. However, the blood crow ancestor did it. What's more, he was but a drop of blood essence. If the real elder was there, he wouldn't be able to block a single finger. Chapter 12 77 Blood Crow Ancestor. Bastard! 2 Boom! The space tornado spun rapidly, generating an extremely sharp cutting force which gradually whittled down the blood sickle. However, the blood glow was still pressing down, slowly cutting into the space tornado and approaching Wang Ting. A pair of eyes opened at the top of the blood glow. It was the blood crow ancestor. It gazed coldly at Wang Ting, who was in the middle of the space tornado, and said, "To die in my hands is something you should be proud of. This should be enough." Wang Ting looked at the blood glow. A bright flash passed in his eyes. "You're just putting up an act." The blood crow ancestor was stunned for a moment. He didn't know what the other meant and scoffed while looking at him with his red eyes. The blood glow then surged again and sliced into the space tornado. Wang Ting could feel the threat of death as the blood glow cut deeper. The bloody aura was filled with killing intent, pressing down toward his head, as if ready to split him in half. The young human raised his head abruptly and grinned before spitting out a word. Boom! The blood crow ancestor shrank its pupils, although too late to react. Boom! There was a loud explosion caused by the tornado breaking apart. The energy from the blast engulfed the blood sickle and Wang Ting. "Bastard!" said the blood crow ancestor, letting out an unwilling roar and disappearing. Space collapsed at the center of the explosion, forming an endless void. All energy was rolling towards it, and the blood glow was also swept in. It was unable to escape. "Oh my God!" Torb saw what happened from afar, and his expression changed drastically. He was extremely surprised. He wasn't able to hear his ancestor roaring and was filled with anxiety because of what was happening, not knowing if the elder managed to kill the human. "Commander!" Huichia and the others had grave expressions and they rushed over. However, they weren't able to approach the core of the explosion. The spatial fluctuations horrified them. Fine," someone said right then. Ripples appeared all of a sudden and a figure stepped out. It was Wang Ting. "Commander!" Huichia and the others rushed towards him, feeling overjoyed. Deputy Jira scanned Wang Ting and asked worriedly, "Commander, are you really okay?" Wang Ting was able to escape, even though the explosion was colossal. It was unbelievable. However, he looked pale, seemingly worn out and in a bad condition. Wang Ting shook his head and said calmly, "Don't worry. I won't die." The space tornado had consumed a lot of space power, leaving him almost completely spent. However, attribute bubbles had already been generated by the explosion. He could just replenish them immediately. There was nothing to worry about. Everyone felt relieved when they saw he was fine. Torb had an ominous premonition when he saw that Wang Ting was still alive and his ancestor was nowhere to be found. He stared at the human with dread. Wei Tong looked at the explosion and asked curiously, grave-faced, "What was that attack?" "It was made by a clone from a vampire ancestor's blood essence," Wang Ting replied. "What? A blood crow ancestor?" Huichia and the others were shocked and horrified. Why would someone have a vampire ancestor's blood essence here? Feng Gang asked in disbelief. That vampire had it. Wang Ting looked at Torb, who hovered in the distance. This means that the vampire's status isn't ordinary. He wouldn't have been granted such protection otherwise. Huichia said solemnly, "We can't let him escape." Wang Ting nodded. He had already thought about this. The situation made it seem that the ancestor didn't care much for the lesser vampire noble, but carrying an elder's blood essence explained everything. Wang Ting had previously heard that many powerful warriors would leave their blood essence to their younger generations to prevent untoward events, fearing the death of their kin. Not only did dark apparitions practice this, many powerful families of the human race did the same. Torb's expression changed slightly when he saw them approach. He was caught in a dilemma. Should I escape or not? The life and death of the Blood Crow ancestor's clone was still uncertain, and he felt undecided because of it. He wouldn't be let off if the elder was still alive and saw him escaping. However, he was basically waiting to die if the clone was no more and he remained. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Wang Ting sneered, as he could tell what the vampire was thinking. He waved a hand and called the subleaders to surround the enemy. Torb's expression changed drastically, as he immediately wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, hesitating just then had robbed him of his final chance to escape. Of course, even if he did escape, Wang Ting wouldn't have let him leave as he wished. He would capture the fellow, even if he had to use space power again. Otherwise, all his efforts would be moot. Torb looked around, having a dreadful feeling. He couldn't find any chance to break through. Wang Ting and the others had blocked every direction. There was nowhere to run. He was like a rat in a hole, incapable of getting out. Wang Ting looked at him and said calmly, "Stop struggling. You can't leave." "My ancestor won't let you off," Torb said in a stern voice. "He couldn't even take care of himself. He probably even flew back to your hometown." Wang Ting glanced at the explosion and snickered. The space was still collapsing, leaving nothing but a void area. There weren't any blood traces left. The ancestor's blood essence was probably gone. Torb didn't expect this. His face turned dark as he couldn't accept this. "Be good and surrender." Wang Ting was emotionless and stretched out a hand. Light force was condensed and moved towards Torb. Light force. Torb almost became numb with shock. Not only is this human a powerful rune master, he can also use space power. Now, he's even using light force. What does he not know? How could the human race have such a monster? No one could understand the overwhelming despair in his heart. He felt hopeless. Boom. The hand condensed with light force grabbed the still dazed vampire. Sizzle. Sounds of burning could be heard coming from his body, like metal coming into contact with acid, producing a cloud of dark red smoke. Ah! Torb let out a shrill scream. Whoa, so loud! Wang Ting was spooked by the reaction. He was a low-tier devil emperor, and his light force was only at the planetary level. It shouldn't have such a great effect. Is the guy pretending? Was he trying to make him let down his guard and look for an opportunity to escape? What a cunning apparition! A cold light flashed in Wang Ting's eyes as constellation light force gushed out of his body and formed rope. The light force then bound Torb tightly. Our hero even used divine flames to form a big net to cover him. 3 divine flames, 3 net. All to be on the safe side. As for the dark flame, it probably wasn't of any use when dealing with dark apparitions, which was why it wasn't used. Then, Torb screamed even louder. Light force and divine flames inflicted a great deal of damage to him, especially when he was already in an extremely weak state. Wang Ting seemed to have considered this. The vampire apparition was already beaten into a pulp. How could it stand such treatment? Huichia and the others looked at the dark apparition and their mouths twitched, involuntarily feeling sorry for the creature. Our commander is so cruel. The sudden idea in their minds was that Wang Ting was a veritable nemesis for dark apparitions. Once the vampire was properly ensnared, Wang Ting breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Everyone, the battle is over. Let's call it a day. Huichia and the others smiled brightly when they heard that. We won. Their victory had been splendid. They recovered the 13th front line with minimal losses. All the dark apparitions were wiped out. None of them were able to escape. An unprecedented sense of accomplishment emerged in their heart. What a great victory! Chapter 1278 What did that dark apparition experience in Major Wang Ting's hand? At the main base, all the generals on Defense Planet Number 29 were gathered in the commanding office. Red Scorpion and Raging Bear's commanders were also present. Both were waiting for the result of the 13th frontline battle. The 9th and the 17th frontline had been recovered due to their victories. They later sent new commanders to guard the base and resist the dark apparitions. Only the 13th frontline had yet to report their result. The main base had previously received news that the Tiger Strike Force had finally launched their attack. Their victory depended on that battle. Why did they place such a huge emphasis on those three frontlines? Their geolocations were special. Once captured, the major front lines in the middle would be isolated, and would instantly collapse if the dark apparitions launched a major invasion. If that were to happen, the apparitions could then charge right in, straight to the main base. That was also the reason why the dark apparitions had taken down those two major front lines first. Unfortunately, the dark apparitions underestimated humanity's resolve. The human faction immediately sent their three powerful forces to recapture the three front lines. Now, only the 13th front line was left. Undoubtedly, this front line was important, so everyone had gathered to await the results. The room was extremely quiet. A tense atmosphere filled up the air. General Cameron closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He then placed a hand under his chin and remained calm on the surface. No one knew what he was thinking, or if he was worried about the situation of the contested front line. General Cameron was the one who appointed Wang Ting as commander. Hence, the battle wouldn't just affect our hero. It would also affect this great official. If Wang Ting lost, he would be labeled as someone with bad foresight. General Qi Yuanzhu couldn't control himself and asked, "General Qi Yuanzhu, any news?" He wasn't rough-looking, but he was indeed an impatient fellow. They had been waiting for 3 hours, but no news was relayed. He couldn't wait any longer. Furthermore, they had already dragged the battle for a few days. If General Cameron hadn't stopped them, his peer would have personally gone to ask Wang Ting what he was thinking. "General Qi, you should change that impatient personality of yours," said General Kimberly with a smile. "You're the only one who's not anxious," General Qi Yuanzhu replied angrily. "I'm not either," General Yukari said calmly. General Qi Yuanzhu felt the corners of his lips twitching. "Why are you speaking? Am I talking to you?" "Humph." He turned and glared at General Yukari. The latter shrugged. He wasn't bothered by the angry gaze directed at him. "Come and bite me." General Cameron opened his eyes gradually and said, "It should be soon. They're right in the middle of a fight. We can't contact them at the moment. Let's wait patiently. You should be patient when it comes to young people." I agree with General Cameron. Major Wang Ting is not an unreliable person. I think he's quite confident of succeeding, General Kimberly said. "General Kimberly, are you sure you're not speaking up for Major Wang Ting because he's handsome?" General Yukari teased. "Well, that's a bonus." General Kimberly coughed. Both commanders from Red Scorpion and Raging Bear were rendered speechless. Red Scorpion's commander was a sharp-looking middle-aged fellow. He always wore a smile on his face and was handsome too. He couldn't help but say, "Looks like everyone has high hopes for Major Wang Ting." He paid attention when he scanned everyone's faces, so he could tell that everybody was expecting good results, even the restless General Qi Yuanzhu. The latter was just eager to know the outcome. "Colonel Berkeley, you sound quite curious," General Yukari said with a smile. Berkeley bowed slightly to General Yukari and smiled. "Of course. After all the generals seem to have high hopes for him. I hope he doesn't disappoint us, said the raging bear commander in a low voice, like the beat of a drum. He was a muscular bear race hunk. He sat on a large-sized chair and his upper body stood out, being taller than most of the people present. He would be about 3 meters tall when standing. Ha ha ha, I wonder which force is the most powerful in this mission. General Chi Yuanju laughed. I've already lost to House. Colonel Berkeley shook his head with a bitter smile. Given his expression, it was evident that he felt that the Raging Bear force would win the competition. However, he didn't think that the new Tiger Strike Force's commander would do better than him. If he lost to Raging Bear, Wang Ting couldn't beat him either. Berkeley had willingly admitted defeat when he heard that the Raging Bear had killed 8 low-tier Devil Emperors. Those were tough creatures to kill. One low-tier Devil Emperor made a huge difference. He lost for a good reason. Every high-ranked apparition was a military contribution on the battlefield. It was something worth boasting. House could brag for a long time since he killed 8 low-tier Devil Emperors. House looked proud. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Just then, there was a sudden ring of an incoming call. It's here. Everyone became excited. They instantly looked at General Cameron. Berkeley and House were included. They too cared about the result. Cameron smiled and stretched out his hand. A light screen appeared. Wang Ting's image appeared therein. Behind him, the 13th front line had turned into a pile of debris. Everything was burnt and all the buildings were destroyed. Dark apparition corpses lay strewn on the ground. All the people present had experienced being on battlefields, yet the tragic aura on the other side still left them gobsmacked. How was this battle fought? It looked terrible as the entire place was destroyed. Berkeley and House turned grim, as they were equally puzzled. Their battle with the dark apparitions was intense, but it never reached such a stage. The front line looked as if hit by a heaven-level heavy rune weapon. Furthermore, the weapon was launched in a moment when the dark apparitions were being overrun. That was the only possible reason for such destruction. After all, high-level weapons couldn't cause such damage if the apparitions were offering resistance. However, if every battle could be fought with heavy weapons, they wouldn't need formidable martial warriors anymore. Wang Ting noticed their strange and questioning gazes. He coughed awkwardly and said, "Cough. I went a little too hard. Do I need to pay for the losses?" Silence. Everyone was speechless. Was this just a little hard? Do you have a misunderstanding of what a little is? More so, the fellow was worrying about being accountable for the monetary losses. He didn't seem to care about the battle itself. He looked quite composed at the moment. General Cameron felt the corners of his lips twitching. Only he knew what the young man had done to the 13th front line. Such a level of damage was understandable if he used an array. However, he was still surprised by what he saw. Of course, there were pros when using powerful destructive attack. However, they were necessary to deal with dark apparitions. Do I have to pay for this? Wang Ting asked with a face reflecting guilt after seeing their expressions. It would be a huge loss for him if he also had to pay for the damages after fighting the war. It would be a thankless task. Wars weren't easy to handle. You don't have to pay for it. The military wouldn't be stingy enough to ask their own people to pay for damages. General Cameron felt helpless. That's good. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. No one knew whether to laugh or cry. This fellow's mind works in strange ways. Why would he think he needs to pay for the losses? What about the result? General Cameron went back to the main topic. Everyone turned serious and looked at Wang Ting. We didn't disappoint. Our forces managed to annihilate the dark apparitions. None of them escaped. Wang Ting smiled. We also caught a talented vampire apparition. I think you'll like him. Annihilated. Everyone was stunned. Such a word couldn't be said with ease. It wasn't easy to annihilate an entire army of dark apparitions. Red Scorpion and Raging Bear had only managed to kill a portion. It was almost impossible to stop them from escaping, and they wouldn't give chase, either. And yet, Wang Ting said that his troop managed to annihilate all the dark apparitions who took over the 13th front line. No one could believe it. Are you sure? General Cameron asked in a low voice. He widened his eyes a bit. You can send someone to check, Wang Ting replied. The general believed him. He shouted, feeling overjoyed, Good! Anyone could see how happy he was. Good riddance. Major Wang Ting, good job. Good, you're indeed young and promising. Qi Yuanzhu and the other generals felt elated. They were full of praise for Wang Ting. You're being too kind. This is what I should do. Wang Ting waved his hands and replied humbly. However, he was obviously enjoying the compliment. The commanders from Red Scorpion and Raging Bear looked at each other, feeling abandoned. The younger generations would surpass the older generation, leaving no paths for the latter. They belonged to the poor, older generation. Oh right, did you say you caught a talented vampire apparition? Was he the one who forced General Lu Gaoga to retreat? General Cameron asked. Yes, it's this fellow. Wang Ting pulled Torb into view. Silence. Everyone felt their lips tremble when they saw Torb, who was tied up like a dumpling. What did this dark apparition experience in Major Wang Ting's hands? Chapter 1279 Thank you for your compliment. What about my reward? Indeed, that's the one. I didn't expect you to capture it. General Cameron took a deep breath and looked at Wang Ting in amazement. How powerful was he, to be able to capture that level of dark apparition alive? It was unbelievable. Berkeley and House were appalled. They had heard about the creature and knew that it possessed a heaven stage ability. They weren't sure if they could deal with it. Still, Wang Ting managed to catch it alive. They finally considered Wang Ting as their equal by then. They even respected him a little more than the previous commander of The Tiger Strike Force. Based on what they recalled, the previous commander couldn't have achieved such a feat. Are there any rewards for catching this talented vampire? Wang Ting asked. General Cameron lifted his eyebrows. This fellow is unique. This was the first time seeing someone readily asking for rewards. Not once had he ever had a subordinate like him. The others were equally speechless. Everyone felt that Wang Ting was incredibly bold. Anyone would desire rewards, but none of them said it aloud. Not everyone had the courage. Berkeley and House even felt that Wang Ting was stronger than them in this suit. It took great pains to catch this vampire. He even used his ancestors' blood essence. If I wasn't smart enough, I wouldn't have made it back alive. Wang Ting immediately voiced out his hardships when he saw the general's contemptuous expression. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. His ancestors' blood essence. General Cameron stood up and said in a low voice, This vampire carried his ancestors' blood essence with him? That's right, the ancestor was quite fierce. He almost killed me, but luckily I managed to blah blah blah. In the end, I managed to send it back to his den using my wit. Wang Ting kept complaining while purposely describing how hard the battle was to showcase his merit. Then, he looked at General Cameron pitifully. Wang Ting turned the stern atmosphere into a strange one. Everyone gave him weird looks, feeling that the fellow had discarded all his dignity. This fellow. He gave away all face for the sake of a reward. How could someone be so shameless? Berkeley and House looked at each other. They lost. They lost terribly. They couldn't be compared to such a shameless person. But, given Wang Ting's explanation, General Cameron and the others understood the battle better. They heaved a sigh of relief and stared at Wang Ting in astonishment. The enemy used his ancestors' blood essence, but he still lost to this fellow. It was hard to see through Wang Ting. Can you find the blood essence? General Cameron asked the crucial question. Huh? I destroyed it already, didn't I? Wang Ting was stunned. A vampire's blood essence isn't that easy to destroy. You probably only wiped out the consciousness inside, General Cameron explained. I can't find it. It fell into a dimensional rift. I didn't have the time to care about it in that situation. Wang Ting shook his head. General Cameron was a little disappointed. Never mind, it's good that you're alive. You can come back to the base first. Oh right, how's the casualty count? Wait, let me ask, Wang Ting replied. Everyone. Honestly, is he the commander? Couldn't he be a little more responsible? He doesn't even know how many of his people had died. They didn't know that Wang Ting had called the general right after the fight was over, fearing that they would worry. It didn't give him enough time to check on the numbers. But everything should have been accounted for by then. Wang Ting called Peggy over to ask. No one died, but we have 363 injured personnel, Peggy reported. She was close to the screen, so Wang Ting didn't need to repeat the message. Everyone was silenced again. This data. Did you really go there to fight? Even General Cameron was surprised after hearing the news. He wondered if it was an illusion. Is there anything wrong? Wang Ting asked. General Cameron paused for a second before replying. Nothing, you did well. Thank you for your compliment. What about my reward? Wang Ting rubbed his hands and chuckled. Bang! General Cameron turned off the screen. Everyone tried their best to suppress their laughter. Wang Ting was indeed a talent. He managed to infuriate the general. Still, silence returned as they recalled what the young man and the Tiger Strike Force had done. What kind of monster is this? Wang Ting stared at his wristwatch with his eyes wide open. He hung up on me? Peggy couldn't help but roll her eyes. She would have hung up on him, too. Wang Ting complained, but he wouldn't say it in front of General Cameron. Otherwise, he would be severely reprimanded, and his reward would be annulled. He felt helpless. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks. He wanted to vent his frustration, but he didn't have an avenue. Hence, he kicked Torb furiously. Torb, oh, what does it have to do with me? Peggy pretended she didn't see anything. He was just a dark apparition. A kick wouldn't hurt him. The troop taking over the 13th front line was quick to arrive. The previous commander, Lu Gaoga, suffered a serious injury during battle, but he immediately chose to return when he heard that their place had been reclaimed. General Lu Gaoga was surely feeling unsettled, since he was climbing up from where he fell. He was feeling troubled when he saw Wang Ting. Lu Gaoga saluted Wang Ting seriously, then said in a low voice, Commander Wang, I sincerely thank you. You're being too polite. This is what I should do. Wang Ting waved his hands. I feel ashamed, since I allowed the dark apparitions to snatch the 13th front line. This is embarrassing. Lu Gaoga shook his head. Those apparitions came prepared. They concentrated their forces on these 3 front lines so anyone would have suffered a loss. There's no need to think much about it, Wang Ting consoled him. He was telling the truth. That was the reason why the 3 front lines had fallen so quickly. Lu Gaoga shook his head. He asked, I heard that you caught the dark apparition. Can I see him? Hey, does he want to mock the captive to get his revenge? General Lu appeared decent, but he was quite evil at heart. Wang Ting was happy to see this, so he pointed at the dumpling next to him and replied, He's here. Lu Gaoga, Oh, this is the powerful vampire dark apparition? He thought it was some strange parcel. Such a treatment was interesting. For some reason, the reinstituted general felt a sense of exhilaration when he saw how miserable the vampire was. Lu Gaoga coughed and spent some time thinking how to compliment the hero. Commander Wang is a young and promising martial warrior. You're very thorough. You're speaking too highly of me. This is nothing, Wang Ting replied in a humble manner. This vampire is sly. He can turn into crows and escape, so I had to tie him good. You're right. Lu Gaoga nodded after a pause. I'll leave this place to you. Now I need to go back and report, Wang Ting said. All right, let me send you off. Once done reporting, Wang Ting went back to the Tiger Strike Force battlecraft, and then back to the main base. Lu Gaoga stood on top of the ruins and watched them until they left. Then, he gave a silent salute before retracting his gaze. Wang Ting needed some time to head back to headquarters, so he spent that time counting his gains since he had nothing else to do. He picked up all the attribute bubbles on the battlefield. Not one was left behind. His gains were amazing. First, there was the Constellation Lightning Force. Thanks to the Mystic Heaven Lightning Sword Array, he managed to get more attribute bubbles than the usual collected from normal lightning. Wang Ting's Constellation Lightning Force was formerly at the 9th level of the planetary stage, but now, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. Celestial Stage. His Constellation Lightning Force had reached the Celestial Stage. Furthermore, he jumped directly to the 2nd level. The stars representing his lightning force spun gradually above the sea of nihility. A strange power of life was released, then merged into his body, igniting a transformation. Wang Ting felt his life origin and soul origin become more powerful after the transformation. Life origin, 36600 soul origin, 33800 constellation lightning force, 7800/20,000 celestial stage 2nd level. Both his soul origin and life origin had increased. The effects were good. Next was the Constellation Dark Force. There was a whopping increase this time, since he killed many dark apparitions. Constellation Dark Force, 1500/80,000 celestial stage 8th level. It jumped from the celestial stage's 1st level directly to the 8th level. Everything happened in an instant. Wang Ting found it absurd. The other constellation forces rose too, but the jump wasn't astonishing. This was because the martial warriors from the Tiger Strike Force acted towards the end and no one died. For this reason, not many attribute bubbles were dropped. As a result, none of his other constellation forces increased in level. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. An increase, no matter how small, was still an increase. Also, his 5 deputies gave him some attribute bubbles too. He received 800 points of the Savage Elephant form and 600 points of the Savage Elephant mace from Huochia. Savage Elephant form, Universe Stage 400/3000 well-versed. Savage Elephant mace, Ultima Battle Technique 700/1000 specialized. The Savage Elephant form went from Foundation to the well-versed stage, while the Savage Elephant mace remained at the specialized level. However, he now had a better grasp of it. Since the Savage Elephant form reached the well-versed stage, Wang Ting started to understand how powerful it was. Chapter 12 80 Sturdy and Tough. Aside from scriptures and battle techniques, Wang Ting also received the Ultima Strength from Huochia. He received 1,500 points of the latter. Ultima Strength, 2300/6000 6th level. He had already gotten this attribute from Huochia in the past. The addition made it rise to the 6th level. His understanding of this Ultima reached a new level. Wang Ting felt that he could kill a Cosmos stage martial warrior with a punch. The attack was extremely powerful, considering he was a celestial stage martial warrior. The attribute bubbles dropped by Huochia weren't bad. Although he did gain some benefits from him, benefits should be gained all the time. Given the chance, Wang Ting would strive to get more bubbles out of Huochia again. The latter, who was training hard at the moment in one of the craft's training rooms, shuddered. He felt a chill for no reason. Of course, the other 4 deputies dropped many attribute bubbles too, being deputy regimental commanders. Wang Ting gained a physical training scripture from Wei Tong, called Bronze Armor Scripture. It was also at the universe stage, so it was anything but ordinary. One of the military martial warrior's benefits was the chance to trade for high-rank scriptures and battle techniques in the military system. Universe stage scriptures could be exchanged. His deputies had reached the Cosmos stage, so they needed to get some universe-level scriptures. Of course, if strapped for credits, they could take a step back and look for heaven stage scriptures. However, it would be for the best if they could practice a universe stage scripture right from the start. The scripture's upper limit would determine their future limit. Practicing a heaven stage scripture would at most allow them to reach the heaven stage. To reach the universe stage, a switch to a new scripture would be needed. This was an arduous task for most martial warriors, as it took a long time acclimating to the new scripture. The best way was to practice a high-rank scripture from the start. Huichia and the others considered the universe stage as the furthest they could see themselves reaching. Even so, the hopes were slim, and would be satisfied if they attained the heaven stage. But everyone could dream. What if they succeeded? All practitioners had the hopes of becoming a universe stage martial warrior and the boss of their own territory. That was why they aimed high and chose universe-level scriptures. They had to try no matter what. As for the eternal stage, it didn't even cross their minds. They would save that though for a time after they reached the universe stage. Most of the warriors of the universe stage would never get to reach that level. There was a chasm separating them from their goal. Wang Ting received 1,300 points of the bronze armor scripture, going right past the foundation stage and reaching the well-versed stage. Bronze armor scripture, universe stage 300/3000 well-versed. Wang Ting closed his eyes to sense the new scripture, and the practice method appeared in his mind. He felt somewhat at a loss. All physical training skills entailed self-abuse. Just like the savage elephant form, he needed to use some inhumane method to train his body to strengthen it. Fortunately, he could raise their levels via attribute bubbles, so he didn't need to go through the abuse. Practicing both scriptures at the same time would be unbearable. People could think he wanted to commit suicide. The only major difference was that the bronze armor scripture was based on the metal element scripture, while the savage elephant form was of the earth element. Fortunately, he could use both skills in tandem. But no one would be mad enough to practice two physical scriptures at the same time, right? Well, except for Wang Ting, who was a veritable bug. He wondered what it would be like to execute both scriptures simultaneously, and realized that the result could be a little strange. The image would be an eyesore. He had seen Huichia after executing the savage elephant form. He shot up in height and his muscles bulged out, turning him into a small giant. The bronze armor scripture was similar, making the user taller and bulkier, with a body as hard as metal. Would he turn into a giant Iron Man if he used both together? Sturdy and tough. Indeed, the ancient god's body was the best. A gold mark would appear on his forehead, and that was it. No changes were made to his body. This body technique was more thoughtful in comparison. Besides, considering the transformation like that of a superhero, the ancient god's body was still quite handsome. He also received Strength Ultima bubbles from Wei Tong, which came as a surprise. He didn't expect the latter to possess this Ultima too. Strength Ultima, 4100/6006th level. He received 1800 points, causing his Ultima Strength attribute to rise again. This felt comfortable. 2 consecutive increases were better than a slow and gradual increment. Feng Gang's attribute bubbles weren't special. Aside from Constellation Metal Force, he dropped a Metal Ultima. He had a great understanding of this category, so he dropped a sizable amount of attribute bubbles. There were 3,200 points in total. Metal Ultima, 8,500/9009th level. This Ultima had already reached the 9th level. The new influx of attributes took it to the peak of the 9th level. He would soon reach the 10th level. Once that level was at hand, the attack would become amazingly powerful. Wang Ting's understanding of the move would hit the perfect stage too. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors would have it hard to attain the perfect stage for their ultimas. At most they would reach the 8th or 9th level. That was high enough to support them in understanding how to cast a domain. However, this would still affect their enlightenment of their soul origin, power of rules and such in the future. Accumulation from the start was important for that reason. Wang Ting didn't place much importance in this at the start, but Round Ball, the legacy of the Flaming River Universe Lord, and the memories hidden in the Devour Nihility Beast kept emphasizing its importance, so he placed more attention on it. The real value of receiving the legacy of the Flaming River Universe Lord and the Devour Nihility Beast came from that precious knowledge. Many martial warriors would die for it. That was why a master imparting teachings to his disciples was extremely important in the universe. There was a huge difference between someone with a master and someone without. Jira mostly dropped Constellation Wood Force, Wood Ultima, and Imperial level Wood Talent attribute bubbles. There were 6,500 points of Constellation Wood Force in total. Wang Ting's was originally at the 7th level of the Celestial stage. The sizable addition provided by the Tiger Strike Force allowed him to break through to the 8th level. Constellation Wood Force 3,200/80,000 Celestial Stage 8th level. Wang Ting smiled as he looked at his attributes board. At least one of his basic elements had a breakthrough. He received 2,100 points of Wood Ultima, which wasn't enough to reach the next level, and remained at the current 8th level. However, his understanding deepened. Wood Ultima 5,300/8,000 8th level. Finally, he gained 3,200 points of Imperial level Wood Talent. Wang Ting already had some of it. The addition allowed his talent to become a little stronger. Imperial level Wood Talent 6,200/25,000. Although a small increment, it wasn't bad. He did perceive changes in his Wood Talent. This meant that he had improved considerably. As for Marley, he was the one who surprised Wang Ting the most, since the fellow dropped wind element attributes. Constellation Force, Wind, *5500 Imperial level Wind Talent, *4000 Wing Ultima, *4500 Wang Ting's Constellation Wind Force was already at the 3rd level of the Celestial stage. The 5,500 increase made it much stronger. Constellation Wind Force 18700/30,000 Celestial Stage 3rd level. Imperial level Wind Talent wasn't useful to him, since he already had the Divine Talent. He had yet to find anyone with a superior gift. On the other hand, the Wind Ultima, not bad. Wang Ting received the Wind Hell Ultima and the Raging Gale Ultima in the past. The former was a combination of Wind Ultima and Bloodlust Ultima, while the latter was a pure Wind Ultima, from the Wind Ultima category. The 3 Ultimas overlapped. He would need to come up with a method himself if he wanted to merge them. He couldn't rely on picking up attributes for this. Wing Ultima 2,100/5,000 5th level. His Wind Ultima was at the 5th level, slightly weaker than the others. However, it rose quickly since he picked up many attribute bubbles after the latest war. It would have been hovering around the 1st and 2nd level without this round of gains. Chapter 1281 Walk this path until the end. Actually, the attribute bubbles from his 5 deputies were among his greatest gains this time. The biggest windfall came from the space attribute bubbles dropped by the space tornado, as well as the attribute bubbles from the vampire ancestor and Torb. He picked up 7,250 points of space attributes in total. Wang Ting created a massive space tornado to deal with the Blood Crow ancestor, causing more attribute bubbles to be dropped. Space Physique 27450/300000 3rd rank. His Space Physique had reached the 3rd rank back in the Flaming River world. He also executed the Space Tornado as they reclaimed the 3rd front line and collected many space attributes, causing a considerable rise. However, it was still a drop in the bucket when compared to how far the limit of the Space Physique was. Wang Ting's depleted space power was quickly replenished, shedding his momentarily weak look. If anyone saw him just then, they would be astounded. Quick. His recovery speed was too quick. Next, he looked at the attribute bubbles dropped by Torb. Blood Crow Ghastly Scale Shield * 2400 Blood Crow Domain * 3000 Blood Crow Clone * 2200 Blood Crow Divine Scripture * 1500 Imperial Level Dark Talent * 8000 Wang Ting's eyes shimmered, as he had expected those attribute. The Blood Crow Ghastly Scale Shield was the one used by Torb during their fight. Its defensive ability was decent. Wang Ting strongly believed that the best defense was offense, so he rarely practiced any protective skills. Still, it was good to have some just in case. He would be abusing himself if he kept on resisting enemy attacks with his body all the time. 2,400 points of Blood Crow Ghastly Scale Shield allowed him to reach the well-versed stage. Blood Crow Ghastly Scale Shield 1400/3000 well-versed. That move was a Devil Emperor stage defense skill, and quite powerful at that. Its execution method appeared in his mind. He nodded, feeling satisfied. Next came 3,000 points of Blood Crow Domain, a different one he could use. Now he had 3 to choose from. Blood Crow Domain. January 3000, 3rd level. Once the attribute was received, Wang Ting attained a deeper understanding of how powerful it was. Numerous blood crows could be created in that domain, which could be directed as an extremely powerful attack. The 3,000 blood crow attack Torb had used was an example of its attacking potential. Once becoming proficient, he could also create more than 3,000 blood crows. Furthermore, there was a spiritual attack merged into the attack, and would be lethal for those of weak spirit. However, Wang Ting didn't expect his Blood Crow domain to reach the 3rd level directly. No wonder Torb was considered a talent among the vampire apparitions. He worked hard to provide a lot of attribute bubbles. Next was the Blood Crow clone, akin to a cheat move to stay alive. Wang Ting felt exasperated whenever Torb turned into a bunch of blood crows and escaped his deadly attacks. His frustration was indescribable. He didn't know there was such a heaven-defying battle technique. It was unbelievable. He remembered that the Black Incubus Devil Lord possessed a similar technique, as the latter could scatter and run away. Wang Ting had almost allowed him to escape at that time. But he still killed him in the end. Most importantly, Wang Ting had the skills to curb them. Others would be forced to see them break free. Our hero became increasingly surprised and more vigilant due to the dark apparition's skills. I need to be careful when meeting high-ranking apparitions in the future. I could fail if the other party had some strange and secret skills up their sleeve. Blood Crow Clone, Devil Titan Stage 2200/3000 Foundation, huh? It's a Devil Titan stage scripture. Wang Ting was shocked and elated. This was something unexpected. What was the Devil Titan stage? This is what followed the Devil Emperor stage. High-tier Devil Emperors were the same as Universe Stage Martial Warriors, so Devil Titans were as powerful as Eternal Stage Martial Warriors. The Blood Crow clone was a Devil Titan stage technique. It was incredible. No wonder it was so unique and strange. Wang Ting was on cloud 9. The better the Blood Crow clone, the more beneficial it was to him. And he didn't need to pay for it. The value of such a technique couldn't be appraised in monetary terms. Only the high-rank vampires had the right to learn that skill. Torb would be furious if he knew that his battle technique and Ultima had been pirated by his human nemesis. The Blood Crow clone's cultivation method appeared in Wang Ting's mind. His eyes shone brightly, reflecting his awestruck mood. What an exquisite skill! He would have to turn into blood mist, then solidify into blood crows and finally reconstitute his own body. This was a change in the state of matter. A single error could have irreversible effects. For instance, if one were to lose control during the body reformation, he could lose an arm or a leg. It would be devastating if he lost some of the vitals. It was still a minor issue, though. Losing his soul would be a worse outcome. That was the reason why dark apparitions would have powerful elders guarding them while practicing the technique. Not everyone could learn even if they had the method. Of course, there were some talents who learned it on their own, but those were rare. Wang Ting touched his chin, realizing that he would have a hard time practicing the skill with his current talent. Good thing he could pick up attributes or use blank attributes to raise his proficiency. He didn't need to worry about any cultivation risk. Good lord, if I learn this Blood Crow clone move, not even universe stage martial warriors would be able to kill me. Wang Ting chuckled. He also received 1,500 points of the Blood Crow Divine Scripture. Blood Crow Divine Scripture, Devil Titan Level 1500/3000 Foundation. Wang Ting was astounded. It was another Devil Titan stage scripture. Wealthy fellow. This vampire is rich. He had 2 Devil Titan stage scriptures, so he wasn't an ordinary fellow. He finally believed that it was part of nobility among dark apparitions. It would be good to find a chance to get more attributes from him. He mustn't let the opportunity pass him by. Wang Ting squinted as he made his decision. The captive Torb felt a chill down his spine. He had the ominous feeling that something bad was going to happen to him. Lastly, there were 8,000 points of Imperial-level dark talent. The number was high, being a greatly talented vampire. He had dropped many talent attribute. Our hero's dark talent was also at the Imperial level, and benefited greatly. Imperial-level dark talent, 20,000/25,000, 5,000 more for a breakthrough. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. The gains were good, but he felt that he was walking further and further into the dark path. Walking this path until the end. Who would believe he was a human if he executed all those strange and mysterious dark battle techniques? Come on, you are a dark apparition, the kind with a powerful bloodline. Wang Ting quickly shook his head to throw that scary thought out of his mind. Oh right, he still had the attributes dropped by the Blood Crow ancestor. He had gone through a lot so he could get rid of that old fellow, being almost exhausted in the end. It would be a huge loss if he didn't get anything. Of course, being an ancestor figure, the elder had dropped many attributes, even though they came from a mere drop of blood essence. Blood sickle/*5000 Wang Ting learned the battle technique as the bubble attribute entered his mind. Blood sickle/ a Devil Titan stage battle technique. A terrifying blood sickle was instantly manifested in his mindscape. It slashed through the darkness and shot right into the sky. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in Wang Ting's mind, virtually enough to split his consciousness apart. Gasp! Wang Ting let out a huge sigh after some time. He had seen the Crow Elder executing the move in real life, but the blood sickle slash in his mind was even more horrifying. That was the real blood sickle slash. Wang Ting finally understood how scary the attack was. Had the Elder Crow acted in the flesh, he wouldn't have had any chance to resist. He would have died before he could even look at the move. He wouldn't survive, even with the Blood Crow clone skill. The difference in ability was vast. Fortunately, entities like the Blood Crow ancestor wouldn't act so readily. It was rare enough for his blood essence to appear on defense planet number 29. Wang Ting became serious, and felt an unprecedented sense of danger. It was a wake-up call to realize his weak status. He was nothing compared to someone like the Blood Crow ancestor. Now, he needed to get more attribute bubbles to improve his ability. The world was too dangerous. Blood sickle / Devil Titan stage 2000/5000 well-versed, as expected of a skill executed by the Blood Crow ancestor. It was a huge bubble. 5,000 points of the attribute allowed him to jump directly to the well-versed stage. Honestly, it was hard to become proficient in Devil Titan battle technique. Just the foundation stage alone required 3,000 points. His Blood Crow clone and the Blood Crow Divine Scripture were both at the foundation stage only. Either way, he had 3 Devil Titan scriptures and battle techniques, representing a great harvest. He didn't waste his efforts. Did I forget something? Wang Ting suddenly touched his chin with a shimmer in his eyes. Oh right, this thing. The next second, a drop of blood essence appeared in Wang Ting's hand. Chapter 1282. Do they mean that thing when they say eat? A drop of blood essence floated on Wang Ting's palm, producing a thick bloody smell. Wang Ting's eyes lit up and he immediately disappeared. The strong scent vanished as well, like it never appeared. In the next moment, Wang Ting appeared in the space fragment. So dangerous. This thing can't be seen by others. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. He secretly retrieved the drop of blood essence from the dimensional rift. Good thing that General Cameron reminded him in time, or he wouldn't have made it. Of course, only a person with space talent like him could retrieve things inside dimensional rift. Anyone else would die in the attempt. Only Heaven Stage martial warriors could enter dimensional rifts for short periods of time. There was no more consciousness in the blood essence. It was just a drop of pure blood, the essence of the vampire ancestor. Vampires had always liked drinking blood, especially that of the strong. It was their favorite. Vampires would suck the blood essence from other creatures, then refine it to make it part of their own blood essence, which was in itself like a treasure. Blood essence refined by vampire ancestors was even more amazing, definitely a treasure that others would scramble for. Of course, the chances to get such a boon were low. Wang Ting appeared directly in front of a small wooden house when he entered the space fragment. The small wooden house was the work of the floral fairies. They lived in the space fragment and conscientiously maintained all the facilities within the fragment. Wang Ting had only been away for a while, and yet the floral fairies had already tidied up and redeveloped the place. They were spending their days living happily. From being seized with fear in the beginning, they gradually adapted and grew to like being there. After all, the space fragment was a place Wang Ting used to grow various spiritual herbs. It was full of vitality, and was extremely suitable for floral fairies to live. In a sense, the place was like a paradise for them. Aside from the fact that a devil king would appear and disrupt their peaceful lives once in a while, they couldn't find anything bad about their home. At least they didn't have to live their lives in fear like before, with a bad man capturing and taking them away. At the moment, Wang Ting the Devil King had no awareness he was deemed a villain. He just occupied a floral fairy's residence without any concerns. Every time he visited the fragment, he randomly chose a small wooden house. After all, any of them would give him the same feeling. They were exquisite, bursting with floral fragrances, very comfortable to live in. Being the master of all the fairies, wasn't taking turns a normal thing to do? There was a floral fairy sleeping in the small wooden house chosen by him. She woke up in shock and stared at him with terrified eyes. The look she would give to a pervert. Cough. Wang Ting felt a little guilty and cleared his throat. He then ruthlessly gave an order, without any sense of shame. Little flower angel, get me a glass of nectar spiritual water. Oh! Flower Angel was still in a daze, but terrified no more. They had become familiar with Wang Ting the Devil King, and knew he wouldn't harm them. She nodded as she climbed out of her warm bed and flew out. They're so easy to bully. Wang Ting shook his head. Want your conscience ache for bullying such a kind and pure race? Round Ball's voice could be heard in Wang Ting's mind. If not for me, they would have been bought by an unscrupulous and cruel slave trader. I wouldn't know what kind of cruel life they would have to endure if I hadn't saved them from that cruel fate, Wang Ting said firmly. Besides, wasn't it you who came up with the idea of me buying them? Round Ball finally managed to utter a word after holding back for a long time. Shameless. I'm still okay, Wang Ting replied. Is that blood essence from the Blood Crow ancestor? Asked Round Ball, not bothering to continue with the previous subject. Yes. Wang Ting nodded. You managed to steal it. Round Ball felt helpless, having overheard the previous conversation between Wang Ting and General Cameron. Back then, it believed Wang Ting when he said he had lost it. Turns out it was all a lie. I just don't know when he recovered the thing. That silent method was incredible. What do you mean by steal? This is my loot. I managed to defeat the Blood Crow ancestor after spending lots of effort. I can't just hand it over like this, Wang Ting replied. They would compensate you accordingly if you presented it to the general, Round Ball said. I'm just studying it first. If it's useless, I'll hand it over, Wang Ting said. What a treacherous fellow you are. Round Ball felt at a loss. Wang Ting snickered and took it as a compliment. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a knock and a small head emerged from the open door. Flower Angel looked at Wang Ting timidly and asked, Can I come in? Come in. Wang Ting nodded with a straight face. The fairy walked in like a timid fawn while holding a wooden cup. She then placed the cup on the wooden table and spoke softly, Please drink it. Thank you. Wang Ting took a sip. The taste was really good. Flower Angel was flattered. She waved her hands repeatedly and said, Don't mention it. Am I that scary? Wang Ting rolled his eyes. No, Flower Angel was flustered, feeling she had angered the Devil King again. Her face looked like she was about to cry. Okay. Your sisters will think I'm bullying you again if they see you like this. Wang Ting felt conflicted. That little fairy was too timid, frightened by just a few words. This made the situation seem like he was about to do something weird to her. Flower Angel mustered up her courage and pouted. No, my sisters said that you are a nice person. They didn't say anything bad about you. Oh. Wang Ting was surprised. Don't you all call me the Devil King? Why do you think I'm a good person? You, Flower Angel was dumbfounded. Her big black eyes widened as she looked at Wang Ting in shock. How did you know that you girls nicknamed me the Devil King? Continued Wang Ting, smiling at her. Flower Angel, star. OPI. Wow, we didn't mean it, we don't. Don't kill us. She took a step back and fell to the ground, as if just having done something awful. She was so frightened that she burst into tears. Wang Ting, oh, he only wanted to tease her. Never did he think he would scare her like that. This girl is so timid. Bang! The door was abruptly pushed open and the other floral fairies rushed in, making a protective fence in front of Flower Angel. They looked at Wang Ting with a cautious attitude. Don't hurt Flower Angel, come to me if you want anything, said Catalpa. Being their leader, she stood up without hesitation in front of everyone, just like a heroic martyr, stretching her hands and blocking the others. That is, if you ignored her trembling legs. Wang Ting's face turned a little somber. Ha. Round Ball was laughing inside Wang Ting's mind, thinking that the whole situation was hilarious. Wang Ting also had times he was rendered speechless. Karma and retribution. If you say it like this, Wang Ting rubbed his chin and walked over to Catalpa. He then sized her up with unscrupulous eyes. The leading fairy was very tall and had a delicate face, paired with a curvy figure. She really was a beauty among beauties. What do you want to do? Catalpa took a few steps back in horror as she looked at Wang Ting anxiously. What do you think? Said the roguish fellow meaningfully. He felt that he really had the potential to be a bad guy. His acting performance was sublime, worthy of an award. Catalpa was stuttering. Indeed, the Devil King name was justified. She was too naive, seemingly accepting her fate as she said with a pale face, Okay, I promise you. As long as you don't touch them, I'll do as you please. Really? Wang Ting asked with great interest. Catalpa became paler, but she nodded solemnly in the end. Sister Catalpa, don't. Devil King, don't hurt Sister Catalpa. Sob. Devil King, eat me instead. Don't eat Sister Catalpa. A bunch of floral fairies were trembling, but were bolstered by righteousness. They yelled and wanted to rush forward, but all of them were stopped by Catalpa. Wang Ting. Do they mean that thing when they say eat? He felt that the floral fairies were thinking about the wrong things subconsciously. These females are frightening. Cough. All right. I was just scaring you a bit. I won't be doing anything. Leave, said Wang anxiously, shaking his head. He fooled around a little too much. He wanted to hurry up and shoo those fairies away. His head was aching from all that crying. Who could stand that? Gasp! The cries stopped abruptly. The fairies stared blankly at the human. They couldn't quite understand what was going on. Catalpa seemed to have grasped the last straw. She raised her head and looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Master is letting me off? Why? Looks like you guys want to accompany me for a while longer, Wang Ting said. The floral fairies shook their heads in unison and rushed out the door, as if chased by a monster. Wang Ting. His reputation was ruined in one day. He shook his head and looked at the blood essence he was holding. He then released his force and a strong bloody stench wafted in the room. He then began to observe. Wang Ting breathed a soft, sudden gasp after some time passed. Just as the bloody stench was filling the air, he immediately felt Little White's extreme thirst. He walked out of the house and saw Little White approaching from afar. The little fellow arrived in a short while, with eyes fixed on the blood essence he was holding. Chapter 1283 Transformation and Reporting. Wang Ting was connected to Little White through the spiritual pet contract, and was able to sense its emotions. The pet showed a strong desire for the crow ancestor's blood essence. Wang Ting was surprised. Is it because both Little White and the ancestor are crows? After all, they were the same kind of animal. The blood crow ancestor didn't reply to him directly when he asked if it was a crow. The elder was even angered by it. Wang Ting got confused. But now, he felt that he understood. They were both crows. Wang Ting asked Little White, "Little White, do you want to have this blood essence?" Caw. Little White couldn't speak, so it only cawed in reply. However, the message was conveyed. It looked forward to absorbing that blood. This is interesting. Wang Ting, you can let it have a go, said Round Ball all of a sudden. Are you sure? Wang Ting asked. It was the blood essence of a vampire dark apparition. How could a normal creature absorb it? Do you think Little White can absorb dark force like me? This blood essence comes from the blood crow race. ITLL helps spiritual crows, Round Ball explained. The blood crow race? But it has dark force. If Little White consumes it, Wang Ting touched his chin. He was worried. That's for you to decide, Round Ball said. Wang Ting was caught in a dilemma. There was a high chance the crow would be contaminated and become a dark creature. It wasn't something that could be brushed off. Once this happened, there was no way to turn back. Little White was a spirit flame ghost crow, so it did possess some negative aura, slightly similar to dark force, but it was still a light creature. There was an essential difference between them. No one knew what would happen after absorbing that blood essence. Caw. Little White called again. You still want to have this blood essence? Wang Ting felt troubled. Little White felt it was becoming less useful as time passed, and had the urge to raise its ability quickly. This was a great and rare opportunity that couldn't be passed up. After some time, Wang Ting sighed and relented. Little White had its own thoughts. He had no reason to reject, seeing such resolve from the bird. Raising his pet's ability would benefit him too, and he didn't want to abandon Little White if it couldn't catch up with his developing speed. Take it. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and the drop of blood essence floated towards the crow. Caw. Little White called and rubbed its head on his palm intimately. Go ahead. Wang Ting patted its head. The bird finally swallowed the blood essence. The next instant, Little White gave a shrill and loud caw and soared into the sky. Caw. Wang Ting quickly looked up. A blood-red glow exuded from the pet's body while spreading its wings and cawing continuously. It seemed to be in agony. Boom. A powerful aura blasted from Little White's body. The blood-red glow became increasingly brighter until it covered the crow completely. It looked like a red sun hanging in the sky. Wang Ting frowned. He was worried, so he hurried and activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence. Our hero realized that the blood-red glow was a cocoon. Little White was curled up inside, while strings of red energy were seeping into his body. The ancestor's blood essence was transforming Little White's body and changing its natural form. However, the process wasn't smooth. Wang Ting could see wisps of dark force seeping into Little White's body. Is this a good or a bad thing? Wang Ting was worried. The crow had been with him for a long time, and they had developed a deep bond. He didn't want anything bad to happen. Roundball consoled, "Don't worry. The blood essence would at most turn it into a dark creature. It wouldn't be life-threatening. It won't be able to appear in front of others if it turns into a dark beast." Wang Ting shook his head. "You have many dark skills, right? Can't you hide its aura?" Roundball gave him a meaningful look. Wang Ting was stunned and reacted immediately after. Roundball is right. Some of the intelligent high-rank star beasts could learn human or dark apparitions battle technique. For instance, the Devour Nihility beast had grasped many battle techniques from the human race. Little White would be able to hide its aura if he taught it some dark battle technique. Furthermore, the bird was always next to him, so others wouldn't notice if he was careful enough. Wang Ting smiled when he thought about this, and his worries faded. "Roundball, thank you." Roundball smiled. Little White's transformation would take some time, so Wang Ting left the space fragment. A few hours later, everyone was back at the main base. The battlecraft made a slow descent to the Tiger Strike Force's territory. The martial warriors in the main base immediately noticed their arrival. They stopped what they were doing and looked at the craft as it came down with looks denoting respect. They saluted in the distance. "It's the Tiger Strike Force. Did you hear that they managed to reclaim the 13th front line? They were victorious." "It's not that simple. I heard they annihilated all the dark apparitions lurking there." Gasp, "Really? They wiped them out?" "I heard it from my uncle who works at the General Staff Department. Not only that, Major Wang Ting also caught a mid-tier Devil Emperor alive." "Oh my God, a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Major Wang Ting is only at the celestial stage, right? How did he manage to catch such a creature? What a monster!" "Major Wang Ting is the genius of our military. Not many people in the Great Qian Empire can be compared to him." "That's right. He's made lots of contributions to the military. How can other talents compete with him?" Discussions erupted amongst the crowd as the Tiger Strike Force battlecraft disappeared from their sight. The news had already spread like wildfire before their arrival. Everyone knew they had won by a landslide and caught a high-profile creature. General called Wang Ting to summon him as soon as they reached camp. They were anxious to know how he recaptured the 13th front line and to have his detailed report of the battle. Wang Ting had no choice but to take his 5 deputies for the meeting. He heard the rumors along the way. He was stunned. "All I caught was a low-tier Devil Emperor. How did it become a mid-tier Devil Emperor? Who spread the news? Rumors are scary. Commander, you're becoming more and more mysterious as people speak about you," Deputy Jira said with a smile. "I know I'm outstanding, but I'm honest. I don't lie. Please help me clarify that I caught a low-tier Devil Emperor of the vampire kind, not a mid-tiered one. It'll be bad if people have the wrong idea," Wang Ting said in a righteous tone. The 5 deputies. For some reason, it sounded weird. It still sounded like he was boasting, but they had no evidence. "Remember to clear this up thoroughly. You can mention the ancestor's blood essence to make it more credible. They might not believe otherwise." "I don't lie," Wang Ting added. The 5 deputies. Shameless. They didn't know what to say. This made them update their understanding of his shamelessness. Some time passed. They arrived at the commanding hall. Everyone was already waiting for them. The door opened. Everyone's gazes landed on Wang Ting. The sudden appearance of those people shocked Wang Ting, especially their intense eyes, seemingly ready to cut him up. Scary. Hey, everyone's here. Wang Ting swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to greet them. Silence. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Ting made the serious occasion funny with a single sentence. Both Red Scorpion and Raging Bear commanders were present. They felt at a loss when they saw their young peer in the flesh. He was a little different from what they expected. Shouldn't a talent be extraordinary and full of arrogance? Why does he seem like a funny guy? That's right, he looks like a funny guy. Those thoughts randomly popped up in their minds at the same time. Is this really the talented martial warrior who annihilated the dark apparitions dominating the 13th front line and caught a low-tier devil emperor alive? They started to doubt themselves. Our outstanding martial warrior is back. General Cameron broke the silence with a smile. Come in. Right. Quick, come in and tell us how you fought that battle. General Cameron kept it a secret. He said we had to wait for you to return. General Qi Yuanzhu waved his hands impatiently. The other generals were also waving him over enthusiastically. Wang Ting felt overwhelmed. He walked in and reported his battle process. Everyone knew the results, but they were still astounded by the details. Good riddance, you used a lightning array. No wonder you waited for so many days. General Qi Yuanzhu was enlightened. His eyes looked bewildered. A 5th-rank Grandmaster level array minimized your casualties to the lowest. I'm embarrassed to say I thought you weren't taking action due to fear. General Yukari shook his head. Berkeley and House glanced at each other. They willingly accepted their loss. The boldness and foresight of the new Tiger Strike Force commander was better than theirs. They decided to storm in, so there were many casualties in their team. And yet, Wang Ting held back for a long time. He didn't care about victory, placing more importance in the lives of his martial warriors. That was enough to prove his level was higher than theirs. Chapter 1284 Colonel and the National Military Medal. Wang Ting finished reporting quickly. Actually, the main base probably had intel about the battle process, but it wouldn't be as detailed as Wang Ting's personal account. His briefing was necessary to see if discrepancies occurred. The generals praised him to the skies for that battle, especially for the usage of the lightning array. They won with minimum losses. It was the perfect outcome. Major Wang Ting, you did well, General Cameron said in the end. A battle is not child's play. One needs to be smart and not just use brute force. That is the stupidest method. You considered the surroundings, the local weather and various elements of the battlefield and used them to your advantage. This is the wisdom and quality a leader should have. Qi Yuanzhu and the other generals nodded, agreeing with the statement. Berkeley and House felt ashamed. To a point they wanted to find a place to hide. They used the simplest and stupidest method to fight. They had already lost. They were a bit unconvinced at the start. Wang Ting considered his team's safety, but casualties were common in war. They felt he had used the array because he wanted to rely on an external force. That wasn't the real power of the Tiger Strike Force. But, as things stood, they were the ones who didn't do well. Both had learned about the wisdom and quality of a leader the moment they entered the military. Unfortunately, they got immersed in the glory of their forces and forgot about medular things like these. They were too result-driven. That was their mentality when they went to battle. Their young colleague had unwittingly taught them a lesson. Wang Ting was stunned when everyone praised him. Am I that outstanding? The wisdom and quality of a leader? What's that? Do I have that? Why didn't I know of this? General Cameron's voice pulled everyone's attention over. Based on the numerous military contributions Major Wang Ting has made, the top brass have decided he was going to be awarded based on his merits. Berkeley and House sat up straight. They gave Wang Ting envious looks. Wang Ting stared at General Cameron in surprise. This was a little sudden. Major Wang Ting will be promoted to colonel. General Cameron smiled. Colonel. Berkeley and House looked bewildered, unable to hide their jealousy anymore. It was plain to see on their faces. They thought that Wang Ting would at most become a lieutenant colonel, but he was directly promoted to colonel, jumping 2 ranks. Mind you, they had been in the military for many years, having made numerous contributions before they managed to climb the rank. And yet, Wang Ting was directly promoted from major to colonel. Honestly, they found it unfair. Wang Ting was too young and he had barely joined the military. He didn't have much experience, yet he already was at the same level as them. Anyone would find it unfair. Wang Ting was astounded. Am a colonel already? I didn't do anything to achieve this, did I? General Chi Yuanju, General Yukari, and the other generals wore smiling faces, knowing about this decision beforehand. They even approved this personally. It was a fact that the fellow was indeed too young. However, they felt that they needed to keep such a talent in their team, and special people required special treatment. They didn't have to stick to the rules all the time. Letting go of this talent would be a huge loss. They hoped that Wang Ting could keep bringing glory to Defense Planet number 29. The latter had caught the eyes of the bigwigs through this mission and gained some honor for the whole planetary operation. Before this they couldn't raise their heads in front of the generals from other defense planets after the loss of 3 frontlines. Many people wondered if this result was caused by neglect. Now, all the wagging mouths stopped because of Wang Ting's exceptional performance. Major Wang Ting, wait, I should call you Colonel Wang Ting now. General Cameron smiled. Thank you. Wang Ting snapped back and hurried to formally salute the generals. He wasn't stupid. He guessed that these officials were the ones backing his promotion. Otherwise, such a rise in ranks would have never happened, based on age and experience. No matter what their motive was, he accepted the favor. General Chi Yuanju and the others nodded in silence. Wang Ting's ability and temperament were both praiseworthy, not becoming haughty because of his merits, nor did he look down on others because he gained power. He was able to remain calm and humble after the good news. Not many people could do this. Arrogance wouldn't allow one to go far. General Cameron said with a smile, Colonel Wang Ting, continue to work hard. I can apply so you can receive the National Military Medal if you make a few more achievements like this. Your noble status might rise too. Wang Ting was surprised and elated. He didn't know what the National Military Medal was, but he knew how hard it was to rise in nobility. Chao Hongtu spent half of his life trying to inherit the Baron's position, but he snatched it from him. Now, General Cameron was telling him that he could climb higher if he made more military contributions. Wasn't that a great bonus? Achieving military merits was as easy as eating and drinking for him. General Cameron is a good man. The National Military Medal. Round Ball suddenly exclaimed in Wang Ting's mind. What's the National Military Medal? Wang Ting couldn't help but ask. Round Ball took a deep breath and explained, it is the highest military condecoration of honor. Only those who have achieved outstanding military exploits are worthy of it. The latter couldn't imagine why General Cameron felt that Wang Ting had the chance to get this award. It was worth noting that many Heaven Stage martial warriors had been unable to get it, and Wang Ting was just a Celestial Stage martial warrior. Still, he was a veritable monster. His achievements were no less than those of a Heaven Stage martial warrior. He had even surpassed most of them. Seen through that lens, Wang Ting did have an opportunity to get the coveted medal. Furthermore, General Cameron wouldn't speak of this for no reason. He had certainly heard something. The military top brass were probably paying special attention to the boy. Round Ball felt troubled for a moment. This fellow is extraordinary wherever he goes. Chapter 1285. Let's see how long he can remain arrogant. Round Ball felt emotional. Many thoughts went through its head. If Nangong Yu had that ability, he wouldn't have been tricked and killed. Comparisons were scary. The latter may well have been a talent, but he was nothing compared to Wang Ting. Is the National Military Medal that impressive? Wang Ting asked in his heart. It's a symbol of identity and honor. You can't put it that coarsely, Round Ball replied angrily. We need to face reality. Honors are fake. It's better to be realistic, Wang Ting said. Round Ball's mouth moved, but he didn't know how to refute. This is infuriating. He ignored Wang Ting. Hey, you haven't told me what that medal is good for, Wang Ting asked, feeling agitated when he saw the small guy go silent. The more Round Ball said, the more curious he got. That medal sounds amazing. It must come with some special perks for those who have it. You can check by yourself, Round Ball replied furiously. Wang Ting. General Cameron didn't offer any further explanation. Wang Ting would have to rely on his own performance to see if he could get said medal in the end. But everyone felt jealous after hearing what he said, including General Chi Yuanju and the other generals. They didn't have the National Military Medal but had a good chance to receive it. Berkeley and House were no exception. Their eyes almost turned red in envy. All of them were military martial warriors, so it was normal for them to yearn to receive the highest recognition. However, before they could see any signs of getting the medal, the young man already had a shot at it. In comparison, they felt they had nothing to be proud of. The briefing ended and the generals left the commanding hall. Berkeley and House went over to greet Wang Ting and introduce themselves. Colonel Wang Ting, congratulations, said Berkeley. Congratulations to you too, Wang Ting replied with a smile. Never slap a smiling person. Berkeley felt the corners of his eyelids twitching. Why did you congratulate me? What's there to congratulate? They were the ones who lost terribly. House wanted to say his praises too, but he hurriedly swallowed his words. He couldn't say it out loud anymore. Wang Ting could choke someone with words alone. If you have time, come and visit the Red Scorpion Force, Berkeley said with a bitter smile. He would have left grumbling, but he knew that the young man wasn't doing it on purpose. Definitely, definitely, Wang Ting replied politely. You should also come and visit the Raging Bear Force if you have the time, House said. They were jealous but they couldn't ignore Wang Ting's potential, so they chose to maintain a good relationship with him. They wouldn't act on impulse. All right. Wang Ting nodded hurriedly. The older pair felt at a loss when they saw how polite he was. They thought that Colonel Wang Ting was strange for some reason. His way of doing things was vastly different from the norm. They bid farewell after some polite exchange. Wang Ting met up with his deputies and prepared to head back to their camp. His lodging had been moved, being more comfortable than before. His 5 followers were astounded when they heard about Wang Ting's promotion. A jump of 2 ranks. Our commander is amazing. Skipping a rank was rare. Normal martial warriors would have a hard time moving up a single rank, especially after becoming major. Once the colonel rank was reached, the next was to become a general. Every general had to possess heaven stage ability and earn numerous merit. Not everyone could fulfill those requirements. That is why the promotion to colonel was strict. 1 level was hard enough, let alone 2. A figure rushed out and blocked Wang Ting's path as soon as they got to their camp. It was a young man. There were a bunch of martial warriors behind the young fellow. The guy looked at Wang Ting indifferently and asked, "Are you Wang Ting?" Wang Ting squinted as he sized up the newcomer, immediately recognizing him. The Parker's family. He was bald, and there was a crimson flame symbol on his forehead. He wasn't muscular, and looked no different from a normal person, aside from being a little taller. With a sharp and angular face, he gave off a cold and distant aura. "Why are you looking for me?" Wang Ting wouldn't show a welcoming attitude to the Parker's family. The young man glanced around him and said in a demanding tone, "I have something to tell you." Ask them to leave. Humph, Wang Ting snorted. Why are you laughing? The young man frowned with disdain. Can I ask you a question? Wang Ting asked. What? The young man furrowed his brow even more violently. However, he curbed his impatience when he remembered the reason he went there. What are you? Wang Ting asked calmly. You're tempting fate. The young man was infuriated. His gaze turned sharp. Boom! An immense pressure surged out of his body and swarmed towards Wang Ting. How dare you! Huichia and the others shouted when they saw this happen. They took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. Wang Ting had gained their recognition. He was the commander of the Tiger Strike Force, the backbone of their team. No one could offend him. Furthermore, Wang Ting was speaking up for them. That youngster was looking down on them, ordering them to leave as if they were servants. It was too much. They would have flared up if Wang Ting wasn't there. Boom, 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 boom. 5 auras exploded and clashed with the other party. Humph! The young man snorted. His gaze flashed and his aura increased further. Boom! Huichia and the others couldn't resist. They were forced to take a few steps back. They stared at the young man in astonishment. Who is this? How could he possess such ability being so young? What's more, he was only a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He was already capable of facing off against 5 Cosmos stage martial warriors on his own. Boom! At that moment, Wang Ting took a step forward and released a bloodlusting intent, which collided with the young man's aura. A dull thud was heard. The young offender's expression changed somewhat, and he took half a step back. He stared at Wang Ting with a distorted expression. The young man's helpers shouted and gathered, "How dare you!" There were more than 10 of them. Each of them was giving off a celestial realm aura. One was at the Cosmos stage. All of them gave Wang Ting cold stares. They took out weapons and pointed at the latter. They would have no qualms to attack if the young man ordered them to do so. Who gave the guts to parade right in front of the Tiger Strike Force camp? A cold glint flashed past Wang Ting's eyes. He shouted, "Get ready!" Boom! All the martial warriors in the camp had already noticed the situation at the entrance. Thus, they rushed without hesitation upon hearing their leader calling. 5,000 celestial stage martial warriors scattered in the sky, completely surrounding the place. The other party didn't expect such development. Their expressions changed as they stared at the deployed figures in the air. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Wang Ting tilted his head and asked, "Are you planning to gang up on me?" Silence. F***K. Who's the one doing the ganging up? This person is a little shameless. I'm a fair person. Since you want to gang up on me, I'll gang up on you. Come, don't be a coward, said Wang Ting. Everyone, fair your head. There are 5,000 people against less than 100. Is this what you call fair? Do you have a misunderstanding of what fair means? Wang Ting, don't go overboard, the young man said in a cold voice. His expression had turned hideous by then. Me? Wang Ting scoffed and said, "You came to my place looking for trouble, and now you're saying that I'm going overboard?" He waved a hand and shouted, "Take them down!" Yes! The 5,000 martial warriors replied in unison and soared into the sky. They were about to make their move. What's happening? Who angered the Tiger Strike Force? Oh my, they are looking for death. Who gave them the courage to make trouble at their doorstep? Many martial warriors close by were attracted by the commotion. They started discussing when they saw the confrontation. Wang Ting, how dare you? The young man's expression changed. His pupils constricted violently. He didn't expect Wang Ting to attack for real, so he hurried to shout, "I wait, came under the third prince's orders. I just want to make a deal with you. Please don't misunderstand." The third prince. Wang Ting squinted. Aside from the imperial family, no one would call himself a prince. This young guy from the Parker's family came on the third prince's behalf? This is unexpected. The expressions of Huiqiao and the other deputies changed. They were now hesitant. They knew what the third prince's name entailed. The imperial family. The Tiger Strike Force couldn't afford to provoke them. Huiqiao and the others looked at Wang Ting. Wang Ting, don't be reckless. The imperial family is not like dealing with the Grand Duke. We can't touch them easily, Round Ball said in Wang Ting's mind, sounding agitated. I know what I'm doing. Wang Ting stopped and pondered for some time. Then, he asked, you came on the third prince's orders? What proof do you have? Swade heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them stopping. The arrogant and indifferent expression returned when he replied, This is the third prince's token. He took out an emblem and waved it in front of Wang Ting. The object had the carving of a black divine beast. That was the Great Qian Empire's divine beast, the Kunwu beast. The creature had 8 horns. Every time the creature's power increased by a level, it would grow an extra horn on its head. There was only 1 horn on Wang Ting's barren token. 8 horns represented the imperial family. Only the highest nobility had the right to use the 8-horn Kunwu beast. If someone dared to make a counterfeit, that person would be looking for death. This could only mean that the item genuinely belonged to the prince. What does the third prince want me to do? Wang Ting asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. I can only tell you in private, Swade said coldly. I'm leaving if you don't say it, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. You! Swade was furious. He was under the third prince's wing, so he was often treated with respect, even by Heaven's stage martial warriors. However, Wang Ting kept on insulting him. It was infuriating. He snorted and made a decision. After making the deal, he would go back and complain about Wang Ting's haughtiness to the third prince. Let's see how long he can act arrogantly. He took a deep breath and said using voice transmission, Wang Ting, my father is one of the third prince's men. The prince wants me to tell you that he doesn't mind owing you a favor if you withdraw your charges against my father in the military court. Crofts? Wang Ting asked. Yes, Swade replied. Wang Ting snorted. No wonder he didn't dare to say it in the open. It would be a direct provocation to the military court if he said it aloud. Even the third prince wouldn't be able to bear with the consequences. You are privileged to receive a favor from the third prince. Don't be insensible, Swade continued when he didn't receive a reply. 1 favor and he wants me to drop the charges? He thinks too highly of himself. Wang Ting remained expressionless, but anger was already boiling in his heart. This is too much. Round Ball was also furious, but felt helpless at the same time. Their opponent was the third prince, a true member of the imperial family. It was a contender with an extremely noble status and great power, not someone whom Wang Ting could oppose. Chapter 1286 You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity, Wang Ting. My time is limited and I can't squander it talking with you. Have you thought it through? Swade said coldly. He was arrogant and was obviously looking down on our hero. If it wasn't for Crofts, he would have never gone there. As for the ongoing feud between Wang Ting and the Parkers, he didn't take it seriously. A mere celestial stage martial warrior couldn't possibly shake them. The real reason why they had suffered multiple defeats by the young one was because the real powerful martial warriors had not made a move. If they did, not even 100 Wang Tings would be a match. Our hero looked impassive, his face devoid of expression as he heard Swade's words. Round Ball had a bad feeling and said hastily, Wang Ting, before it could finish the sentence. Wang Ting had already responded. I'm sorry, I refuse. He spoke out loud, without using voice transmission. Since the other party was shameless, he had no need to worry too much. He didn't even fear the dark apparitions, let alone a third prince. It's over. Swade was feeling confident at first, but his face stiffened by the response. He was livid. How dare you refuse? Who gave you the guts? Why wouldn't I dare? Wang Ting sneered and then said righteously. Third Prince wanting to use favors to make me drop Croft's charges. He's showing disrespect to the military court and the military as a whole. I, Wang Ting, soldier of the military and loved by the generals, am the commander of the Tiger Strike Force. How could I give all of that away for the sake of a mere favor from the Third Prince? You look down on me too much. You are insulting my character and trampling on my dignity. I, Wang Ting, will not do such a thing. Even if I were to offend the Third Prince and die in the process, I will defend the dignity of the military. Don't even think about bribing me. Wang Ting's voice became louder and louder, becoming thunderous in the end. You shut up. Swait was shocked and furious. This Wang Ting is mad. To dare reveal this matter. If people were to learn that the Third Prince was trying to cut a private deal, it would definitely make them think that he held the military court in contempt, damaging his own image. Others would definitely use this as an excuse to attack the noble. He was offending the Third Prince. Even if others were to refuse, they wouldn't dare to do it like that. This Wang Ting is too shameless. Dignity of the military? Loved by the generals? All of it was to intimidate. Huachia and the others started fuming upon hearing this. This person actually threatened our commander using the Third Prince's name. This is outrageous. Round Ball was stunned. How is this possible? This tactic was completely unexpected. His ability to intimidate others is too good. Why? You dare to do it but you don't dare to admit it? Is that all the dignified Third Prince can do to hide? Wang Ting said disdainfully. Bastard, the Third Prince is an incomparable talent and a prominent figure. How dare you insult him? Swait was enraged. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly realized what he said. His expression changed drastically. Him speaking of the Third Prince's involvement was completely different than when mentioned by Wang Ting. Uttering his name was tantamount to confirming the latter's claim. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, he was basically confessing that the prince himself asked him to find Wang Ting and negotiate to drop all charges against Croft. Things look bad. What? The Third Prince wants Commander Wang Ting to withdraw his charges against Crofts. How could the Third Prince make such a decision? Commander Wang Ting is a true role model for our generation. He even dared to speak up and offend the prince, all for the sake of the military's dignity. That's right. Commander Wang Ting is a true role model for us. Commander Wang Ting has offended the Third Prince. We must testify for him so he doesn't suffer. There were a bunch of martial warriors surrounding them during Wang Ting's loud statements. Everyone heard the conversation clearly. Given that Swait had confirmed the fact, the truth was exposed and they were convinced. Swait's expression was extremely ugly. He looked pale and was on the verge of vomiting a mouthful of blood. No, this has nothing to do with the Third Prince. I don't know anything about any favors, there's no such thing. Wang Ting, you are slandering me. Swait pointed at Wang Ting furiously as he tried to defend himself. The matter couldn't be disclosed to others. Otherwise, the Third Prince would definitely go after him. I slander you? Then tell me, why were you looking for me? Wang Ting shouted. Swait was at a loss. Wang Ting didn't give him a chance to think, shouting. You can't say it out loud, can you? You didn't think of any other reason. Your sole purpose for coming here was to bail Croft. You, Swait said. You? You've been exposed. Everyone, judge for yourselves. Decide who is credible. Do I have nothing else to do that I would dumbly look for trouble and provoke the Third Prince for no reason? Wang Ting said innocently. Commander Wang Ting is right. No one would provoke the Third Prince for no good reason. Commander Wang Ting must have been forced into a corner to reveal this. It's too pitiful. This is too much. They've gone overboard. Not even the Third Prince should bully people like this. Everyone was filled with righteousness as they defended the rising hero. There were others who merely witnessed all of this happen, but the news would continue to spread as long as there were 10 people speaking up for Wang Ting. The matter couldn't be covered up anymore. Swait's face was black when he saw everything go downhill. He gritted his teeth and glared at Wang Ting. He wanted to kill him, badly. Cold words spurted out of Swait's mouth. You're good. You will regret this. He didn't want to stay any longer, so he turned around to leave. There was no point in saying anything else. It was the military. They would only believe Wang Ting's side of the story and ignore him. The man had to rush back and let the prince know about the situation so he could take proper measures. Who said you could leave? Wang Ting scoffed. You dare to stop me? Swait stopped and looked back at Wang Ting with cold eyes. You come and go as you wish. What do you think my Tiger Strike Force is? After saying this, Wang Ting shouted, Take them down. How dare you? Swait couldn't take it anymore. He was strong and talented, and was recruited by the third prince. Anyone who saw him would treat him with respect. However, Wang Ting went and humiliated him, time and time again. Since he was being trampled upon, he no longer needed to hold back. Boom! He thrusted his palm, and a dense constellation fire force was condensed into a palm-shaped image aimed to slam Wang Ting's chest. Capture the boss and the entire group will fall. As long as Wang Ting was defeated, the Tiger Strike Force would be unable to do a thing. Chapter 1287. This is how Wang Ting does things. One boom. The palm rushed over, with a scorching heat sweeping out. Wang Ting was the first to bear the brunt, instantly feeling the incredible temperature. Swait was indeed worthy of being a member of the Parker's family. He was another fire user. However, our hero was fearless. His eyes squinted and the nether frost in his body produced an outward chill. The high temperature had no impact on him. In an instant, green flames burst out of the latter's body and wrapped around one of his fists. Wang Ting sent out a punch. Fire Ultima. Strength Ultima. Both ultimate attacks merged, quickly condensing into a fist glow. Boom! The next moment, the palm and fist collided, producing a terrifying explosion. The resulting blast affected the surroundings. Huichia and the others were instantly pushed back, while the ones fighting remained at the center. No one could stay within a radius of 500 meters. So hot! The deputies' expressions changed a little as they looked at the center of the collision in surprise. Both rivals were using fire force attacks, generating terrifying temperatures and distorting the air. Even Cosmos stage martial warriors found it hard to adapt to it. In an instant, the fist and the palm were split apart. Both Wang Ting and Swait flew back. The latter took 10 steps back, while the former only took 7. How is this possible? Swait's pupils shrank in disbelief. He knew that Wang Ting had defeated Dragon 14 and the others, but he was in a different league. He was only at the 3rd level of the Cosmos stage, but he was able to go head-to-head with those at the peak of the Cosmos stage. No one could match up to him. He was deemed a talent among talents, and for that reason he was valued by the third prince. However, he was at a disadvantage when fighting the young commander. He couldn't accept that Wang Ting was just a celestial stage martial warrior. It was a tough blow to his pride. Wang Ting didn't give him any chance to react. He rushed over in an instant and blasted the other with ultim-powered fists. Boom! 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 He was truly angered by the third prince and Swait, and would dole out no mercy. Is the third prince so great? Just a few words and he wanted him to withdraw all charges against Croft. The man really thought he was made of mud, and could be played however he wanted. They would think he was easy to bully if he didn't show them what he was made of. Swait's expression changed, but a cold light immediately flashed in his eyes. Fire force erupted from his body, and he used Ultima power without holding back to clash with the other. He didn't believe that he wasn't powerful enough to defeat a celestial stage martial warrior like Wang Ting. The deputies looked at Swait with pity. The bastard doesn't know how frightening our commander is. Come and read on our website Wuxiao World site. Thanks, they had no intention of intervening, and merely watched from the sidelines. Wang Ting and Swait fought at ground level and later in the sky. Swait used all means, even using the dragon blood battle physique. His body was covered by flames which greatly improved his physical attributes: power, speed, and even control of his constellation fire force. It was just like transforming into a humanoid dragon. Boom, boom, boom. Sounds of dull collisions echoed in the sky. Their attacks were accompanied by terrifying force fluctuations as they swept across the sky and attracted the attention of many martial warriors. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Looks like it's the third prince's man. He wanted to threaten Commander Wang Ting, but he stood his ground. The third prince? Is Commander Wang Ting that tough? There were many who didn't understand what was going on, but their faces revealed shock after the other spectators explained what was happening. Swait was becoming more impatient as he fought. No matter how hard he attacked, he couldn't shake Wang Ting. He would rarely encounter such a situation. It only happened when he sparred with the third prince. Only then could he feel such pressure. But that was the third prince. How could Wang Ting compare to the third prince? Suddenly, Wang Ting profited from a moment of distraction. He appeared behind Swait and smacked him hard with a lightning slap. Boom! Swait was horrified, but he didn't have the time to react. He felt his head go blank for a moment, then helplessly fell down. He was blasted from the sky and smashed into the ground. The dust cloud dissipated and a large hole appeared, surrounded by web-like cracks. Even so, Swait was still a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He was indeed vomiting blood after such an attack, but he could still struggle and get out of the hole. Obviously, Wang Ting wouldn't give him a chance. The young commander descended from the sky and stomped his feet on Swait's head, slamming it onto the ground. He lowered his head and said, "It really feels better when I step on someone from the Parker's family." "You!" Blood spurted out of Swait's mouth. He was a talented martial warrior, but he was being trampled by someone he looked down on. It was humiliating. Wang Ting squatted and smiled at him, while sending a voice transmission. "Do you think I would quake in my boots if you mentioned the third prince? Wanna save Crofts? Dream on. He's already finished. By the way, this is just a bit of interest. My feud with the Parkers will be settled slowly in the future. You're just an ant trying to shake the skies. Brat, don't overestimate yourself." Blood oozed from Swait's mouth as he shot Wang Ting with a resentful glare. "If you touch me, the third prince will be the first one to come after you." Chapter is How Wang Ting Does Things. 2. 1288. This is how Wang Ting does things. 2. You're stubborn. Wang Ting weighed the lightning slap forming in his hand and moved it over Swait's head, as if he was trying to find the most suitable spot to strike. "What are you doing?" Swait's expression changed. He felt the pain in the back of his head, which was clearly caused by something, then realized what it was when he got a clear view of it. Huaqia's mouth twitched when he saw this. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. "Don't worry. You won't die." The lightning slap glowed with lightning and continued to magnify in Swait's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Swoop. Boom. The dull sounds were accompanied with slight roars of thunder as the attack landed on Swait's head. Big bumps appeared on the shiny bald head, which started swelling up at a visible speed. His body was still twitching. "Bastard! Wang Ting, you will die a terrible death. Stop!" "Sob," Swait was yelling in the beginning, but it gradually transitioned to whimpering. He couldn't even speak clearly in the end. He was deeply humiliated and was wallowing in despair. He was even doubting his life in the end. Wang Ting is not human. Swait's men had ugly expressions as they shouted, Wang Ting, you have a death wish. Aren't you afraid of the third prince for treating Sir Swait like this? Alas, they were surrounded by 5,000 martial warriors and didn't dare to move. Wang Ting ignored them and continued hitting for a while longer. He reckoned it was enough when he noticed that Swait was exhaling more than inhaling, and felt that the anger in his heart had dissipated considerably. Very good, my mind is clear. Round Ball was speechless, with its mouth wide open. This was a direct offense. He didn't even leave any room to maneuver. This is how Wang Ting does things. Wang Ting looked at Huichia and the others, then issued an order, lock him up and wait for someone to retrieve him. His deputies were still reeling in shock. They snapped out of it after hearing Wang Ting's voice and replied in haste, Yes! Their eyelids were twitching when looking at Swait's appearance. Jira and the others looked at Huichia with a hint of sympathy in their eyes. The latter was the only one who had enjoyed a similar treatment. They remembered how Huichia looked just as miserable when he was sent back. Now they finally knew how he got those wounds. It had to be really painful. F***K. What's with their expressions? Huichia felt aggrieved and wanted to curse. However, he chose to keep it in, considering that Wang Ting was present. Swait and his men were quickly detained. The dozen or so martial warriors saw their boss state and gulped their saliva. None of them dared to raise their voices anymore. They didn't even dare to look at Wang Ting. Wang Ting then collected the attribute bubbles dropped by Swait. Dragon Blood Battle Physique *500 Constellation Force, Fire. *4500 Celestial Realm Spirit *1200 Cosmos Realm Enlightenment *1500 Fire Ultima *2400 Swait's attribute bubbles weren't bad. They increased Wang Ting's stats by a good margin. This was especially so for the Dragon Blood Battle Physique. The 500 attribute points increased his numbers considerably. Dragon Blood Battle Physique 1800/10,000 First Rank. This stat was only at the first rank. Once he combined it with his Divine Flames, its power became much stronger than that of many of the Parker's talents. Thank you everyone for speaking up for the sake of our Tiger Strike Force today. I am very grateful. Wang Ting went around cupping his fists after collecting the bubbles. Commander Wang Ting, you're too polite. It was but a small gesture. That group was going too far. We couldn't stand it. Yes. We are all martial warriors of the military. We can't let them bully us. No one expected that Wang Ting would personally offer thanks. They were a little flattered by this. The young commander exchanged some polite remarks and said a few more words before the onlookers gradually dispersed. The whole event would be inevitably retold. More people would know about it. It would be impossible to cover things up, even if the third prince wanted to. Wang Ting returned to the Tiger Strike Force's camp and didn't go out again. The whole Tiger Strike Force needed to rest and recuperate after that battle. Wang Ting also had to process his gains. He had also kept in mind that he would be helping the devouring nihility beast to construct a 9 treasures pagoda. He had already experienced the pagoda's strength when fighting with vampire apparition. The apparition's spiritual attack was easily suppressed by the artifact, not moving even one bit. Being a talented vampire, would Torb have a weak spirit? Definitely not. It could only mean that the 9 treasures pagoda was too powerful. That was why it was paramount to make another. If one pagoda wasn't enough during battle, the second one would enter the stage. Just thinking about it made him feel a little excited about his cheat. Forming the 9 treasures pagoda a second time was much easier. After all, he had prior experience, and the 2 god hammers were still available. He didn't have to visualize from scratch. Another point is that the devouring nihility beast's consciousness was extremely vast and strong. Wang Ting could create it without being as cautious. The thought made the beast's clone feel deeply resentful. A day later, A huge 9 treasures pagoda was quietly floating in the creature's consciousness. Wang Ting and the beast clone appeared at the same time and gazed at the new pagoda. They were amazed. "I'm a little jealous," Wang Ting said. The second pagoda was even larger than the one he had. No wonder the devouring nihility beast was a universe behemoth. Even if he was cheating, it would still be incomparable. "You and I are one. What's mine is yours, right? What's there to be jealous about?" said the creature, caught between laughter and tears. "Ha ha ha, makes sense." Wang Ting was in a good mood. 9 treasures pagoda. The creator of the Buddha's Sutra probably would have never imagined that someone could create 2 pagodas. Wang Ting returned to reality and walked into the bathroom, preparing to wash up. Making the second pagoda wasn't painful at all, since the one suffering was the beast, not him. However, it still entailed hard work, as it consumed a lot of spirit. He decided to take a bath and relax. Bathing alone was too lonely, which didn't fit his current status. Wang Ting released Chao Jiaojiao, handed her a towel and ordered, "Wash my back." Chao Jiaojiao was finally released, but the man had actually ordered her to serve him. Veins were popping on her forehead. Her pretty face was flushed with anger. "Hurry up. You're a bit daft for a maid," Wang Ting urged as he lay on the side of the huge bathtub. In the end, he didn't use an enchantment on Chao Jiaojiao. That move would be too lowly for someone of his rank and status. It was interesting to educate people. Either way, Chao Jiaojiao had a spiritual mark and couldn't resist. He wasn't worried about her doing anything wrong. She took a deep breath and glared at the young man's back as she stepped forward to wash him. 1,000 characters were omitted here. Half an hour passed. Wang Ting walked out of the bathroom, with a blushing and resentful Chao Jiaojiao in tow. The hero was in a good mood. He suddenly remembered about the National Military Medal, so he logged into the virtual universe to check. A pile of information appeared soon after. He browsed carefully, and his eyes became increasingly brighter. The benefits of the National Military Medal could be summed up in 2 words: special privileges. That's right, special privileges. The National Military Medal represented privileges in various fields of the Great Qian Empire, such as education for his children, purchases of important supplies, and official appointments. One would have certain preferential treatment. From a certain point of view, the National Military Medal had more privileges than his baron title. For instance, his descendants could enter the highest institutions of the empire to study without any assessment. Even a baron's descendants would have to pass assessments to be enrolled. Some important supplies couldn't be purchased, even using his nobility status. That would change with the medal. He would be able to buy things directly from the empire. Being a baron might not grant you opportunities to become an official, but you could definitely get a good position after being awarded the medal. Of course, this was only applicable to the medal owners and not their descendant. That was the difference. In addition to this, there were various other privileges. Such treatment was simply too good. He couldn't help but feel happy after going over the information. The National Military Medal was the true symbol of status. Chapter 1289 F***K. It's a bunch of hooligans. Wang Ting waited. 3 days passed until someone went to retrieve Swate and the others. The person arrived along with General Cameron. Once notified of their visit, he received them in the Tiger Strike Force's reception hall. The place was neither huge nor luxurious. It was simple, in line with the military style. Everyone took a seat, and Wang Ting asked someone to serve them water. The third prince's representative this time was also a man who seemed to be barely 27 years old. However, it wasn't difficult for those present to see that his real age was far more than that. In any case, 100 years old was considered as very young when considering martial warriors above the planetary stage. Considering some special races, Even their 500 or 1,000-year-old members were still in their infancy. Just then, the man looked at the glass of water and frowned. He didn't move, and there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. No one had ever served him plain water. This Wang Ting is really uncultured. I'm sorry. I'm too poor to serve you anything good, Wang Ting said. General Cameron's mouth twitched. He would have believed that if someone else said it, but not Wang Ting. He knew that the latter would share a lot of his master-level and grandmaster-level force dishes with his team members. If that was poor, wouldn't others be beggars? Peggy stood next to Wang Ting. She was expressionless, but her heart was calm. This is normal. I just need to get used to it. You don't have to be polite, Commander Wang Ting, the man said. Colonel Wang Ting, allow me to introduce. This is Baron Lu Qing, who is under the command of the third prince, said the general. Colonel. Lu Qing was a little surprised as he looked at the host, not knowing he had already been promoted. Baron. Wang Ting was equally surprised, not expecting the visitor to be the same as him, a baron of the empire. Commander Wang Ting is really young and promising. He is already a colonel after barely joining the military. There was a flash in Lu Qing's eyes. He was already paying more attention to our hero. It was noticeable, since those who had spent time with the third prince had encountered many people of high status and had gotten used to it. You flatter me. The general's love made it possible. Wang Ting smiled. General Cameron was speechless. This fellow is talking nonsense again. He already knew what had transpired in the past few days. This Wang Ting talked too much, even involving all the generals in the mix. Still, no one thought that his actions were over the top. The third prince was the one who was pushing too far, going to the military and causing trouble, which was akin to slapping them in the face. If they didn't protect Wang Ting, it would be even more embarrassing. Baron Lu, why don't you drink the water? Does it not suit your taste? Wang Ting said. Lu Qing. What do you mean by that? How could a glass of water suit one's appetite? You don't have to be so polite. I'm not thirsty, Lu Qing said. Is Baron Lu looking down on me? Wang Ting's face turned cold. I'm entertaining you kindly, but you're not giving me face. Lu Qing's face froze as he answered the latter with a cold stare of his own. No one had dared to speak to him like that. This Wang Ting, how impudent. The atmosphere tensed up in the reception hall. Cough. General Cameron cleared his throat and broke the silence. Lu Qing's cold gaze faded. He said, Commander Wang Ting, let us cut to the chase. I'm here under the third prince's orders to take Swate back. Baron Lu, how can I talk if you don't give me face? I'm sorry, but I won't be keeping you company. Wang Ting stood up and was about to leave. Bastard. Lu Qing's face turned dark. He initially thought that mentioning his liege would intimidate the young commander. However, he didn't expect him to simply leave after a minor disagreement. He wasn't playing his cards according to common sense. Please stay, Lu Qing said hurriedly. It would be hard to see him again if he really left. The former took a deep breath and said with an aggrieved tone, This water. I'll drink it. That's right. Wang Ting saw the guest drink and smiled. He then sat down again. All right, we can now talk about the matter of releasing him. Lu Qing set the glass down and regained his composure. He spoke with a confident look. I will be taking Swate back. Tell me if you have any conditions. At first I wouldn't have dared to detain the third prince's subordinate, Wang Ting replied. Lu Qing. Bulls **T. You didn't dare to? You even dared to threaten the third prince himself. There's nothing you didn't dare to do. General Cameron took a sip of water and almost spat it out. How shameless. However, that Swate was making trouble for the Tiger Strike Force and damaged our reputation. If I didn't act, our reputation would have been affected. It truly was a last resort move, said Wang Ting, playing the innocent card while ignoring their expressions. Lu Qing said, Commander Wang Ting, just state your conditions. Wang Ting said unwillingly, Baron Lu, you're wrong. You make me seem like I'm blackmailing you. You are the one doing the blackmailing. Lu Qing took another deep breath and said, Swait was the one at fault. It isn't blackmail. That's great. Baron Lu is understanding indeed. It must be so for the third prince as well, being forthcoming and recognizing my difficulties, Wang Ting said. Being the case, I won't ask for anything excessive. Just 300 to 500 billion will do. Pfft. General Cameron really spat the water this time. This fellow is really daring. 300 to 500 billion? Isn't this the same as extortion? Lu Qing stared at Wang Ting. Baron Wang Ting, this is too much. No way, this is a very fair price. Didn't you see the smashed gate? This was all caused by Swait. A few hundred of my martial warriors were wounded and are still recovering. This is compensation for mental damage, damage to our image, plus medical and repair fees. Were it not for considering our esteemed third prince, I would have asked for 3 to 5 trillion, Wang Ting exclaimed. Peggy's lips trembled. Is that the reason why he asked us to tear down the gate? As to those wounded warriors, weren't they injured during the previous battle at the 13th front line? In what way is Swait involved in that? Lu Qing's face turned dark. Swait is a real piece of trash. What a failure. He was only there for a small matter, and things escalated to such a degree. He even attacked the Tiger Strike Force. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? He was at a complete disadvantage. The urge to kill someone was rising. This is daylight robbery. Lu Qing wasn't pleased. Nonsense. I have proof. If you don't believe me, take a look at this. Wang Ting took out a long list out of nowhere and waved it at Lu Qing. Show me. Lu Qing didn't believe him and took it to check, suddenly feeling uncomfortable. The losses and compensation costs were clearly specified, but all of it was ridiculously expensive. The damaged gate was made of extremely precious metals and stones, which was almost on par with that of the Great Qian Palace's gate. Who would believe such a thing? However, the gate had been demolished, there was no evidence, and he had no way to examine the original material. He couldn't avoid Wang Ting's abuse. As for the mental and reputation damages, it was impossible to reach a conclusion. Lu Qing couldn't voice out his thoughts, and felt so aggrieved he almost vomited blood. The only thing he could do was to look at General Cameron. General Cameron, is this the way the military does things? General Cameron cleared his throat. Cough, I think that this has nothing to do with our ways. It's each individual to their own. Lu Qing. F***K, what a bunch of hooligans. Baron Lu, have you given it some thought? You can let Swait stay with us for a while. We won't treat him badly, Wang Ting offered. There's no need for that. I'll pay the money. Lu Qing gritted his teeth. The third prince's face would be dragged into the mud if this dragged on. Those unaware might think that they couldn't afford the ransom. As expected of the third prince's subordinate, truly generous. I thank His Highness the third prince on behalf of my wounded soldiers, said Wang Ting with admiration and gratitude. Lu Qing looked at Wang Ting in silence. He then asked for the latter's account number and transferred the money. 300 billion universe coins. He went for the lowest amount. Wang Ting had no objections, as it was already an enormous quantity. It wasn't as simple as asking the fellow to fork out 500 billion. Of course, the sum was exorbitant to ordinary martial warriors, while it was peanuts to the third prince. Wang Ting wouldn't have gone that high if it were someone else. Wang Ting received the money and instructed happily, bring Swait over. The captive was sent to the hall after a while. Most of the injuries on his face had recovered, but Wang Ting's attacks were too vicious, as he still looked bruised and swollen. Lu Qing could barely recognize the fellow. Swait saw Lu Qing and his eyes lit up as if meeting his savior. He immediately switched back to his arrogant self and yelled, Brother Lu, are you here to save me? This Wang Ting went too far. Brother Lu, you must avenge me. Shut up, you disgrace! Lu Qing snarled. Swait was stunned, not expecting the cold and chastising treatment. He felt at a loss. Lu Qing's status was much higher than his, and would not dare act presumptuously in front of the former. Swait, you're free. Be a good person once you head out. Don't ever come back again, Wang Ting said. Why does this sound so weird? Swait glared at Wang Ting. Lu Qing exuded a seemingly dangerous aura and looked at Wang Ting. Commander Wang Ting, I will remember this. The third prince is noble and will not squabble with you, but I will keep an eye on you. The day of reckoning is yet to come. He left with Swait and the others without even waiting for the host to reply. Chapter 1290. They were both barons. Why is Wang Ting so outstanding? Sullen-faced, Lu Qing left the Tiger Strike Force's base with Swait and his men. Brother Lu. Swait spoke carefully. He could sense Lu Qing's rage and knew he had caused a huge disaster. Once you're back, go see the third prince and plead for forgiveness, Lu Qing said. But Swait wanted to say something. Lu Qing glanced back, making him desist. After taking a few steps, the former stopped all of a sudden and looked further ahead, his expression changing somewhat. Swait felt that something was off. He too peered into the distance and his pupils shrank. The man exclaimed, Zhou Jingtian. Why is he here? Swait stared in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. Lu Qing squinted his eyes and spoke slowly. Looks like the second prince overheard something and couldn't sit still. He was sent by the second prince? Swait asked. Why else do you think he's here? Lu Qing sneered. The person arrived soon after. He was a tall young man with thick black hair draped over his shoulders, eyes sharp as knives as he grinned at Lu Qing. So, the third prince sent you here. Humph. Lu Qing scoffed. The second prince really is everywhere. Don't misunderstand. The second prince only sent me to give his regards to Baron Wang Ting. After all, Baron Wang Ting had just made a contribution, and the third prince's behavior is really disappointing. The second prince is worried that the imperial family would be disgraced by his actions. This is just to clean up the third prince's mess. Zhou Jingtian chuckled. You! Lu Qing felt irritated. All right, I'll stop here. I'm going to meet Baron Wang Ting. Zhou Jingtian waved a hand and walked into the Tiger Strike Force's premises. Lu Qing stared at Zhou Jingtian's back, feeling an extreme gloom. His mind was in a roller coaster as he quickly left with Swait and his men. Looks like the situation was worse than he had imagined. Back in the Tiger Strike Force's reception hall, Wang Ting sat on his chair with a blank expression. Lu Qing's aura just then was quite daunting. He was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but the feeling he gave was something Wang Ting had never felt before. This was the first time. Lu Qing wasn't easy to deal with. He didn't fear strong opponents, but he had to always be careful and be on guard against powerful poisonous snakes lurking in the shadows. This was truly annoying. Colonel Wang Ting, you caused us a lot of trouble, General Cameron said. I am also helpless on the matter. I didn't provoke them, they were the ones who started it, Wang Ting said, still playing innocent. General Cameron was speechless. You don't look like the one being provoked at all. You were the one who bullied the third prince's subordinate. Wang Ting suddenly said, winking, to show my appreciation for the generals, I have decided to donate 200 billion to our headquarters. This can be considered as a contribution to Defense Planet number 29. Cough. General Cameron cleared his throat and straightened his face. Don't worry, no one can hurt you while on this planet. Wang Ting. At this time, Huachia entered and whispered something to the young commander. Oh! Wang Ting was surprised. He nodded and said, Bring him in. What's wrong? General Cameron asked. The second prince sent someone over, Wang Ting replied. The second prince. General Cameron looked at Wang Ting and smiled meaningfully. You are really popular. I don't want to be involved in their squabbles. Wang Ting felt helpless. I want metal in this. There are lots of matters that require my attention. I'll be taking my leave. General Cameron shook his head and left. Wang Ting was at a loss for words. General Cameron was really fast when it came to escaping. It was obvious he didn't want to involve himself with either the second or the third prince. In fact, if it wasn't for Wang Ting, he wouldn't have gone there. Huichia entered the reception hall with Zhou Jingtian shortly after. Wang Ting sized up the visitor and was surprised. The fellow provoked a feeling similar to how he felt with Lu Qing, while radiating an overwhelming presence. He's not easy to deal with. Baron Wang Ting, I have admired you for a long time. Zhou Jingtian cupped his fists in greeting. Baron Zhou Jingtian, please be seated, the young commander said politely. Zhou Jingtian was also a baron. Once he heard about his arrival, Wang Ting had round ball investigate and discovered that the fellow also had noble status. Looks like the prince's subordinates are true hidden dragons. Anyone who makes an appearance is a baron. All their subordinates were powerful figures, not the run-of-the-mill. Zhou Jingtian sat down. Before his trip over, he had learned that Wang Ting was so proud that even the third prince's subordinates were taught a lesson, not taking the prince seriously. He felt that Wang Ting wasn't that easy to get along with. Still, he felt a bit perplexed, seeing how Wang Ting behaved in his presence. Wang Ting was being modest and polite, completely unlike the rumors. Please have some tea. Wang Ting waved a hand and a teapot with a faint fragrance appeared on the table. He then moved to serve him personally. This is, Zhou Jingtian was shocked when the scent reached him. His eyes were then fixated on the tea. He impatiently took a sip and his eyes gleamed. Sparkling spirit tea. Wealthy fellow. He was doubtful at first. Once he had a taste, he finally confirmed that it was indeed sparkling spirit tea. It wasn't an ordinary infusion. It was a precious spirit tea that could nourish the soul. It was expensive. Such an item was in low supply, and ordinary folk couldn't buy it. Even Zhou Jingtian could only drink it on occasion, when he visited the second prince's residence. He didn't expect to be able to drink it at Wang Ting's place. Unbelievable! I hope you don't mind the poor hospitality, Wang Ting said. Zhou Jingtian's mouth switched. Poor hospitality? Isn't he thinking too little of himself? We are both barons. Why is Wang Ting so outstanding? Zhou Jingtian suddenly wondered if he was a fake baron. I wonder, why is Baron Zhou Jingtian looking for me? Wang Ting asked. Don't call me baron, I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Zhou, Zhou Jingtian said. I guess I'll have to listen to you. Wang Ting nodded. Haha, you really caused a huge mess. Many people on the Great Qian planet have heard about it. Zhou Jingtian was very happy. He smiled and said, That's the reason why the second prince sent me here to meet you. Could it be that he's trying to rope me in? Wang Ting smiled. That was the original intention. But judging by your appearance, I guess you wouldn't agree. There was a flash of light in his eyes. The second prince couldn't afford someone who entertained guests with sparkling spirit tea. Wang Ting was an outlier. Zhou Jingtian was silently praising his wit. He saved some money for the second prince. Brother Zhou is perceptive. Wang Ting had already thought about how to reject him, but the other party had already given up. This saved him some trouble. As for why he gave up on the idea of roping him in, no one knew. Wang Ting poured his visit another cup of the precious tea. The tea was originally for himself. He had exhausted his spirit recently and was drinking more of that sparkling spirit tea to recuperate. Where did it come from? Wang Ting didn't buy it. He found it among the treasures left behind by the Flaming River Universe Lord. Being a universe stage martial warrior, that powerhouse knew how to enjoy life. But in the end, Wang Ting was the one who benefited from his stash. He took it out to entertain Zhou Jingtian when he heard he was there. The second prince had neither feud nor grievances with him. He didn't want another enemy, so he treated the visit politely. Lu Qing would be fuming if he knew that Wang Ting had offered sparkling spirit tea to Zhou Jingtian. The difference in treatment was too obvious. Zhou Jingtian felt overjoyed. He hurriedly grabbed the teacup and drank it sip by sip, as if afraid to finish it in one gulp. If Brother Zhou likes it, I can give you some. Wang Ting shook his head and smiled when he noticed how the other was acting. Really? Zhou Jingshan's eyes lit up. Of course. Wang Ting nodded. I still have a lot of sparkling spirit tea and I can't finish it. I can certainly give you some. Zhou Jingtian was speechless. He also felt that Wang Ting was a little mysterious. How luxurious! A stock of sparkling spirit tea that can't be finished. What's with this Wang family? To actually have such wealth. Regardless, the second prince couldn't afford someone like him. Various thoughts flashed past Zhou Jingshan's mind. He quickly said, You have my sincere thanks. You're welcome. Wang Ting smiled. The atmosphere was harmonious. Both of them chatted for a while. Knowing that the young man wouldn't join the second prince's side, Zhou Jingtian excused himself and left. Wang Ting's life returned to normal. As for the turmoil in the great Qian planet, it was none of his business. There were no missions for the time being. He then returned to his room to cultivate in seclusion. He recently had the idea of merging Ultimas, to see if he could create a stronger one. There were also domains to consider. He had obtained many of them, and were extraordinary when combined. They would undoubtedly become much more powerful if he merged them. Time passed, night arrived in the blink of an eye. The Tiger Strike Force members were almost done with their cultivation, and Wang Ting gathered everyone to eat and drink, improving their camaraderie. A bonfire was lit, the smell of food pervading in the air. Some of the men were competing, while others were playing games. It was a lively sight. Wang Ting sat with Huaqiao, Peggy and the others, and chatted away. Happy times always passed quickly. 2 hours went by in a flash. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance. Boom! Wang Ting turned and his expression changed. That's, Huaqiao and the others looked over and turned serious. It's Mr. Veblen's laboratory. Wang Ting was quick to recognize the origin and instantly took to the skies. He then shouted, Get ready to deal with any possible accident. I'll go over and take a look. Chapter 12 91 Invasion of the Devil Mind Race. Wang Ting dashed towards Veblen's laboratory with a grim expression. Using his spiritual sight, he was able to see a powerful ball made with constellation dark force where the explosion took place. It wasn't outside their defensive walls. It was actually within the main base. What does that mean? Did some dark apparitions manage to sneak into the main base? Wang Ting found the conjecture absurd. Dark apparitions, managing to sneak in through the tight security? Wouldn't that be a slap in their faces? But why was it in Veblen's laboratory? That old fellow had no battle abilities. He would be toast if he met a dark apparition. Wang Ting was worried. He raised his speed to the maximum and swiftly reached Veblen's laboratory. The area was in a mess. There were force explosions everywhere. The cries of martial warriors were being heard non-stop. However, they didn't panic, even though the situation was chaotic. All thanks to their military training. Most of them had split into a few teams and headed in different directions. That was the origin of the dark force bursts he had seen with spiritual sight. They were dark apparitions. And it wasn't just one. Damn it, why are there so many of them in the main base? Wang Ting frowned. There was no time to think about it. He landed on the building and his expression changed. The place was badly damaged. The blasts seemed to have come from within. The worst-case scenario took place. The martial warriors removing the rocks and debris recognized him and saluted when he landed. "Colonel Wang Ting. How's the situation?" Wang Ting asked in a hurry. "We've just got here and set about clearing the debris. There are people stuck inside," a martial warrior replied instantly. "Move!" Wang Ting's heart sank when he heard this. Knowing he would take action, everyone felt elated and quickly stepped aside. "Heart of magnetic essence, activate!" Wang Ting shouted in his heart. An invisible force radiated from his body and spread further outward. Boom! Numerous giant rocks were pulled into the sky by the magnetic force. Amid the rumbling, the rocks and pieces of metal were gathered, becoming two large spheres. Wang Ting waved a hand and the gargantuan pair landed on the empty ground nearby. The people around him were bewildered. Martial warriors were strong, but they would have had a much harder time if they wanted to clear the rocks and metals on their own. A lot of time and effort would be wasted. They couldn't have done it as easily as Wang Ting. "Why are you standing there? Go rescue the people inside," Wang Ting shouted. "Yes," replied the men out of reflex and rushed into the building. Wang Ting darted in and activated his eyes of essence. He searched for Veblen and Moira through all the obstacles. Soon, he found Veblen in his laboratory. Fortunately, the lab walls were sturdy, so it didn't suffer damage. Veblen merely stuck there, unable to get out. Wang Ting blasted the lab door open and saw Veblen lying at one side. His expression changed a bit. "Veblen is injured. No wonder he couldn't come out. The fellow didn't have a strong battle ability, but it wasn't low. He should have escaped under normal conditions." Wang Ting finally knew the reason. There were signs of dark force attacks on him, and was rendered unconscious. Wang Ting hurriedly executed the bestowal of the goddess. Veblen was wearing his light battle armor, so the dark force influence wasn't big. He quickly regained his consciousness after being treated with light force. "Old man, what happened?" Wang Ting quickly asked. "Wang Ting? You saved me." Veblen groaned and rubbed his head. Then, he became agitated as he recalled something. "Where's Moira? And the devil ovum, damn it! The dark apparitions stole the devil ovum and captured Moira." "What?" Wang Ting was shocked. "How did they sneak in?" "It was the devil mind race," Veblen replied with an ugly expression. "The devil mind race. They sneaked into the main base." Wang Ting's face turned black. "Wang Ting, quick, you can't let them leave with the devil ovum. And Moira? Who knows what shall become if she lands in the dark apparition's hands? You must save her," Veblen said anxiously, overcome with worry. "All right." Wang Ting nodded. His gaze turned sharp. "Don't worry, I'll save her." "Please do," said Veblen while grabbing Wang Ting's hands tightly. "Let me get you out of here." Wang Ting instantly took the elder out of the laboratory, reaching an empty space outside. General Cameron and the others had arrived. They saw Wang Ting and Veblen. "Mr. Veblen, you're safe." General Cameron heaved a sigh of relief. "Veblen is too important. Nothing can happen to him." Fortunately, Wang Ting hurried over in time and saved him. The consequences would have been unimaginable otherwise. General Cameron, the devil mind apparitions snatched human bodies and sneaked into the base. They stole the devil ovum and captured Moira. "Let me go chase them," Wang Ting said. The devil mind race. General Cameron knew of them. He had also wondered how they were infiltrated, but he soon got his answer. He couldn't blame the warriors posted since those apparitions were too strange and abnormal. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you." Wang Ting had caught one of those beings once, which made him the best candidate. "You have to catch them." General Cameron's gaze turned cold as he added that sentence with a stern voice. Wang Ting nodded. He flew up to chase the intruders. There were others trying to stop them, so they didn't run far. They had only reached the edge of the main base. The one handling Moira managed to leave the main base, leaving his chasers behind. Wang Ting ignored the other apparitions and went straight for the one carrying Moira. Boom! Wang Ting donned his battle armor. The wings of wind and lightning were spread, making lightning and wind surge around it. His speed increased exponentially as he dashed out of the main base like a beam of dark red light. Chapter 1292 Windranger's Body. Escape. 1. Brumberg turned and smirked when he noticed the human martial warrior chasing him. Naive. Do you think you can catch me? Boom. Right when he finished speaking, his speed was boosted as he shot towards the horizon like a beam of green light. He was holding a person, but it didn't affect his speed. He looked no different from a fairy, with pointed ears and exquisite green scales covering his arms. It was a handsome-looking fellow with a green crystal embedded on his forehead, looking magical and mysterious. This race was rare in the universe, the Wind Element Fairies. This fairy race was known as Windrangers, who possessed an extremely high talent for wind and were born sensitive to wind force. They could merge into the wind and travel just as fast as its current. It was obvious that the Wind Element Fairy was being controlled by the Devil Mind apparition. Why is this dark apparition so fast? Wang Ting squinted. He was going at a high speed with the help of the wings of wind and lightning, and was probably moving faster than a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Yet, the apparition was faster than him. If his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, he saw wind force fluctuations. This meant that the creature was indeed harnessing wind force. Yes, he must be a devil mind creature. Only one of them can summon constellation wind force. Wang Ting managed to ascertain the kind of apparition he was dealing with. The mysterious devil mind race also gave him a headache. That monster was very likely controlling a wind element martial warrior who could travel at high speeds using soulbind. This enabled it to use wind force. This is cheating. Wang Ting stared at the elongating distance between them with a blank expression. Complex silver-colored patterns appeared on the wings of wind and lightning, glowing abruptly. The patterns became interconnected and soon covered the entire wing surface. Wang Ting had found a space element star core and a star bone back in the Saint Star Pagoda. He decided to immediately put them to use. He wouldn't be stupidly saving the goods like Xing Luo. In the end, the things were taken by others. Round Ball merged both the star core and the star bone into the wings, making them attain the power of space. It was just right for Wang Ting's space talent. His original plan was to use those materials to forge a divine spirit master weapon, but ended up using them to improve the wings. After all, he didn't have any special skills related to speed. The silver patterns expanded further as the wings flapped. Wang Ting disappeared on the spot. The next second, he reappeared a few thousand meters away. Space fluctuation. Brumberg's expression changed and his pupils shrank. This is a space skill. This human warrior is able to use hyperspace travel in short distances. Unbelievable! Windrangers were fast, but that depended on who their opponent was. Speed was nothing when faced with hyperspace travel. F***K, this human is cheating. Without hesitation, he immediately increased his speed to the maximum and also disappeared, not minding his energy expenditure. That human chasing him could travel a few thousand meters in one go. He would be able to catch up with him after a few more jumps. Brumberg was merely at the Cosmos stage. He couldn't use space skills like a Heaven stage martial warrior. However, he did manage to reach an unbelievable speed with the help of the Wind Element Fairy's talent, being basically invisible to the naked eye. Only lingering shadows could be seen from afar. Wang Ting squinted slightly when he saw this happen. That devil mind apparition definitely took the body of a wind element talent. He couldn't be as quick otherwise. This was the fastest among all the experts he had met. Wang Ting started to view the talent of the snatched body differently, no longer daring to underestimate the other party. He would lose the other if he didn't stick close. Humph! Wang Ting snorted and continued executing his hyperspace travel. The distance between them was shortening. Our hero gave chase and was soon after 50 kilometers away from the main base, entering the dangerous dark apparitions territory. A large number of apparitions could appear at any moment. Brumberg looked tired, having spent much of his energy. The human was like bubblegum stuck to his tail. Even worse, the latter kept using hyperspace travel. This proved that he possessed the rare space talent. When did humankind produce a monster like him? Brumberg's expression turned ugly. He kept on going as fast as he could, fearing that the enemy would catch up. Just then, a bunch of dark apparitions showed up in front of him. Brumberg's eyes brightened, seeing hope. A sinister smile was formed with the corner of his lips. He then pushed forward. Boom! The force in his body erupted, turning into an invisible element furiously pushing him forward. Chapter 12 93 Windranger's Body. Escape. 2. Damn it. Wang Ting saw the dark apparitions too. There was a slight change to his expression. He was mentally prepared, but he still felt anxious when he saw them. The incoming apparitions were the sheephead kind, that roamed in the wilderness and hunted human martial warriors. They had already noticed both Wang Ting and Brumberg. Even dark apparitions were unable to see through the devil mind's disguise easily. However, Brumberg then used his dark force so the creatures could tell he wasn't human. On the other hand, Wang Ting was a true human. Brumberg rushed towards them and took out a token. He acted in an overbearing manner as he shouted at them, "Stop him!" That is, the lofty and tall sheephead apparition was the leader. His face changed when he saw the token, as if witnessing something unbelievable. "Why is Sir's token here? Are you going to defy my orders?" Brumberg shouted in anger since they hadn't moved. The sheephead leader went down on one knee and stuttered, Yes, Gardner accepts the order. Stop him, no matter what." Brumberg kept on flying forward right after giving the order, leaving the sheephead dark apparitions behind. Gardner stood up only after the token holder left. His brows furrowed. "Sir Gardner, does that token belong to that sir?" said one of the underlings with a timid voice. "That's right, it must be." Gardner threw away all doubt. His gaze had a frenzied look while crying excitedly, "That sir must have come to defense planet number 29. That means—" Another dark apparition interjected. Gardner stopped him. "Shut up. We shouldn't guess his plans." "Yes," the apparitions replied in a hurry. "His Excellency must be taking care of an important mission. We need to stop that human. If we succeed, we might get Sir's recognition." Gardner looked behind him with a cold gaze. His expression was ruthless. "Ha, it's just a human. Kill him." "That's right, kill him. He's just at the celestial stage. Piece of cake." The sheephead apparitions smiled ruthlessly. They stared intently at the approaching Wang Ting. The latter finally caught up to them after some time, then silently lifted a finger. The golden crescent blade flew out and cut through the air like a golden beam of light, shooting towards the dark apparitions at a fast speed. Fast! Gardner squinted. He flapped his pair of fleshly wings on his back and turned into a lingering shadow. Splat! 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 The sound of sharp objects piercing through bodies was heard. The other apparitions didn't react in time and got their heads cut. Their hideous expressions froze as their faces got chopped into two. Bang, bang, bang! The lifeless bodies fell from the sky, slamming heavily on the ground. How is this possible? A drop of cold sweat appeared on Gardner's forehead. He was astounded. This human is only a celestial stage martial warrior. Why is he so powerful? Wang Ting killed all the sheephead apparitions without even looking back at them. He rushed past them and pointed at their surviving leader. Swoosh! The golden crescent blade crossed the void. Gardner's head became numb, a chill going up his spine. He felt threatened. All thoughts of garnering merit were thrown to the back of his mind. All he wanted was to escape now. He immediately flapped his wings and turned to run away. However, the next moment, a golden beam appeared next to him and flashed past. A string of blood was spurted. Gardner became stiff, his vitality quickly disappearing as he fell backwards. That sheephead dark apparition was a low-tier devil emperor. It was killed instantly, without offering any resistance. He couldn't withstand a single blow. The creature never expected that human to be so frightening, so much so that escape was impossible. All that remained in the apparition's heart right before death was resentment and hatred towards Brumberg. He went and cursed his entire family. The guy kicked him to the gates of hell. Wang Ting disregarded those apparitions and released his spiritual power to collect attribute bubbles. He was a few hundred meters away by then. Constellation Force, Dark, * 1600 Celestial Realm Spirit * 200 Constellation Force, Dark, * 1400 Constellation Force, Dark, * 2500 Celestial Realm Spirit * 500 Don't even think about running away. Wang Ting remained indifferent as he chased after his opponent. He was quick when killing the sheephead apparitions. The devil-mind apparition had not gone far. Wang Ting could rely on the traces left to continue tracking the creature. Damn it! Brumberg didn't think that the human would be so powerful. The sheephead apparitions couldn't even stop him for a few seconds. Useless. However, those few seconds were enough for him to widen the distance between them. The two relied on time difference in that chasing game. No one was faster in terms of speed. However, Brumberg had the advantage. There were many apparitions in the area, so he just needed to lure the enemy to have his allies stop him. That way, he could make a getaway. Brumberg's gaze flickered as he came up with a plan. Then, he took Wang Ting to areas with dark apparitions and used them to slow him down. The effects were amazing. The distance between them kept widening. Damn it! Wang Ting felt helpless. His expression turned ugly. This devil-mind apparition is sly. He didn't fight him head-on, and he couldn't catch up with him. He could only follow behind him. Move! Wang Ting shouted in anger. He controlled his golden crescent blade and threw it at the devil moth apparitions up ahead. That was his 7th round encountering beasts. Other martial warriors would have been exhausted by then. Bastard, what kind of monster is this human? How can he still remain standing? Brumberg wore an ugly expression too. He felt spent, but the human chasing him was relentless. He couldn't throw him off. Chapter 12 94 Reappearance of the Devil Vines. In the middle of the wilderness, Wang Ting hovered in the sky above the forest with a distorted expression. The devil-mind apparition had entered the forest and disappeared without leaving a trace. What troubled him the most was that he didn't know what technique he used. He couldn't sense their presence at all. The evil creature was cunning, planning to keep a distance from him in the beginning, then hid all traces when entering the forest, before Wang Ting could catch up. Had they been closer, or if there wasn't enough time, he would have been incapable of shaking the human off. This could only imply that a plan had been set in advance. Alas, Wang Ting didn't notice it. And even if he did, there was nothing he could do about it. He was unable to catch up. He felt helpless. Wang Ting's eyes flickered as he kept searching for a solution. Suddenly, he had an inspiration. Next, a figure appeared close to Wang Ting, looking exactly like him. Darkness Clone Technique. There were 10 clones, each one representing a different force. Wang Ting had 11 different forces, but he couldn't just simply use Dark Force. That was why there were only 10 of them. Those clones were only at the planetary stage. There was nothing he could do about it. The darkness clone technique was a devil lord's scripture. It was impossible to create a stronger clone. This was the reason he used the technique as often as before. A planetary stage clone wasn't that useful to him. It could only be used to find people. Wang Ting could share some of his talents with the clones, like spiritual sight and eyes of essence. That way, he would have more pairs of eyes and expand his search range. He gave the order and the 10 clones darted away in different directions. No matter what, he had to find the escaping apparition. He thought for a moment and summoned the devouring beast's clone as well. The latter looked at Wang Ting and said, "I didn't expect that my first appearance would be used to find someone. I wouldn't have brought you out to find that fellow if I had an alternative." Wang Ting felt helpless. "Go, let me know if you find anything." "Okay." The devouring nihility beast clone didn't hesitate, nodded before galloping away in a certain direction. Wang Ting and the devouring beast's clone went to the most likely directions taken by the devil mind apparition. He didn't believe that he couldn't find that creature with all the clones deployed lending a hand in the search. Wang Ting and the clones shuttled through the forest and looked in every direction, while sharing information from time to time. However, no one discovered anything. The apparition seemed to have vanished from the surface of the world. He couldn't be found, no matter how hard they looked. Time passed slowly. They searched deeper, but were still unable to find any trace. Wang Ting frowned and looked frustrated. Did I really lose him? Just then, Wang Ting received a message from the devouring nihility beast clone. Devil vines. His companion discovered devil vines. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. He pondered for a while and hurried over. Devil vines had appeared in this location, meaning that the devil mind apparition had probably entered the depths of the forest. After all, the devil mind dark apparition he caught previously was found when he passed through the devil vines blockade. Is there a connection between the two? Our hero had previously reported this information to the higher-ups, but he didn't know if they had sent people to investigate. He always felt that the place wasn't as simple as it seemed. Wait, that mountain range seemed to be connected to the previous ones. All mountain ranges crisscrossed and stretched across the land. It was considered a great site of defense. Planet number 29. Could it be? Wang Ting was deep in thought as he rushed over. The surrounding fog became denser as he went deeper, exuding a thick power of darkness. However, it wasn't a big hindrance to Wang Ting. In fact, he felt that his guess was right on the money as he progressed. There was some secret about dark apparitions there. Soon, he stopped on a big tree and looked to the left. "You're here." The devouring nihility beast clone emerged from a nearby tree. It pointed to the ground in front of them and said, "This is the place where the devil vines appeared. I've already squashed it to death." Wang Ting was surprised. The ground was still intact, yet the vines hidden deep underground had already lost all vitality. It was beyond dead. The devouring nihility beast clone knew how to control its power well. "What are you planning to do?" the beast clone asked. "There's something strange about this place. I can't find the devil mind apparition now, but I'm sure it's hiding here." "I'm going to sneak in," Wang Ting replied. "I knew you would do that." The clone beast smiled. "I shall head back then." "Thanks." Wang Ting nodded. The beast turned into a dark purple light and disappeared into Wang Ting's forehead. Concurrently, the 10 clones disappeared, turned into rays of light as they converged towards Wang Ting's position. All 10 rays returned to him in an instant. "Now let me see what you're hiding here," Wang Ting muttered to himself, and his body slowly dissipated, blending into the shadows of the surrounding trees. No one was following him this time, and he was unconcerned. He was using dark apparition stealth technique. The devil vines underground didn't treat him as an enemy. He easily slipped through. What a pity! Wang Ting turned and glanced around. Those devil vines had attribute bubbles, but he couldn't get more out of them. This would have startled the apparitions otherwise. He would definitely farm some attributes on the way back if he had the chance. The entire area was more than 10 kilometers long. He probably wouldn't have guessed that there were so many vines underground if he didn't have the eyes of essence. Ordinary martial warriors would definitely die if they walked in. Not even a Heaven Stage martial warrior would be able to escape unscathed once the vines burst out of the ground. Even if General Cameron sent people over to investigate, it would be impossible to traverse the Devil Vine area, and they wouldn't be able to find out anything. Wang Ting was hiding in a tree's shadow at the moment, looking ahead. There were many advanced rank apparitions after passing the vines. Somewhere nearby, around a kilometer away, was a low-tier Devil Emperor patrolling along with 10 Devil Kings. Devil armored dark apparitions. Wang Ting's eyes glinted, then flashed an odd smile. His figure changed slowly and dark force surged, then turned into a black hideous armor covering his entire body. Chapter 1295 Dark Behemoth. The Obelisk Scale Dragon Beast. Translator. Henyi Translations Devil Armor. Wang Ting was wearing the devil armor and became 3 meters tall. His armor looked savage, and there was dark force surrounding him. The devilish aura made him look like a real Devil King. No one would think he was a human. 2 red glows of light could be seen where his eyes should be, exactly like a devil armored dark apparition. He then stepped forward from his hiding spot. The leader of the devil armor apparitions on patrol noticed him and instantly shouted, "Who's that? Stop right there." Wang Ting moved calmly, passing through the mist to stand before them. "I went out on Sir's order." It was a hoarse and cold voice coming from within the armor. Wang Ting was speaking in the dark apparition's language. He merely replied with a simple sentence, not giving much information. This was normal among dark apparitions. The low-tier Devil Emperor sized him up, not suspecting a thing. He only asked the normal questions. "What's your name?" "Justin," Wang Ting replied instantly. "This will be my new identity." "Justin? This name sounds strange," said Jeroff, the low-tier Devil Emperor. "My name is not strange," Wang Ting replied indifferently. All right, you can go in." Jeroff only felt that the fellow was odd, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason why. Thus, he coughed and allowed Wang Ting to go in. There was no suspicion whatsoever. After all, Wang Ting looked exactly like a dark apparition, and he spoke in their native language. He looked more like a dark apparition than dark apparition themselves. Wang Ting remained calm as he walked past those creatures. He remained as composed as he could. So many people went out following orders today. "One of them just came back," Jeroff muttered. Wang Ting perked up his ears. He felt that he had just heard something critical. Just came back? Was it the Devil Mind apparition? Wang Ting turned his head and asked, "Was it one of the Devil Mind race?" "Oh, do you know him?" Jeroff was surprised. "Of course." Wang Ting chuckled. Then, he brushed the fellow off and walked into the mist with the wave of a hand. "Strange." Jeroff shook his head, then dismissed all thoughts about Wang Ting altogether. The latter entered the dark apparition's territory with ease, and even obtained important information. The Devil Mind apparition did run off to this place. He was certain it was the very same creature who shook him off earlier. It would be too coincidental if another of his kind would have just returned, too. Wang Ting delved deeper into the mist as he pondered about his next step. The most important thing was to find the sneaky apparition and save Moira. As for the Devil Ovum, he would destroy it if he could. He had absorbed its origin of darkness, but he wasn't sure if there were any revival methods. Lastly, he could use that chance to investigate what the dark apparitions were up to. He had a bad feeling that those creatures were up to no good. Tap, tap, tap. Another group of patrolling apparitions walked over from a distance. That was the third encounter. The deeper he went, the more patrols he would meet. The tight security was making his curiosity grow. However, the guard's ignorance robbed him of any sense of achievement for sneaking in. There hadn't been any difficulties at all. Round Ball was alerted. Its voice echoed in Wang Ting's mind. "You're really bold. Look at me. What do you have to worry about?" Wang Ting asked back. "I have a question deep in my heart. I wonder if I should say it?" Round Ball said. "Since you're asking so sincerely, I will be kind and tell you the answer," Wang Ting replied calmly. Round Ball became silent. In the end, curiosity won, so it asked, "Are you a human or a dark apparition? Isn't it obvious?" Wang Ting paused for a moment. "What is it?" Round Ball probed. "Of course I'm a human." Wang Ting laughed in his heart. "What a stupid question. How could I be a dark apparition? It's impossible. Who knows? Who'd believe you weren't an apparition if they laid eyes on you now?" Round Ball felt at a loss for words. "You can consider me as a special person," said Wang Ting with a smile. He stopped and squinted the moment he finished talking. A huge valley shrouded in black mist appeared before him. There were numerous dark apparitions patrolling, and a strange, large building was practically lying prone within the black mist. It was a majestic sight. Round Ball was also silent. It had obviously seen that scenery and was flabbergasted. "There's indeed something strange here," Wang Ting muttered to himself. "Who would have thought that the dark apparitions silently build a base right there? They must have some plans up their sleeves. So many attribute bubbles." Wang Ting regained his composure and noticed countless bubbles floating around the large and strange building. His eyes lit up. The bubbles were floating amid the black mist, and wouldn't have noticed them if the mist hadn't scattered a little. They were a little far, so he didn't use his spiritual power to avoid the risk of being discovered. A human's spiritual power was different from that of dark apparitions. Theirs were a little chaotic, possessing certain dark attribute. On the other hand, the human's was pure. To use his spiritual power, he would need to process it. Wang Ting went closer before he could see the attribute bubbles clearly. There were indeed countless of them. Those objects filled up the space around the giant building. He wondered where they came from. He didn't know that buildings could produce attribute bubbles. Wang Ting didn't dwell on it. Collecting the attribute bubbles was more essential. He instilled some dark force in his spiritual power. It would be safer and less eye-catching. Then, he released his spiritual power and collected the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Dark, *300 Constellation Force, Dark, *500 Constellation Force, Dark, *200 Constellation Force, Earth, *300 Constellation Force, Fire, *650 Divine Level Dark Talent, *100 Constellation Force, Earth, *600 Constellation Earth Force? Wang Ting was stunned. He thought that there would only be dark element bubbles, yet lo and behold, there was Constellation Earth Force. This isn't right. Why would there be Constellation Earth Force in a place filled with dark force? It was unexpected. Wang Ting was confused. All of a sudden, he felt his head become numb, as if someone was staring at him. Swoosh. He instantly peered upwards, clearly feeling that the gaze came from somewhere above him. Indeed, once he looked up, there was a pair of giant, crimson eyes passing through the black mist and staring into his eyes. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. Cold sweat started to drip down his forehead inside the devil armor. Scary. Terrifying. He felt as if he was being eyed by a frightening presence. Goosebumps appeared on his head, and a chill ran down his spine. It was the same feeling he had when he met the devouring Nihility beast in the past. Out of reflex, he wanted to use his bonded beast's power. Only that beast's powerful bloodline could stand up against an unknown presence. However, he quickly dropped the thought. It would be too conspicuous if he revealed his special skills in front of that powerful presence. Fortunately, his mentality was strong enough. He wasn't afraid when facing universe stage martial warriors, so he managed to calm down after a moment of shock. The powerful presence didn't care about him, either. It just spared him a glance, then gradually closed its eyes after not noticing anything abnormal. The crimson eyes disappeared inside the black mist. Lucky! Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief and stared at the giant structure with a troubled gaze. That was not a building. It was a terrifying dark behemoth. No, it was also a building. It was a building that grew on its body. What is that? Round Ball swallowed saliva. Its voice was filled with disbelief and shock. I don't know, Wang Ting said grimly. He paused before adding, let me take a look. He searched through the devouring nihility beast's memories for some time, then, his gaze lit up. He looked at the behemoth again and exclaimed in surprise, if I'm not mistaken, this is the legendary dark behemoth, the obelisk scale dragon beast. The obelisk scale dragon beast. Round Ball was stunned. It continued awkwardly, I've never heard of it. Wang Ting felt at a loss. Being among the intelligent lifeforms, don't you feel ashamed? Round Ball went silent and said dejectedly, should I retire? Cough, all right. Just joking. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly and explained, the obelisk scale dragon beast is an extremely powerful dark behemoth. It lives in areas with dense and thick dark force, and possesses both earth force and dark force, plus it has many amazing battle techniques, on par with universe behemoth. On par with universe behemoths? Round Ball was dumbstruck. The little guy asked, Can it get bigger? That's right, this giant behemoth can grow bigger, said Wang Ting, nodding sternly. Gasp, it means that defense planet number 29, Round Ball gasped, not daring to continue the sentence. No matter what the dark apparition's goals are, we need to go back and send that piece of news, Wang Ting said in his heart. No longer hesitating, he walked around the obelisk scale dragon beast to collect attribute bubbles. Wang Ting had massive gains from that walk. His constellation Dark Force rose from the 8th level celestial stage to the 9th. Constellation Dark Force, 800/90,000 celestial stage 9th level, it was incredible. His constellation Dark Force was at the start of the 8th stage, but now it jumped straight to the 9th level. This meant that the obelisk scale dragon beast had dropped more than 80,000 points of the constellation Dark Force. His Earth Force had also leaped to the 9th level of the celestial stage. Constellation Earth Force, 1200/90,000 celestial stage 9th level, simultaneously. He felt the changes done to his dark and earth talents after a few special attribute bubbles merged into his body. Divine level. It was a stage above the imperial level. Wang Ting was both shocked and elated, being able to feel the obvious change in his dark and earth talent. His sensitivity towards those two forces increased. It seemed that he could merge those two forces. He had the same feeling when his wind talent reached the divine level. However, now, he was experiencing twice the effect. Wang Ting was truly overjoyed. However, his happiness only lasted a few seconds. His face quickly became grave. This was obviously the obelisk scale dragon beast's talent. How scary was that creature, to actually possess those talents? Wang Ting didn't even dare to imagine. Chapter 1296. I'm sorry. I think all of you are scumbags. Once the attribute collecting was done, Wang Ting took a deep breath and prepared to find the devil mind apparition. However, the building on the back of the behemoth was massive. There were many entrances, so he didn't know where to start. He frowned as he scanned the building. Forget it, I can just search the entire place. He gritted his teeth and randomly chose an entrance. The top of the building couldn't be seen due to its incredible size. Fortunately, the entrance wasn't too high up and was linked to a stone staircase connected to the ground. It wasn't a natural formation. The steps had been built by someone or something. Wang Ting remembered the obelisk scale dragon beast's earth talent. Making those stairs would have been as easy as opening its eyes. He walked up the stairs and soon entered one of the lowest entrances. The space beyond the entrance was dark, giving off a cold and eerie feeling. It was dead silent. The only thing he could hear was the armor on his feet clanging against the ground when he walked. It was extremely conspicuous in such an environment. Our hero frowned as he scanned his surroundings, then walked for a few more meters before he saw a few holes, which led to different directions. He didn't know where he should go, so he used his eyes of essence. However, he couldn't see through the walls. There was nothing. His eye technique had reached the limit. He couldn't see through everything like he did in the past. Wang Ting sighed in his heart, feeling like a fly that didn't know where to go. He could only roam around aimlessly. Thus, he stopped hesitating and chose one of the holes to enter. He could perceive a blood stench there. There was no attempt to evade the apparitions. He actually went straight to meet them. It was necessary to socialize and integrate with them if he wanted to break the game. He walked another few hundred meters and turned a corner. A giant space appeared before him. There were lots of dark apparitions inside. Vampire dark apparitions. He scanned his surroundings and squinted. The vampire apparitions weren't the only ones present. There were actually many human martial warriors, hands and feet tied and hung in midair. A few vampires grabbed onto their bodies and sucked their blood. Those humans were extremely pale. They had lost a lot of blood and had much of their essence absorbed. Even powerful martial warriors would have been unable to withstand for long if their blood was sucked out. They would soon die. Gasp! Human warriors have the best blood, said a vampire apparition who sat on a stone chair, looking up from attacking the neck of a Rabbit Clan female martial warrior. Blood dripped from his canine teeth, but he then licked them clean and swallowed, not wasting a single drop. He raised his head and closed his eyes to savor the taste. He opened his eyes moments after and threw the corpse of the female rabbit warrior to the side, then said with a cold voice, "Take her away. She's out of blood." A vampire immediately rushed over and dragged the lifeless body away, disappearing into the darkness. Beast! Wang Ting glared at them furiously. A strong killing intent rose in his heart. The vampire on the high seat turned to look at Wang Ting and asked calmly, "Hey, aren't you a guy from the Devil Armor race? What are you doing here?" He had noticed Wang Ting long before, but he chose to ignore the latter to finish his meal first. Wang Ting forcefully suppressed his anger and killing intent, taking deep breaths before he replied, "I'm lost." The vampire didn't expect that reply, feeling at a loss. He didn't want to let the intruder off so easily, so he squinted and said, "I sensed killing intent from you just now." The atmosphere tensed up the moment he finished speaking. All the vampires raised their heads and stared straight at Wang Ting with their crimson eyes. The latter's heart skipped a beat. "Wang Ting, do you think you'll be exposed?" Round Ball asked worriedly. "Relax." Wang Ting was momentarily stunned by the other party's sudden change in attitude. He had hidden his thoughts well, yet the leading vampire was still able to feel his fierceness. However, he managed to recover and had no fear. In fact, he was filled with confidence. Based on his current looks, he would argue with anyone if they said he was a human. Wang Ting looked at the main vampire and replied calmly, "I'm sorry. I think all of you are scumbugs, so I wanted to pinch y'all to death. I accidentally revealed my thoughts and caused you inconvenience. Apologies for this. F***K. Is this how you ask me not to worry? Round Ball. Is this devil armor apparition insulting us?" There was a moment of silence. All the vampires were stunned. They quickly recovered and started shouting, "You're looking for death! How dare you! Kill him! I want to suck his blood!" The main vampire was giving off a frosty killing intent. He fixed his gaze on Wang Ting and said, "Devil armor fellow, are you looking for death? Do you dare to kill me?" Wang Ting's voice was filled with disdain. He spoke in a provocative tone. "You can't even bite through my armor and you want to suck my blood? Aren't you worried your teeth will break?" According to what he knew, the devil armor race held a much higher status than the vampires. Their leader was just a 4th-level low-tier devil emperor, so he wasn't afraid of him. He could fight it out with him as long as the guy didn't run away. This could even help him gain recognition among the members of the devil armor race. The vampires were speechless. They wanted to vomit blood out of frustration. Wang Ting was right. They couldn't bite through his armor, much less suck his blood. This was a little awkward. "You're good. No one has spoken to me like this in a while. Let me, Crosa, teach you a lesson today and make you understand the consequences of offending my Brawl clan." The vampire's face turned black, then he disappeared from the chair. Boom! The next instant, he reappeared right in front of Wang Ting, with an arm shaped like a blade, which was giving off a blood-red glow. He slashed at Wang Ting's chest. The latter stood his ground, not moving one bit. Suddenly, a glaring, blackish glow was shot from his body. Devil armor divine scripture. A bigger devil armor image appeared around him, at least 5 meters tall. It looked extraordinary, giving off a black metallic glimmer. Clang! Crosa's blood-red blade landed on the armor image, and a loud sound was heard. "Move!" Wang Ting shouted. He raised his hand and a powerful black glow was produced by his armor, which turned into a giant fist mark as he punched. Crosa squinted. He couldn't evade in time, so he had to receive the attack. Boom! A great force surged over, and he was thrown back forcefully, slamming onto the rock wall. The devil armor divine scripture. A devil king with the devil armor divine scripture? Crosa walked out from the rock wall and stared at Wang Ting with a hideous expression. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.